Chapter 495. Night fell, and the silver moonlight shone on the ground. After a day of hustle and bustle, Northgard City gradually quieted down. Sulin lay on the soft sofa and tasted the green tea that the little succubus Chrissy had made. The nobles of this era liked to add fresh milk, sugar, and other spices to their tea. The taste was very strange, and Sulin had never gotten used to drinking this kind of tea. He liked green tea and black tea, and the little succubus Chrissy had added some magical plants and flowers to this tea. It tasted pretty good. Alex frowned and took a sip before putting down the cup. He then said to Chrissy with a fawning expression, "Big sister Chrissy, I want to drink Moore's coffee. Can you make me a cup? I really don't know what to do with you. There's not much Moore's coffee left. If you finish this, you'll have to wait until next year." Chrissy patted Alex's head dotingly. "But this is the last of this month's supply. If you finish it, you'll have to wait until next month." Okay. Hurry up and make me a cup." Alex nodded his little head like a chick pecking at rice. Chrissy shook her head. She then took out an exquisite clay pot and poured out some brown powder. She then picked up a glass bottle and poured out some elemental water. There was a flash of light and a flash of fire elemental energy. In the next second, the elemental water in the cup began to boil. Chrissy picked up the cup and poured the boiling elemental water into the Moore's coffee powder while stirring it with a glass rod. Soon, an alluring aroma wafted out of the cup. At the same time, there was a powerful energy fluctuation from the cup. Alex's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to bring the brewed Moorish coffee over. He didn't mind that it was hot and directly took a sip. After that, he closed his eyes to savor the aftertaste, and his eyes narrowed like a pair of crescent moons. Moore's coffee was a magical plant unique to the Hidden Realm. It wasn't produced in large quantities. At the same time, a dozen other magical plants had to be added to make it. It tasted fragrant and silky. Alex, Hathaway, Phyllis, and Chrissy all liked this drink. Apart from the fact that it tasted good, this Moore coffee could increase one's magic power and mental strength. Most importantly, it could purify one's physical body. This was very useful to Alex. Although the purification effect was very small, if he used it for a long time, these effects could not be underestimated. La la la, la la la, I'm happy little red. A cheerful humming sound was heard, and then a figure came bouncing over. When she saw Sulin, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, and her body stiffened. Then, she tiptoed around and wanted to leave, but before she could take a step, Sulin's figure had already appeared. "Onyxvia, where are you going to hide?" Sulin asked, lying on the sofa. Who dodged?" The red dragon Onyxvia pretended to be calm and said, "I just forgot to close the door when I went out. All right, I still have something to do, so I'll go back first." After saying that, he turned around and slipped away. "I've already asked someone to close the door, so you don't have to worry about it. Now let's talk about other things." Sulin's figure flashed, and he appeared beside the red dragon Onyxvia. He reached out and picked up the little red dragon, and then returned to the room. Sulin threw the little red dragon on the carpet and glared at her fiercely. "Tell me, who told you to sneak into the secret realm's obsidian factory to eat fire copper and magic iron?" This, that. The little red dragon Onyxvia's eyes darted around. "Have you thought about how to lie?" Sulin stared at the little red dragon with a half-smile. Previously, he had noticed that some of the metal ingots produced in the obsidian factory were missing. Tower Spirit No. 1 had reported that Onyxvia had secretly swallowed them. It hurts. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I'll get angry if you hit me again." Roar. Ouch. Wah wah wah. The little red dragon Onyxvia rubbed her buttocks. The dragon's recovery ability was very fast, and Sulin did not cause her any harm. At most, he just made her feel unbearable pain. She sneakily reached for the milk tea Chris had made and poured herself a cup. Then, when Sulin was not paying attention, she picked up a bare biscuit and stuffed it directly into her mouth without chewing. Then, she picked up the milk tea and drank it happily. "Delicious," the little red dragon said with satisfaction. Sulin looked at her expressionlessly and then said, "Why did you steal those metal ingots?" "To eat," the little red dragon said casually. and then immediately reacted. What steal? I didn't steal, I just borrowed. Okay, borrowed. Sullen's mouth twitched. Tell me, why did you borrow those metal ingots? I'm growing right now, and I need to eat metal to grow, Xianxia said as she stuffed the bare biscuit into her mouth. After listening to Xianxia's explanation, Sulen finally understood that dragons needed to eat all kinds of minerals and metals as they grew. It was not that they were so hungry that they could only eat dirt, but after eating these minerals, their claws and scales would be strengthened. The scales, claws, and teeth of dragons were not very hard when they were born, but as time passed, they would become hard little by little as they grew up. When they became young dragons, they would consciously swallow minerals to increase the strength of their scales. This was an innate ability of the dragons. They were able to obtain some substances from minerals, making their scales and claws extremely hard. Okay, I'll prepare metal ingots for you to grow, but you're not allowed to steal from the golem factory, and you're not allowed to bathe in the lava pool. If I find out, I'll beat you every time I catch you. Do you hear me? Sulen reached out and knocked Xianxia on the head. After training the little red dragon, Sulen leisurely left the secret realm and came to Northtown City. The Qilan Pavilion in Northtown City was still under construction. When Sulen came to the construction site, the Qilan Pavilion was already more than half completed. The entire Qilan Pavilion was magnificent, about 10 meters tall, and occupied a vast area. In this building, there were statues of all kinds of animals, such as horses, camels, and so on. They were all carved to perfection and looked very lifelike. In the center of the Qilan Pavilion, there was a huge statue that was 8 meters tall. This statue was carved with a Qilan. The main material of the Qilan Pavilion was redwood, a specialty of the wasteland. This tree's trunk was straight, and the wood was hard and resistant to corrosion. It was a very good building material, and the wood used to build the Qilan Pavilion was over 1 meter in diameter. Chapter 496. After the construction of the Qilan Pavilion was more or less done, Sulen still had to carve some runes here before placing the most important item of the Qilan Pavilion, the Qilan horn. The Qilan horn was something similar to a deer's antler, but the Qilan horn was much sturdier and harder than a deer's antler. It was completely dark gold in color, and there was a peculiar energy revolving around it. With one look, one could tell that it wasn't an ordinary item. After Sulen patrolled around the Qilan Pavilion, he left. According to the current progress, the building would be completed in 2 days. At that time, he would still need to personally come over to activate it. After patrolling around the Qilan Pavilion, Sulen walked around the northern citadel. The northern citadel had become even more flourishing. All kinds of caravans came and went in an endless stream. The first batch of serfs that came to the northern citadel had obtained their freedom this year. While Sulen was strolling around, thousands of serfs were excitedly waiting in the plaza outside the city hall. These serfs had just passed the inspection and had gotten rid of their serf status and obtained their freedom. Right now, they were going through the household registration change. Other than the household registration change, they would also be allocated 5 to 20 mu of land according to their points. Outside the northern citadel, 500,000 mu of land had already been reclaimed. According to the plan, they would continue to reclaim this year. At the same time, Mirror Lake City had also reclaimed 200,000 mu of land. Right now, the northern citadel's efficiency of farming had increased by a lot. Because of the large amount of cattle and horses in Centaur City, the northern citadel had sufficient animal power. The land was now being plowed by cattle and horses. In the past, those gnomes, kobolds, and gnolls were either sent to mine or to build roads. After these people successfully got rid of their slave status and became free people, it made those serfs that hadn't obtained their freedom status extremely excited. The city hall held a grand celebration for these people. Of course, this grand celebration was relative, but to these people, it was already very good. At least they could eat a meal of meat and drink 2 cups of wine for free. The Northern Wind Principality's territory didn't continue to expand. After the ice and snow melted, Sulen sent people to build the new city once again. During this period of time, the nobles of San Felto City rebelled and a large number of nobles in the south rebelled. Other than the main culprit being killed, the other accomplices were all exiled to the northern citadel by Sulin. Ever since the snow melted last month, the exiled nobles have been escorted here. Most of these nobles were sent to work on construction sites, such as moving bricks, digging pits, and transporting sand and stones. However, some of them were knowledgeable and were sent to prison for political reform. Northern Battlefront City was developing very fast, but it was still lacking in all kinds of knowledge and talents. After these people were reformed in prison, they cried bitterly and deeply realized their mistakes. They turned over a new leaf and expressed their willingness to contribute their strength to the Duchy of Beifeng, showing their light and warmth. Sulin was still very willing to give such lambs who knew how to mend their ways. Some of these people were trained to become basic officials of the Mirror Lake City, while others joined the students of the northern garrison city as teachers. Most of the nobles who were sent to the construction site were not used to this kind of life at all. It was only the goblin supervisors and gnoll supervisors who taught them what to do. Sulin discovered that these goblin supervisors and gnoll supervisors were very useful. The workers of the northern garrison city would not directly interact with the slaves. Usually, the supervisors would be the bad guys. These supervisors were very cruel to both their own race and the human slaves. The human supervisors would often punish the slaves with corporal punishment or deduct their food, while the goblins and gnolls preferred to use whips. If it wasn't for Sulin's request that they were not allowed to kill or cripple, the number of deaths and injuries of these slaves would be very high. One side played the good cop, the other side played the bad cop. The slaves of the Beifeng Duchy were very obedient. In the next 2 days, Sulin went to inspect the new city. The construction of the new city was very fast. There were many caravans transporting all kinds of materials in the northern garrison city every day. All kinds of houses and facilities were also being built in the city. After inspecting the city, Sulin returned to the northern garrison city. After returning to the northern garrison city, Sulin did not go to other places and directly went to the Qilin Pavilion. After more than 2 months of construction, the Qilin Pavilion was finally completed. Sulin looked at the magnificent building in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Inside the Qilin Pavilion, there was a circular altar in the center of the Qilin Pavilion's main hall. There were 4 Qilins standing around the altar. These Qilins were of different shapes, but the carvings were vivid and lifelike. The obsidian material was very sturdy. Coming to the center of the altar, Sulin placed the Qilin horn on the altar. As the Qilin horn was placed, a strange energy surged out from the altar. The entire Qilin horn also merged with the altar. A dark golden brilliance pierced through the roof and soared into the sky. After that, it quickly spread to the entire city. At the same time, the system's familiar notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host. The construction of the Qilin Pavilion is completed. Qilin Pavilion, Building of Wonders. This is a special building that enshrines the Qilin horn. Having the Qilin Pavilion will bring special benefits to the mounts in your territory. Rapid growth plus 35, sturdiness plus 37, disease reduction plus 33, vitality of dragons and tigers plus 38, indestructible plus 36, bloodline evolution plus 12, taming plus 35, additional effect, Qilin's Might. Qilin's Might, the prestige of the king of beasts. After activating, the local mounts will be intimidated by the divine beast Qilin's Might. Mount speed minus 5, there is a 10% chance of causing other mounts to go limp. There is a 15% chance of causing other mounts to retreat. There is a 20% chance of intimidating the enemy and stiffening them for 2 seconds. All enemy mounts speed minus 5. After seeing the attributes of the Qilin Pavilion, Sulin was also very satisfied. Attributes like rapid growth and sturdiness were still not bad. The most precious attributes were bloodline evolution and Qilin's Might. Bloodline evolution, as the name implied, was able to allow various mounts to undergo bloodline tempering, allowing the bloodline to complete an advancement. Of course, this kind of probability was still very low. However, Sulin suddenly thought of the little female dragon Xianxia. She should also be considered as a mount, a young red dragon. If her bloodline underwent a mutation, it was estimated that her strength would definitely increase by quite a bit. The little female dragon was originally a pure-blooded huge dragon. If she were to undergo an advancement, what kind of huge dragon would she become? Sulin was also somewhat looking forward to it. Another Qilin's might technique. This technique was completely used on the battlefield. Taking advantage of the time when the opponent's cavalry launched an attack, it would directly release a Qilin's fury. The charging cavalry would definitely be in a mess, and their formation would also be completely messed up in an instant. Using it on the battlefield was completely a huge killing machine and could even be used to control the battle. Chapter 497. North Wind Tower, Treasure Vault. A small mountain of gold was casually piled up on the ground. There are all kinds of gold coins, gold bricks, gold products, and countless gems. At this moment, countless gold coins suddenly slid to the surroundings. A ferocious-looking giant climbed up from the mountain of gold. The fiery red scales emitted a metallic luster. The ferocious-looking bone, spikes, all indicated that this giant beast was very dangerous. Strange. Why do I suddenly feel like I've become stronger? Xianxia shook her head. Forget it. Let's not think about it. It's a good thing to become stronger. Let's go back to sleep. A rain of gold slid down, and the red dragon once again laid down on the mountain of gold and fell asleep. In the military camp's horse farm, tens of thousands of horses were leisurely grazing and running. A strange energy swept past, but most of the horses didn't have any reaction. Only a few horses seemed to have felt something. They raised their heads to look back, but they didn't discover anything. In the palace's luxurious stable, the Pegasus that was eating suddenly quivered. It then raised its head to look around. In the end, other than a gentle breeze, there was no other movement. The Pegasus snorted and then lowered its head to continue eating. After the construction of the Qilin Pavilion was completed, a peculiar energy swept out from here and instantly enveloped the Northtown city. Soon after, it disappeared. After Su Luan sensed that there wasn't any abnormality, he left the Qilin Pavilion. All the spectacular buildings in the Northtown city were guarded by specialized personnel, and this place was naturally no exception. Although these buildings were magic buildings and were sturdy, it didn't mean that they couldn't be destroyed. In order to protect these buildings, Sulin arranged guards around the buildings. The sky gradually darkened. The early spring weather was still a little cold. The ice and snow melted, and Northtown City was about to start the spring plowing. When Sulin returned to the palace, only Angela and his 2 personal maids were here. Chris had returned to the underground world. A few of the harpies were about to transform, and Alex had gone over to take care of them. Hathaway was still in Northwind Tower to continue her research. Phyllis was in San Filto City. In the end, no one had time to accompany him for a meal. Where are Boulder, Johnson, and Karina? Sulin passed the cape to Angela and asked. The 2 generals have yet to return from clearing out the bandits. Her Excellency Kalina went to hold a ceremony today. Today is the birthday of the Dark Maiden Elizabeth. The Dark Elves who believe in the Dark Maiden would usually hold a ceremony on this day. Angela said, sacrificial ceremony? Sulin was stunned for a moment before he realized what was going on. He remembered that Karina had made a request to him after she returned from quelling the rebellion. The night, elves wanted to resume their sacrifice, and Sulin had agreed to it because he was thinking about other things. I didn't expect it to be ready so soon. Sulin nodded. In the past few years, the night elves under his protection were no longer hunted down by others. Their lives had also stabilized, so they picked up the sacrificial ceremony that they had been forced to give up in the past. Sulin basically would not reject such a request. This was not a sacrifice to an evil god. Besides, the Dark Maiden had already fallen. In Sulin's eyes, this was more of a remembrance. Since it would not cause any harm and could gain their favor, why not? Your Majesty, dinner is ready. Do you want to eat now or wait a while? Annie asked. Let them serve it up. Sulin said. Dinner was very simple. Sulen did not emphasize too much on the details of the ceremony. Besides, this was not a formal banquet. Dinner was roasted whole lamb, fruit, and vegetable salad, and a bowl of mushroom tripe soup prepared by Frodo. The lamb was fresh and tender. After being roasted by Frodo's master chef and sprinkled with a layer of spices, it tasted great. After dinner, Sulen thought about the Drow's sacrificial ceremony and suddenly wanted to see it for himself. Since he wanted to do it, Sulen gave some instructions. Then he rushed directly to the gathering place of the Drows in the city. The gathering place of the Drows was in the inner city. It was a separate market. The residents living in the inner city were basically Sulen's followers or their relatives. This place was big enough for them to arrange their own residences according to their own preferences. Just like the half-elves, they would usually plant all kinds of trees around their houses. Every house would plant a few purple fir trees and oak trees, so their residences looked like a forest. The living quarters of the barbarians were simple. In addition to the houses, there was a large drill ground. These energetic guys liked to wrestle in the drill ground. The residence of the Drows was not far from the left side of the palace. Their residence was not much different. Some green trees were planted on the periphery, but there was a small altar in the center of the residence. Sulen came to the gathering place of the Drows. At this time, the moon was already in the middle of the sky. A bright silver moon appeared in the sky, and the whole city was plated with moonlight. At this time, a melodious song came from inside. Sulen hesitated and did not knock on the door. He was late this time. The sacrificial ceremony had already begun. In a flash, Sulen went directly into the market. The Drows in the market gathered near the central altar square. Sulen came to the square quietly. As soon as he arrived, Sulen was shocked by the scene in front of him. Under the silver-white moonlight, the entire square became a little hazy. Several Drow girls on the altar were almost naked as they danced under the moonlight. The silver-white moonlight shrouded their bodies, and their smooth and tender skins slightly reflected a fluorescent light. Their ankle-length silver hair was like silver light spilling to the ground. These Drow girls had curvaceous figures and war tool. They danced in the moonlight. From a distance, they looked as beautiful as a group of fairies under the moon. The surrounding believers formed a circle under the altar and sang. After a song ended, another Drow girl would begin to dance. Sulen soon found Karina. As the family master of this group of Drows, Karina was also the priest of Dark Maiden Elizabeth. She was also the chief priest. And compared with the other Drows, Karina's figure was more voluptuous. Her long silver hair reached her ankles, and her body was almost naked. But the silver hair just covered the parts of her body. A black tulle was wrapped around her waist, showing a trace of mystery under the night light. Her slender thighs, smooth and tight skin, delicate facial features, and the perfect curves on her body made people's hearts burn. The light dance was intoxicating. With Karina's dance, the whole sacrificial ceremony reached its climax. The silver-white moonlight shrouded the altar, and her curvaceous body looked magnificent under the moonlight. Her silver-white hair fluttered in the wind, making people's hearts sway. However, her song carried a trace of sadness and sorrow that couldn't be dispelled. It was very intoxicating. In fact, if the Dark Maiden hadn't fallen, she would have bestowed power to her followers. Unfortunately, this deity had already fallen. She died in the hands of her mother, the Spider Queen Lolth. It was said that her fall was completely a conspiracy, and a few traitors played a very important role in it. Sulen felt sorry for this god. Although she was a drow, she was a kind god. She protected the kind races in the underground world, and with her fall, the kind races in the underground world would soon be swallowed up and destroyed. The reason why Spider Queen Lolth killed her was to completely integrate the spiritual beliefs of the Drows and then find an opportunity to become a powerful god. The master of the realm of demons, the schemer in the multiple planes, finally succeeded. After many years of planning, Spider Queen Lolth successfully promoted to a great divine power in the Battle of Spider Queen. Sulen still had a good impression of the Dark Maiden. This young goddess could only be said to be a tragedy from the moment she was born. The Dark Maiden, Elizabeth, was a god of the good alignment. Her nickname was the Dancing Lady. She lived in the plane of the elven gods and the pit magic network. Her clergy was singing, beauty, dancing, swordsmanship, hunting, and moonlight. The elven gods did not have a good impression of her. The goddess of magic, Mistra, and Sulin, the Lady of Silver Moon, were her allies. She was not a very powerful god, and her position was quite awkward because she was the daughter of the Spider Queen, Lolth. However, her nature was not evil at all. On the contrary, she could be said to be quite kind. Therefore, she had been against her mother for a long time, and most of the time, she lost more than she won. In the end, she died in the hands of her mother. This goddess represented the remaining good of the Drows. Her fall also meant that the race had completely fallen into evil. Sulin and Elizabeth still had some common interests. For example, both of them liked music and dancing. However, Sulin liked to listen to others sing and dance, while Elizabeth liked to sing and dance by herself. In addition, both of them were lovers of naked sex. Of course, Elizabeth also liked to run around naked. This was something that Sulin could not do. He preferred to fight naked. Of course, Sulin also liked this kind of sacrificial ceremony very much. From an artistic point of view, the dancing of these drows was very good. After the sacrifice, it was a perfect visual enjoyment. Sulin was intoxicated. With the end of the song, the grand sacrifice was also over. The moonlight still shone on the altar, but the Dark Maiden could not respond to her believers. The drows were a little silent, but they had expected this situation. After the sacrifice, they returned to their houses. Seeing that the sacrifice was over, Sulin also turned into the darkness next to him. After all, he came here without being invited to secretly observe the sacrifice ceremony of these drows. He could not help but feel a little guilty in his heart. After seeing that the sacrifice was over, he planned to sneak away quietly. Chapter 498. Where are you going? Just as Sulin was about to leave, a pleasant voice came from behind him. Sulin's body stiffened. He slowly turned around and was stunned by what he saw. Under the moonlight, Karina's naked body seemed to be covered with a layer of silver sand. Her long silver hair hung in front of her chest, and a black veil wrapped around her waist. Her whole body seemed to be emitting a faint glow. Coupled with her delicate face, she gave Sulin a sense of holiness and seduction. Do I look good? Yes. Sulin came back to his senses and said, By the way, how did you find me? Your eyes are glowing. How can I not see you? Karina rolled her eyes and said. Sulin shrugged. You can't blame me for that. Who knew that your ceremony would be so beautiful? If I had known, I would have come. According to the rules, if it's not for the celebration, the non-drows have to use oil to paint their bodies black and their hair silver. Your attire won't do it all. Karina snorted softly. Paint it black? That's not unacceptable. Sulin hesitated. Come on, I wouldn't dare let you attend. Karina rolled her eyes and said, You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll take you to eat. Sulin reached out and grabbed Karina. Then, in a flash of light, he appeared in the bedroom in the palace. Didn't you say that you're going to eat? Why did you bring me here? Karina said with a seductive look in her eyes. F***CK. Hey, stop boohoo. Before Karina finished her words, Sulin covered her mouth. Then, there was a series of moaning sounds in the room. The moon in the sky was blocked by a dark cloud. Sulin and Karina were studying spells in the room. Sulin had obtained a few new spell books. The content was a little deep, and he needed to study them together with Karina. The title of the book was Combat Wizard Advancement, The Art of Binding Shadow Tentacles, Lightning Arcana, Evoking Thunder Spear Attack. Among them, Karina, as a drow, was a 4th grade warlock. She was proficient in shadow spells and had a deep understanding of them. On the other hand, Sulin was proficient in lightning spells and had excellent spear skills. Both of them had their own strengths, so they complemented each other and complemented each other. Early in the morning, Sulin woke up from his sleep and felt a soft fragrance beside him. His heart was slightly stirred. The chocolate from last night was silky, fragrant, and delicious. It was just that he went a little overboard last night, so he couldn't eat chocolate today. As the sun rose, another busy day began. As of now, the expansion of the northern citadel was almost enough to meet the needs of the population. The next step would be to slowly renovate the market and commercial streets. The entertainment center would also need to be opened up. Speaking of which, the entertainment centers in the northern citadel were far inferior to the ones in San Felto. However, some merchants with good taste had come to set up entertainment venues. After all, there were many merchant groups, mercenaries, adventurers, and merchants in Northern Town City. These people were the main source of consumption. The blacksmith workshop was also expanding. Sulin planned to develop military weapons here on a large scale. The moat of the city was also being renovated. During the planning process, Sulin planned the canal in the city to be smaller. Now, it needed to be widened. With so many merchant groups, it was easy to get congested. At the same time, he planned to build a reservoir in the city to prepare for the future upgrade of the floating city. After the upgrade, the city would definitely need to build a large artificial lake. The artificial lake would provide the city with a water supply and create a perfect water circulation with spells. Wow, these are golems. So strong. They look like clay. How can they move? Amidst the waves of exclamations, the people who had just entered the city for the first time stopped and exclaimed. In front of them, there were many clay golems moving supplies. For ordinary people, golems only existed in the stories of bards. These things that belonged to wizards rarely appeared in front of ordinary people. There was a clay golem production line in the northern citadel. There were so many clay golems that the Northwind Tower and the Secret Realm couldn't use up, so Sulan began to sell them. A clay golem like this was sold for 25,000 kinar and came with 30 free charges. In fact, the cost of a clay golem was about 10,000 kinar. Selling one could make 15,000 kinar. Although the clay golem was not as strong as the rock golem, its labor ability was still very strong. It could easily carry a ton of goods, and it also had some attack power. Many caravans would buy one or two as a front. These clay golems worked seriously and didn't need to rest or eat. If it weren't for the high price, those merchants would definitely buy them on a large scale. Earth, water, wind, and fire. Under Hathaway's suggestion, Sulin made some changes to the layout of the northern citadel. The moat represented water, the harvest altar represented earth, and the blacksmith shop and the golem factory represented fire. Finally, a large air circulation system would be built in the city, which represented the power of air. The air circulation system would use runes to connect to the airplane of the four elements. Even in the astral plane, the northern citadel would have fresh air. Ordinary people wouldn't have to worry about lack of oxygen. Of course, after gathering the four elements, Hathaway planned to use the power of these elements to build a puzzle that would cover the entire city. Of course, this puzzle was still being designed. In order to build it, at least 2 legendary spellcasters would be needed. Hathaway alone wouldn't be able to do it. However, Sulin wasn't in a hurry. In the northern citadel, besides Alex, there was also Sulin who had the power to become a legendary wizard. If Karina and Grace also succeeded, then there would be more legendary spellcasters in the northern citadel. Karina was a sorcerer, so it wasn't easy for her to become a sorcerer. Sorcerers were strong in the early stages, but it was difficult to become a sorcerer in the later stages. The blood of the drows came from the blood of the high elves, but they were cursed after the fall of the Spider Queen Lolth. Later, when the Spider Queen Lolth became a greater god, the curse disappeared. Now, the blood of the drows was very thin compared to that of the high elves. However, Sulin still had some things that could improve blood, such as divinity and bloodstones. Sulin got 1 bloodstone when he killed the Broodmother's eye, but the effect was not obvious. He could only wait and see if he could get a few more in the future. There was a lot of work to do in the northern citadel. Sulin did a simple calculation. After all was done, the northern citadel would need to spend at least 8 to 10 million kinar. It would take 5 or even 10 years, but it was all worth it. If all was done, the northern citadel would have a mystery lock. With the mystery lock, the northern citadel would not have to worry about being attacked. Only when the mystery lock was broken could the northern citadel be attacked. Southern Plains, Tarbet's province. A small group of valiant knights was galloping on their horses. Columns of smoke could be vaguely seen in the distance. Harumph! Accompanied by the neighing of the war horse, the leading knight pulled the reins and dismounted. He pulled out the sharp sword at his waist and said in a deep voice, "Be careful. Report to me immediately if there is a situation. Don't act alone." "Yes. Spencer, take some people to the right side. Bar, stay here and watch the horses. At the same time, pay attention to the surroundings. If there is anything wrong, send the signal immediately." The village in front of them had already turned into a purgatory. There were many broken corpses scattered on the ground. There were adult soldiers, the old, the weak, women, and children. Obviously, they had all been cruelly tortured when they were alive. Some of the scenes were unbearable even for these battle-hardened knights. The whole village was burned down. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air. There were no living creatures around. The brutality of the murderer shocked the soldiers. "Captain Hunt, the wounds on these corpses look like they were left by claws." A young knight in chainmail walked over and said. Although he looked young, there was a thick layer of calluses on his hands. The chainmail on his body was also damaged. The leading knight raised his head. There was a deep scar on his face. The scar went directly across the right side of his face, making him look extremely ferocious. Captain Hunt looked at the knight and nodded. "These are the marks left by claws. The murderer is very strong. Look at this weapon." As he spoke, Hunt handed over a broken longsword. The longsword was made of fine iron. In fact, it was low-carbon steel. It was sturdy and durable. However, this weapon had been broken in half. The man took the broken sword and held it in his hand. He then picked up a tree trunk and chopped it. With a crack, the tree trunk was cut in half. Not bad. It is much stronger than the standard weapons of the kingdom. Now that it has been damaged like this, the enemy must be very strong, Captain Hunt said slowly. "What kind of monster is this? Could it be a magical beast?" The young man asked. Captain Hunt shook his head. His eyes were alert as he looked around. The probability of a magical beast is not high. Even if a magical beast attacked a town, it would not kill everyone. Look at these corpses. They are all in the village. If a magical beast came, even if they could not defeat it, they would have fled into the mountains. There is no way so many people died. This is more like a massacre. A massacre? Yes, a massacre. Look at the corpses and blood. This was done on purpose. "Captain, there is something here." At this moment, a shout came from not far away. Hunt immediately rushed over with a few men. Chapter 499. A strong knight hurried over and handed a scale-like object to Hunter. "This is a kind of scale. It's very tough. I've never seen such a tough scale before. I suspect it's a dragon's scale." Hunter took the scale and looked at it. It was a dark red scale about the size of a human eye. There was also a shallow scar on the sword. Hunter took a look and hurriedly picked up the broken sword he had picked up earlier. He compared it with the sword and found that it was a perfect fit. What a tough scale. "Boss, it was right, wasn't I? This must be a dragon's scale," the knight said proudly. "Dragon scale my ass." Hunter scolded. "Have you seen a dragon's scale? If it was really done by a dragon, let alone this place, even the castle would have been razed to the ground. There wouldn't be a village like this. But this enemy is also very strong." "Boss, where are these enemies?" the knight asked. "I don't know. There have been several massacres in the Abodes province recently, and the victims were all in these relatively remote villages. Even now, we still haven't caught those people." Hunter coldly replied. Hunter picked up the scale and sniffed it. He frowned. "The smell of blood is mixed with a strong smell of sulfur. These damn things are probably demons from the lower realm." "Demons? You're saying that it's a devil?" Spencer exclaimed in horror. "Calm down, Spencer. Spencer." Hunter looked at him and said, "They're gone now. The higher-ups have received news that some of the fallen have held a sacrificial ceremony and summoned the demons here. The power of evil has begun to infiltrate our world." Hunter suddenly moved. In an instant, those lifeless corpses suddenly rushed towards him as if they had come back to life. A cold light flashed, and the cold blade instantly cut the corpses that were rushing towards him in half. Thud! It was like cutting rotten wood. A resurrected undead was killed by the knight on the spot. Following the first undead's attack, the surrounding corpses immediately attacked. These undead might be useful against normal people, but against these well-trained knights, their only use was to dirty their weapons and armor. "Kill all these undead," Spencer said in a low voice. The knights in the surroundings, who were always on guard, brandished their swords and rushed forward. Their speed was very fast, and their explosive power was amazing. These ordinary undead were not the opponents of these knights. All the undead in front of these knights were instantly beheaded. In just 5 minutes, dozens of undead were completely annihilated by these knights. After the last undead was killed, Hunter tore a piece of cloth from the corpse and wiped the blood off the weapon. He then ordered, "Kill all the corpses and cut off their heads. Gather them all together and burn them." "Yes." The knights next to him replied. "Remember to tell the priest to come here and purify this place." So many people died, and they were turned into undead by the demons. This place is very polluted. If we don't purify it, more undead will be born. In fact, these undead were not created by the demons. This world had supernatural powers. Under normal circumstances, areas with strong negative energy had a high chance of giving birth to undead. In a place like this where demons had appeared and so many people had died, the negative energy in the surroundings had long gone off the charts. If this place was not cleaned up, the undead would be haunted for a long time. "Everyone else, pack up. We're leaving. We have to find this monster before it destroys the next village," Head Knight Hunter said as he mounted his horse. Soon, another bonfire was lit in the village, and the smell of dead bodies spread out. These people did not stay any longer. Once again, they galloped into the distance. It seemed like there was a dark shadow in the dark that was looking for them somewhere else. The fallen seemed to be carrying out some kind of evil sacrifice. They had to stop it before it got worse. A group of people quickly mounted their horses. Accompanied by the sound of hooves, these knights continued to follow the traces left by the enemy. In the past 2 years, the fallen and the evil cultists had become more and more active. Especially after the war last year, many places were destroyed by the war. Some evil creatures from the abyss gradually appeared. The purge last year caused many nobles to suffer heavy losses. Many nobles' territories could not bear the burden. Fortunately, the power of the temples was still there. With the help of these temples, the overall situation was still stable. San Filto City. After receiving professional training and ideological and political education, Phyllis continued to send these people to various cities and territories. If it were not for the lack of manpower, Phyllis would have sent these people with the army. Now, she could only send a group of soldiers to protect them. Fortunately, after the previous war, no one dared to go against the king's orders. Otherwise, many of these officials would have died of illness or been killed by bandits before they could reach their destination. Now that Sulin was there, these people naturally would not dare to do such a thing. If you dare to let an official die of illness, Sulin would dare to kill your entire family. North City. After Sulin's promotion, he entered a period of stability. He now needed to stabilize his strength as soon as possible. As for the 9 transformation golden pill, he could not use it for the time being. He still had 2 9 transformation golden pills in his hand, and he gave them to Chris and Alex respectively. The effect of the 9 transformation golden pill was very powerful. The strength of the 2 had been improved again, but it would take some time for them to advance. Although Karina didn't have a 9 turns golden pill, Su Luan had given her the bloodstone. The bloodstone could increase the concentration of one's bloodline. For a drow like Karina, it could purify her bloodline, enhance her potential, and increase her chances of becoming a legend. The shackles of advancing into the legendary realm were very firm. Otherwise, out of the tens of millions of people in Florence, only less than 10 people had successfully advanced into the legendary realm. The realm below the legendary realm was completely different. If those below the legendary realm were only powerful extraordinaries, then the legendary realm was a transition of life and race. While Sulin stabilized his strength, he also cleared his consciousness of the participating divinity. He did not want to devour a large amount of divinity and become a lunatic with a chaotic mind. During the break, Hathaway found a job for Sulin. The new year had begun, and the Northwind Tower needed to continue recruiting students. The Northwind Tower needed a large number of people, so the best way was to recruit apprentices. In the past year, there had been a lot of new immigrants in North City. There were also many children who had reached the age to take the test. Although the number was not as many as last time, Sulin planned to take the test in San Filto City at the same time. This time, Hathaway made a special test crystal ball. Alex had a lot of winged people to help, so a test team was quickly formed. The test crystal ball was easy to operate and had a high accuracy rate. After some simple training, these people began to work. The Northwind Duchy was very efficient. After Sulin gave the order, a large number of workers began to move. When the serfs, civilians, and freedmen learned that the wizard aptitude test was going to be held in North City, they immediately brought their children over. After all, this was a wizard test. Noble, mysterious, powerful, and rich wizards. As long as one became a wizard, the serfs would immediately be treated as freedmen, and the civilians and freedmen could even become citizens. This was a chance to reach the sky in a single bound. In the entire city, as long as there were families with children of suitable age, they immediately brought their children to the city square for the test. Fortunately, there were enough grassroots officials in North City. At the same time, the test time had been divided into different areas, so it was not too crowded. Many merchants who came to Northern Town City for business all expressed their willingness to donate funds to support the development of Northern Town City. Their only request was for their sons and nephews to come forward and sign up. Sulin certainly would not refuse this kind of thing, but he would not agree so easily either. If one wanted to be qualified, they would need to donate a sum of money first. After that, they would need to go through a political review. After passing both, they could take the test and join the Northwind Academy. At the same time, Sulin sent a message to Phyllis, asking her to count the number of children of suitable age in San Filto City in advance. After the Northwind Duchy finished the test, they would go to San Filto City for the test. The Northwind Academy was just a newly established magic academy, so there was a serious shortage of mentors. They could not use the teaching method of a mentor teaching a few apprentices like other wizard organizations, so they could only use a large class. However, considering that North City did not need a few talented wizards, this kind of teaching method was acceptable. At the same time, this kind of teaching method had its advantages. For example, in the same class, the talented and untalented apprentices would be able to show off very quickly. After a while, after a few simple tests, they would be able to distinguish the outstanding ones among the apprentices. At the same time, they would be able to understand the personality of the apprentices through these observations. After a period of time, the most outstanding apprentices would be selected, and then the mentors would choose from them. These people would be the focus of training. As for the rest of the apprentices, the Northwind Academy would not just give up. They would also continue to teach them knowledge and provide them with resources. After all, sometimes talent did not guarantee success. Sometimes luck was also very important. Chapter 500. There were nearly 2,000 children in Northern Town City who were tested this time. After the test, only 11 of them had the potential to become a wizard. However, these children had not learned any knowledge at all. They couldn't even write their own names. Sulin also needed to arrange cultural teachers for these children to let them learn knowledge first. If they hadn't learned this knowledge, they wouldn't understand the basic knowledge of wizards at all. Sulin had no choice but to arrange for teachers to teach these children. After the test in the Northern Wind Duchy, Sulin brought the winged people to San Filto City for testing. San Filto City had a population of about 200,000. It was a big city in this era. Compared to the Northern City, the education level in San Filto City was much higher. Although it had been purged several times, there were still many nobles in San Filto City. At the same time, there were also many merchants. After a few days of screening, more than 30 children were found to have the potential to be a wizard. Among them, more than 10 children came from well-off families. They were either nobles or rich merchants. They had already gone to school for a while and could directly start their apprenticeship education. However, this didn't mean that the children of nobles or merchants had an advantage in becoming a wizard. In fact, Sulen never liked to deal with nobles. Their environment made them used to scheming against each other. The most important thing on the path of magic was focus and hard work. Living in such a family environment, those children would also be influenced by what they saw and heard, and they would also be infected with all kinds of problems. These children's minds were too complicated. Many of them were spoiled since they were young and couldn't adapt to the heavy learning of a wizard. Among the apprentices taught by wizards, those who were born ordinary were more likely to achieve something. For example, Hathaway was adopted by her teacher since she was young. She didn't have any contact with nobles, nor did she mix with other noble ladies. She was used to the superficiality, vanity, and arrogance of those noble ladies. Therefore, she was very focused on the path of a wizard. However, being born a noble also had a big advantage. They had a solid foundation and rich knowledge. Some of them even had the blessing of inherited bloodlines. They could take on the role of a sorcerer when they became a wizard. Those wizards who weren't born in a good family might not be able to improve their strength quickly, but they could at least reach the level of a high-grade wizard in the end. As for whether he could advance to the legendary stage, no one dared to guarantee it. After all, the threshold of the legendary realm was a barrier to many geniuses. There's a saying that went, "Master can show you the way, but cultivation depends on the individual." For many people, the legend rank was the end, but for Sulen, the legend rank was the true starting point. To wizards, becoming a legend was like opening the door to the multiverse. Only when one reached the legendary level could one travel between planes and leave this world. Southern Plains, Tarbet's province. In a noble's territory near the Corinth Mountains in the northwest, a noble's castle appeared on a hill. A group of travel-worn knights stopped outside the fortress, causing the guards to grip their weapons nervously. This was just a small baron's castle. There were only 20 guards in total. Although it was called a castle, it was actually a solid stone house with an area of more than 300 square meters. Looking at the appearance of the castle, it was at least a few hundred years old. After a long period of peace, this kind of castle, which was more for military purposes than residential purposes, was rarely inhabited by nobles in the south. In contrast, they preferred to live in their own prosperous manners. But for some unknown reason, the baron's family suddenly moved from the comfortable manor to this cold and gloomy castle. Why are those people coming here? The leader of the guards saw a group of knights running from afar. As the distance closed, he soon saw the flag of the knights clearly. There was a sharp sword on the flag, with a snake wrapped around it and a circle of thorns around it. This was the insignia of Count Cromwell. Soon, the group of knights that looked unusually valiant gradually approached the castle. Even from a distance, he could feel the strong, murderous aura of the other party. As a retired veteran, he was all too familiar with this kind of aura. "Quick, quick! Pick up your weapons and be on guard." The leader of the guard's expression changed drastically. This group of knights seemed to be coming with ill intentions. He immediately notified the soldiers to be on guard, but his approach seemed to be completely useless. How could these untrained guards, who bullied the weak and feared the strong, be a match for these battle-hardened knights? They could probably take down the castle with a single charge. "Halt! This is the dominion of Baron Brent. Who are you? Stop immediately, or we'll shoot." As soon as the leader of the guards finished speaking, more than 10 guards knocked their arrows and took aim at the knights. However, judging from the power of the wooden bows in their hands, it was no doubt impossible for them to shoot through the knights' armor. The knights in front of them were all wearing gray cloaks. Most of them had their faces covered with hoods. Only the outline of their chins could be seen. They were clad in exquisitely forged armor with a layer of chain mail underneath. With such elite warriors equipped with double layers of armor, normal arrows would be ineffective against them. At the same time, the knights were also equipped with long swords, crossbows, throwing knives, gauntlets, boots, and so on. Even the most elite soldiers of Rhodes City, the leader of the guards, didn't have such a complete set of equipment. Furthermore, they all seemed to be of high quality. Some of them were using heavy weapons that were difficult to control. Such weapons required a high level of control. Only an expert would be able to use such a weapon, otherwise it would be easy to injure oneself. "Leader, who are these knights? Are we really going to fight them?" asked a smaller guard in a low voice. Judging from their banners, they should be Count Cromwell's knights. "But what are they doing here?" asked the leader of the guards. Did the king order them to capture Baron Brent? During this period of time, there were many nobles who were imprisoned. The reason was naturally a rebellion. The king was purging the nobles who stood on the wrong side. Could it be that Baron Brent was also one of the targets? The leader of the guards broke out in cold sweat at the thought of that. The battle last year had completely shattered the confidence of the southern nobles. Even if they wanted to rebel, there wouldn't be many who would follow them. Under the castle, Knight Hunt dismounted from his horse and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. He felt the coldness of the metal on the hilt of his sword. He turned around and said, "That demon is nearby. Be careful. Have our reinforcements arrived yet?" The burly man beside him shook his head and said in a low voice, "Not yet. But based on my calculations, they should be here soon." Although the knights were strong, the wizards and priests of the church were better at dealing with demons. Demons also had many spell-like abilities. It wouldn't be easy to rely on the knights alone to deal with them. Along the way, they came across another 2 villages that had been slaughtered. Even if they rushed, they still couldn't catch up to the demon. Sensing that the situation was getting more and more serious, Captain Hunt became more and more uneasy. Thus, he decisively sent someone to ask for help from the temple and the earl. As the archenemy of the demons, the temple would immediately send reinforcements after realizing the severity of the situation. Likewise, the earl would also send a wizard to help. "Something's not right," said the leader of the guards as he looked around. The burly knight beside him looked around and asked, "Boss, what's wrong? Isn't this normal? Are you worried about those weaklings in the castle? As long as you give the order, I can rush up and squash them to death." "It's not those people. It's too quiet here. The negative energy is too strong," said Hunt in a serious tone. "Yeah, there's no sound of insects. There aren't even any birds around. This is too strange. Don't worry about that. Let's go and ask the lord of this castle. He's the boss here. He should be able to help us." All right. Soon, the knights finished their discussion. Head Knight Hunt looked around the castle and waved to another young knight. "Hans, you go and talk to them." "Yes, boss." Inside the castle, when the knights requested to enter the castle to see Baron Brent, the leader of the guards let out a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't the king's doing, it wouldn't be a big problem. As for the fact that there were demons here and they wanted to see Baron Brent, it was fine. As for the demons, Hunt and the other knights were here to deal with them. It was fine as long as they were here. Thinking of this, he quickly sent someone to report to Baron Brent. A few minutes later, a servant hurried over. "What did you say? The Baron refused to let them in? And he wants them to leave immediately? Otherwise, he wants us to attack?" The leader of the guards couldn't believe his ears. "Is he crazy or did I hear wrong? Do you know who those people are? They're a whole team of knights, and the leader is a knight. You want us to attack these knights? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." The servant said coldly, "You are the knight's guards. You should listen to his orders. Now go and do as he says." Hearing this, the guard captain's face became gloomy and uncertain. This order was clearly to send them to their deaths. Being a guard was only a profession, and the Baron didn't pay him much salary. He had elders and children to take care of, so he didn't need to risk his life. Thinking of this, he made a decision in his heart. Chapter 501. The guard captain had followed Baron Brent for 10 years. Naturally, he knew some of Baron Brent's secrets. This time, the Baron hid in this remote castle on the surface to avoid the epidemic. However, the real reason was that he was afraid of being punished for his actions in the future, so he hid here. Now, it was obvious that the Baron was preparing to fight back. However, Judging from the current strength of the knights, they would be nothing more than fodder. I order you, shoot the arrows. Seeing the leader of the guards hesitating, the Baron's personal guard's face became even more stern. However, he didn't expect his voice to be so loud that the knights outside the castle could hear him. Boss, they want to attack. Should we? Spencer looked at the castle not far away and said to Hunter. At the same time, he made a chopping gesture. The knights were not obedient children who would not fight back. Moreover, these people wanted to attack them. Hunter coldly looked at the personal guard on the castle wall. He then waved his hand at the knights behind him. Attack! The knights who were already prepared immediately pulled out their weapons and rushed forward. At this time, the leader of the guards on the castle wall had not made up his mind to attack. Captain, this is bad. The knights are attacking. Just when the Baron's personal guard's patience was at its limit, a guard suddenly shouted. The knights were very fast. Two of them rushed to the castle gate and jumped off their horses. They had already jumped onto the suspension bridge and swung their swords at the chains of the suspension bridge. Large amounts of sparks flew out of the rusty chains, and a deep cut was left on it. Then, the two knights turned their swords and slashed at the chains again. Within a breath's time, they had already slashed at the chains 5 to 6 times. Finally, after a series of screeching sounds, the chains holding the suspension bridge were broken in half. Then, the suspension bridge fell to the ground with a loud crash. A few knights who were already prepared rushed up the moment the drawbridge fell. These knights held heavy battering hammers and smashed down on the city gate. Boom! A loud sound was heard. A large amount of dust fell from the gap of the castle gate, and a deep mark immediately appeared on the castle gate. The guard captain's expression changed when he saw that the knights had broken the suspension bridge in just a few moments. If a battle really broke out, it would only take a single sword strike to deal with him. Wasn't this just courting death? However, the situation in front of him did not allow him to refuse. He gritted his teeth and directly ordered, "Release the arrows." Then, he quietly took a step back. If there was anything wrong with his posture, he would immediately turn around and run. Bung, bung, bung. More than a dozen arrows flew out, but the knights didn't even look at them. They knocked the arrows away with their swords. Then, he took out a javelin and threw it directly at the city wall. Before the guards could react, they felt a pain in their chests, and their bodies flew backward. Then, their consciousness fell into endless darkness. What a piece of trash! The attendant spoke coldly when he saw the guard's actions. Suddenly, his expression changed, and then he roared furiously, "You actually dared to flee. Die!" A ray of cold light shot out. The bodyguard captain who had just run a few steps suddenly stiffened and then fell to the ground. A long sword was pulled out of his chest, and blood flowed out. Boom! The castle's wooden gate had been in disrepair for a long time and couldn't withstand such a torment. After a few more hits, it collapsed. Without the gate, the castle was unobstructed. The guard saw that the situation was not good and scattered like birds and beasts. The knights easily rushed in. After rushing into the castle, the knights didn't stop and directly rushed inside. At this moment, the Baron's attendant rushed over again with his men. Both sides didn't show any courtesy when they met. They waved their swords and rushed forward. At this moment, the Baron's attendant in the lead roared. His body suddenly grew by more than 10 centimeters. The clothes on his body were directly torn, revealing dark red scales. Bang! A loud sound of metal clashing was heard. The knight in the lead was directly sent flying. The long sword in his hand had a deep cut. A fallen one. At this time, the others clearly saw the appearance of the Baron's attendant. It was a humanoid monster with dark red scales all over his body. He was tall, about 2.5 meters. There was also a layer of scales on his ferocious face. His eyes were blood red, and there was a sharp horn on his head. There were also some bones growing out of his joints. His body was filled with the smell of blood and sulfur. A demonic human. Damn it, I should have known. Seeing the monster's appearance, Hunter's face changed and his eyes became even colder. A demonic human was simply a fallen one who had sacrificed to the devil. After receiving the power of the devil, this person's strength would increase exponentially and their body would also be demonized. At first, the demonization wouldn't be serious, but as the power of the devil continued to corrode their body would begin to transform into a devil. This transformation from the soul to the body was completely irreversible. At the same time, after receiving the power of the devil, one's personality would change greatly. They would become cruel, bloodthirsty, and chaotic, so very few people would do this. Even if these demonic humans died, they would fall into the bottomless abyss and be sent to the blood pool in the abyss by the river Styx to become a true devil. Everyone be careful. They're demonic humans. Hunter warned and then rushed out with his sword. These demonic humans were blocking the way outside, so there must be something very important inside. What could make them think it was important? Nothing more than sacrificing or summoning a devil. For fallen ones, this was an opportunity to increase their strength. Hunter and the others naturally knew this. The situation was urgent, so Hunter directly used his full strength. The life force in his body was stimulated to the extreme. His sword glowed with a bright light, and a powerful wind pressure swept out. In an instant, he collided with the demonic human. The powerful force caused the tall demonic human to take a step back. Hunter didn't stop there and quickly appeared beside the demonic human. The sharp sword in his hand slashed horizontally. Blood splattered as the demonic human's arm was cut off at the elbow. Intense pain came, and the demonic human's originally bloodshot eyes became crazed. The demonic human's other hand grabbed the sword and slashed at Hunter, but the experienced Hunter had already dodged in advance. His body turned, and he was already on the left side of the demonic human. In the next second, a cold light flashed, and the demonic human's head flew up in an instant. Scorching hot blood spurted out. With full strength, Hunter killed the demonic human in 3 moves. For a moment, the morale of the surrounding knights was greatly boosted. However, the remaining demonic humans were not afraid. Their blood-red eyes were filled with madness, and they roared and rushed forward. The battle became even more intense. In the northern city, Su Lin looked at the boys and girls between the ages of 10 and 16 in front of him and secretly nodded in his heart. This batch of apprentices had recruited about 50. There were nobles, poor people, and even slaves. Of course, these identities were already in the past. They would be the second batch of apprentices of the Northwind Tower. The Northwind Academy that Su Lin had organized had been completed long ago. It was right next to the Sorcerer Tower. Hathaway purposely drew an energy channel from the elemental pool to connect it to the academy. The concentration of elemental energy in the academy was very high. The instructors of the Northwind Academy were still Locke and Andre. Occasionally, Karina, Grace, and Alex would come for a class or two. In addition to learning about sorcery, they were also taught cultural knowledge. Although there were not many instructors in the Northwind Academy, each one of them was very powerful. The weakest of the instructors here was a 4th-rank wizard, and the principal was a legendary wizard. It could be said that in terms of strength, the academy was one of the best in the entire continent. However, strength did not equate to education. The Northwind Academy's education level was probably in the lower middle of the continent. Congratulations! From today onwards, you are all official apprentices of the Northwind Academy. The door to the world of magic has officially opened for you. Su Lin looked at the excited children in front of him and laughed in his heart. Be happy. This might be the most relaxing time you've had since you entered the academy. Among you are poor people, nobles, merchants, and even slaves. These are not important in the academy. There is only one thing to do here, and that is to learn all kinds of sorcery knowledge and become a true wizard. So put away your tempers. Su Lin swept his gaze over the excited crowd. In an instant, they became anxious and fearful. In a while, someone will tell you the rules and regulations of the academy, as well as the punishment if you violate them. I hope you will abide by them. Learning in the Sorcerer Academy is not free. The first year is for the adaptation period, so the academy will bear the cost. However, from the second year onwards, you will have to do missions and earn money to pay for your tuition. You should know that cultivating a wizard is very costly. All kinds of experiments, training, and so on require a lot of resources. You'll have to earn these resources yourself, so work hard. Sulin finished and left the place, leaving the other instructors to explain to them. Sulin, on the other hand, looked at the seniors of these apprentices. The previous batch of apprentices were busy with their work. There was a lot of basic work in the Sorcerer Tower for them to complete. To these apprentices, the instructors were not polite at all. Every day, apart from studying, they also had a lot of work. Their study and work time exceeded 18 hours. In order to make these apprentices energetic, Hathaway specially prepared energy potions for them. Energy potions were free. After drinking a bottle of energy potion, these apprentices would be full of energy and naturally have the energy to work. If it were not for the fact that energy potions could not be taken consecutively, Sulin planned to let these apprentices continue to study. Chapter 502. After walking around the Northwind Tower, it was getting late. Sulin was thinking about who he should talk to tonight about the truth of magic. Hathaway was still in seclusion, and Karina was busy absorbing bloodstones to purify her bloodline. Alex should be in the eagle's nest. That left Phyllis and Chrissy. After thinking for a while, Sulin decided to study with Chris today. When he thought of the succubus, Sulin thought of the two little horns on her head. Compared to the reins, the steering wheel was much better. Besides, the succubus had both the reins and the steering wheel. Phyllis would have to wait until she awakened more of her red dragon bloodline and grew out her dragon horns before she could compete with Chrissy. After making up his mind, Sulin did not waste any more time. He turned around and went to study with Chrissy. An eagle descended from the sky and landed in a remote courtyard in the city. An ordinary-looking young man removed the bamboo tube tied to the eagle's leg and carefully opened it. After examining it, his expression changed slightly. He immediately put the tube back together and hurriedly went to the eagle house to pick the strongest eagle. After tying the bamboo tube properly, he took out some fresh meat and fed it. When the eagle was full, the young man immediately released it. The eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky. After circling in the sky once, it flew in the direction of Northtown City. A group of people in black robes rushed out of the passage. They were all wrapped in black robes. Their eyes were as red as blood, and there was a hint of madness in them. "Stop these people. The ceremony to sacrifice to our master must not be interrupted. Our master will grant us eternal life and power." The people in black robes were completely unafraid of death. They shouted loudly and blocked the path of Hunter and the other knights. There were all kinds of people in this group. Not only were there powerful servants, there were also demon warlocks with strange means. There were also men, women, and children. The only thing they had in common was that they were completely unafraid of death. They were all expressionless and used their lives to stop the knights from approaching. "This is not good. These people are crazy. Be careful." Seeing the frenzied crowd, Hunter, Spencer, and the others were shocked. These people had all worshipped the devil and obtained the devil's power. Their strength varied, but they all had one thing in common. They were not afraid of death. A gloomy and cold aura enveloped the surroundings. This aura was filled with madness, bloodlust, and destruction. It constantly stimulated the wills of these knights. This power suppressed the knights' hearts and imperceptibly weakened their strength. Evil spirit energy, a strange aura swept across, and all of the knights instantly felt a gloomy and cold energy. This energy made their bodies feel heavy, and a chaotic murmur sounded in their ears. It was very uncomfortable. Even though they were warriors with strong wills and had been through hundreds of battles, some of them gradually became confused. "This is the whisper of a demon. Cover your ears." Knight Hunter yelled at the top of his lungs. The roar immediately woke up the confused knights, but the fallen ones would not let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity. They launched an attack one after another. Two knights who had just recovered from their days were hacked to death by the surrounding fallen ones as soon as they raised their heads. Gain! A knight next to him roared and rushed forward. A cold light flashed, and the head of one of the fallen ones was chopped off. The two knights next to him cooperated well and killed a few of the fallen ones around them in an instant. The knight picked Gain up and covered his bleeding wound with one hand. He quickly poured potions into his companion's mouth with the other hand. However, this kind of serious injury could only be healed by a high-grade wizard or a powerful priest. Ordinary potions were useless. Don't waste it. Be careful. Help me give this to Tia. The knight's powerful physique prevented him from dying on the spot. The knight named Guyan grabbed his hand tightly and spoke with great difficulty. After seeing that the knight had agreed to his request, the knight lowered his hand and looked at the mottled amulet in his hand silently. Then he gently placed it on the ground. Don't worry, Gain. I will avenge you. Kill all these sons of bitches. The knight did not have time to be sad. As an elite knight who had experienced hundreds of battles, he had seen too many deaths. However, when he saw his companion die, his heart was still filled with anger and sadness. This was his best friend, who had saved his life twice on the battlefield. His son was only 3 years old. Javelins, crossbows, quick! The fierce battle did not give them any time to be sad. Faced with so many fallen ones, they could only keep fighting. This kind of hall was perfect for arrows and javelins. These fallen ones had nowhere to hide. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Javelins flew out and pierced through the chests of the fallen ones. The small crossbows were activated, and the fine iron arrows pierced through the bodies of the fallen ones. The arrows and javelins turned into shadows, and the fallen ones were killed in an instant. The surrounding knights also put down their crossbows and rushed forward again. Head Knight Hunter took out a potion and poured it into his mouth. A gust of wind element immediately surrounded him, and his body became extremely light. Even his heavy armor became as light as a feather. Gale Potion. It was a powerful magic potion that could slightly increase the user's strength and speed after use. Head Knight Hunter's speed was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye. He shot out like a ghost, and at this moment, he was even faster than the rogues who focused on speed. Blood splattered in the air, and the fallen ones who were not afraid of death fell one after another. All of the enemies were killed in one hit. Quick, charge! The ritual is almost complete. We have to stop them. Spencer waved his sword and rushed forward. The other knights followed closely behind. The knights were very familiar with each other. Their formation was already broken by Head Knight Hunter, and now they were being crushed by the other knights. The whole castle was covered by a cold, evil, and chaotic energy. This energy was constantly affecting the others, and it was constantly attacking the knights' consciousness. The whispers of demons sounded in their ears, and many of the knights showed a painful expression. Head Knight Hunter made a prompt decision. You guys stay outside. Spencer and I will go in. If the two of us can't handle it, you guys run for your lives. You must send a message back. After a round of fighting, the fallen ones were all dead. There was no one in front of them, and they quickly rushed inside. Bang! The gorgeous wooden door was smashed into pieces, and a strong smell of blood filled their noses. That direction, quick! Spencer immediately identified the direction where the smell of blood was coming from. He then pointed at a tunnel not far away. Head Knight Hunter did not stop and quickly rushed into the passage. After another door was smashed, a gloomy altar appeared in front of them. The ground was covered with sticky blood, and the surrounding walls were covered with horrifying paintings. Demons were laughing in the sky, and many fallen ones were offering sacrifices to them. These demons used all kinds of methods to kill the sacrifices and then enjoyed the flesh and blood of the sacrifices. The whole hall was filled with red light. When they entered, a strong smell of negative energy mixed with the smell of sulfur, and the whispers of the demons around them became more serious. On the altar was a pile of human organs, and the two knights frowned. Ha ha ha! You're too late. Master has arrived. Offer your flesh, blood, and soul. become master's food, and I will receive the power and eternal life bestowed upon me by my master. You dogs, I will kill you little by little. And that damn king, I will cut off his flesh and feed it to the dogs. I will take back everything I've lost." A noble laughed crazily. He had a handsome face, and although he looked to be in his 40s, he was still very charming. He was wearing a black priest's robe, and he looked at the altar crazily. A teleportation gate quickly took shape on the altar. The dark red gate looked as if it had been dyed in blood. Immediately after, a ferocious arm covered in scales reached out from a gate. A strong, evil energy instantly covered the whole hall. Even though they were warriors who had been through hundreds of battles, they still felt very depressed when faced with this aura. "Haha, a master has arrived. I am your most loyal servant, Brent. Please grant me great power and eternal life." The middle-aged noble immediately knelt on the altar and prayed crazily. His expression was as if he was on a pilgrimage. "Great master, you will be the master of this world. All enemies will cry at your feet. Ah, master, no." At this time, an ugly head came out of the portal. He waved his arm and grabbed the man's head directly. Then, a large amount of blood and flesh were extracted. The handsome noble in front of him was turned into a corpse in the blink of an eye. The essence of the flesh and blood made the portal expand again, and it became more than 3 meters tall in the blink of an eye. The demon had 2 goat-like horns on its head, and it looked ugly. Only half of its body was exposed, but the 2 knights felt a strong sense of oppression. The portal was more than 3 meters tall, and it was on the verge of collapsing. Seeing this, Hunter rushed forward without hesitation, but it was obviously too late. The demon forced its way out of the portal. "Human, flesh and soul, material plane. Ah, I'm here." Chapter 503. Northern Town. Sulen climbed out of bed energetically after a night of being a knight. The battle last night did not affect him at all. His reputation as the Thunderstorm Spear King was not undeserved. The arrival of the new apprentices made the Northern Wind Tower a little busy. Fortunately, they were already experienced, so it was not a problem for them to deal with it. There was another important matter in Northern Town for the next 2 days, and that was the spring plowing. Northern Town was located in the northern wasteland. Winter was long, and spring came 1 or 2 months later than other provinces. That was why spring plowing only began at this time. As an agricultural country, spring plowing was a very important event. In some countries, the king would personally plow the fields to announce the start of spring plowing. Although Northern Town's event was not as exaggerated, it was still necessary to hold a grand ceremony. With the help of Angela and Annie, Su Luan put on a hunting suit and then rode the Pegasus to the central square with his guards. At this time, the central square was crowded with people. The arrival of spring plowing made the whole city vibrant. Spring plowing was the hope of everyone in Northern Town. It was the lifeblood of the farmers. The grand celebration made Northern Town City look very lively. The caravans from all over the world could feel the joy and prosperity here. The solemn statues, the neat and clean roads, the blooming flowers on both sides of the roads, the beautiful fountains in the parks and squares, and the energetic citizens of Northern Town City. Children were running quickly with simple toys in their hands. A group of dwarves were cheering loudly with wine glasses raised high in the air. Young girls were singing and dancing in the crowd. On the other side of the square, there were many half-elves performing. From time to time, a beautiful magic firework would rise. Powerful warriors wearing excellent armor and weapons could be seen in every corner of the city. There were even drows among these warriors. The merchants who came here were greatly shocked. They followed the crowd and walked on the streets, feeling the prosperity and vitality of the city. As merchants who often traveled to different cities, they were basically knowledgeable. It was not that they had never seen a city that was more prosperous than Northern Town. However, in terms of cleanliness, no city could compare to Northern Town. It wasn't just the streets. Even the commoners in the city were the same. The commoners here were completely different from the commoners they had seen in other places. In other cities, including the capital cities of powerful kingdoms, the commoners were still sickly and dispirited. Their clothes were tattered and emitted a foul smell. Their hair was messy, and there were even lice and other insects crawling around. Their clothes were dirty and messy, and they looked lethargic. Their eyes were apathetic, and there wasn't a hint of vitality in them. The citizens of Northern Town City had completely broken their understanding of the common people. Although their clothes were tattered, they were very clean. Everyone's hair was very clean. They looked very energetic, and there was no smell on them. What surprised them even more was that their eyes were full of hope. They loved life, and they were very supportive of their lord. They were full of vitality. In other cities, very few nobles would allow such a large-scale celebration. Most of them would only celebrate in the noble district. If they were in a good mood, they would give out some black bread to the citizens. That way, they would be praised as a kind lord. Most of them would not even care about the lives of the citizens. This spring plowing celebration was hosted by Su Luan in person. Not only the officials of the Northtown City, but also many caravans that had trade relations with the Northtown City were invited. Of course, there were more merchants who didn't have invitations. The news of Northern Town City building a wizard tower and having a legendary wizard had already spread across the human kingdoms. It had even begun to spread across the entire continent. Many merchants and nobles had heard that Northern Town City was recruiting wizard apprentices. They all hoped that their children could come here to study. Ever since the elemental tide had arrived, the chances of children awakening their wizard talent had obviously increased. As the elemental tide became stronger, more and more children would awaken their wizard talent. Most of the sorcerer organizations on the continent only recruited students once every 10 years. The last time they recruited students was only 3 years ago. Even the most recent recruitment date for a sorcerer academy was 5 years later. Many children who had awakened their potential to become a sorcerer couldn't wait that long. The best time to train a magus was between the ages of 10 to 16. After this time, the difficulty of becoming an official magus would increase by several times. The nobles were not willing to let their children waste this opportunity. At the same time, after the situation in Northern Town City had completely stabilized, many mercenaries and adventurers had started to make a living here. Mercenaries and adventurers sounded nice, and they often appeared in the epic stories told by traveling poets. However, what was the reality? Most of these people were poor. They had no land and no jobs. They were only slightly better off than slaves. When they heard that gold was everywhere in Northern Town City, they all came to make a fortune. Some of them joined the army of Northern Town City and applied to become citizens of the city. Some of them wanted to make a fortune and started to explore the wasteland. In order to become a citizen of Northgard City, one had to accumulate a certain amount of merit points before they could join. As long as they fought bravely on the battlefield, they would be granted citizenship within half a year to a year. Furthermore, they would be rewarded handsomely. The lowest monthly salary for regular soldiers in Northgard City was 1 gold coin. As one's power and position increased, so did their salary. Other than the salary, Northern Town City would also give them land and houses. After they had served for a certain number of years, they could buy these properties for 1/3 of the original price. As long as they worked hard in the army for a few years and did not gamble, these soldiers would become the middle class of Northern Town City. As for the lower-ranking officers, they were already richer than many knights. However, it was not easy to become a soldier in Northern Town City. Sulen had strict requirements for the army. They had to have a clean background and know how to be grateful. Those who were cunning and unruly would not pass the inspection. Sulen did not want to raise a bunch of ungrateful bastards. In the central square of the town, the grand celebration had begun. The entire square had turned into a sea of joy. Sulen had a simple meeting with the nobles and merchants. He then began to enjoy the beautiful dance of the half-elves. Magic fireworks bloomed beautifully in the sky. At this moment, in the distant sky, an eagle quickly flew over. The eagle circled in the sky and landed in a building beside the inner city barracks. A few minutes later, a messenger rushed out. The dance of the half-elves originated from the elves. It was more beautiful than the dance of humans. Sulen was mesmerized by the dance. He had already thought of a few poses in his mind. He was going to try it out with his two maids at night. Before he could decide which pose to use first, a messenger hurried over under the lead of a guard. "Your Majesty, there is an urgent military situation," he said as he handed over a letter. Sulen immediately came back to his senses. He took the letter and began to read it. His expression changed slightly. He said to the officials, "Continue the celebration. Let's go." He then left with the guard. Sulen did not return to the palace. Instead, he went straight to the wizard tower. He found Hathaway, who was reading at the astrology station. "Why are you in such a hurry? What happened?" Seeing Sulen's expression, Hathaway also realized that something big had happened. Traces of demons have been found in Tarbet's province, south of Florence. Sulen handed the letter to Hathaway. "Demons?" Hathaway frowned. "Was it done by the fallen?" "Yes." Sulen nodded. Some nobles were unwilling to lose. They chose to cooperate with the fallen to slaughter the villagers and sacrifice them to summon demons. So far, at least 6 villages have been massacred. Thousands of people have been killed. With so many souls and flesh sacrificed, there's a high chance of summoning a high-grade demon or even a legendary demon. "I need you to help me teleport there." "No problem." Hathaway nodded. "I'll set the coordinates first. You get ready. A legendary demon is not easy to deal with. Do you want to bring a few more people? Or you can give me a coordinate, and I'll open the portal and directly kill the demon with the particle cannon. Get ready. If the demon is not easy to deal with, I'll inform you through telepathy and then open the portal for a super long-range attack." The Northwind Tower could not fly now, and weapons like the particle cannon could only attack in a straight line. The limit of attack on the ground was 50 kilometers. If they wanted to attack a target thousands of kilometers away, they could only open the portal in advance and attack when the enemy locked on in advance. This tactic required Sulen's cooperation to lock on the target's position at close range, open the portal, and then let the high-energy beam from the particle cannon pass through. This kind of high-energy beam would affect the stability of the portal and cause some deviation. It needed to be corrected in advance. If the cooperation was not good, it was easy to miss the target. If the enemy discovered it in advance, it would be easy to avoid, so Sulen also needed to restrict the enemy's movement. Generally, if the enemy was not too difficult to deal with, Sulen would not call for this kind of heavenly justice. Hathaway's teleportation spell was more powerful than Sulen's, but this kind of long-distance teleportation without coordinates would have a lot of errors. It was normal for it to be offset by dozens of kilometers. If they could create the eye of the sky in the future and send it to the sky, they could try to accurately teleport. It was said that in the era of the ancient gods created a rainbow bridge that could connect to any place in the multiverse. No one knew if this legend was true or not. Chapter 504. In the era of the ancient gods, there were many magical things. The rainbow bridge was one of them. It could be used to teleport between planes. It was very powerful, but it disappeared later. "Where's Chris?" "Bring her there," Hathaway said as she calculated the coordinates. "I've already informed her. She'll be here soon," Sulen said. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Chris hurried over. "What's the hurry?" After fighting for half the night, she was planning to sleep in and rest. However, Sulen sent someone to inform her that there was something important. "I just received a message from the embroidered uniform guard. They found someone summoning a demon in the southern provinces of Florence. According to speculation, it's at least a high-level demon. It might even be a legendary demon." "A legendary demon?" Chris was slightly stunned. She was now close to the legendary level and knew how destructive a legendary demon was. She also knew the demon's desire to destroy. If the legendary demon was allowed to move freely, the damage would be shocking. "Then we must hurry over," Chris said. "I've already asked Hathaway to prepare." We'll teleport directly when the time comes, Sulin said. With the help of the Tower Spirit, Hathaway quickly calculated the approximate coordinates of the Southern Tabbets province. She then connected Milky Way to the elemental pool and activated the teleportation portal on the astrology platform. Soon, a powerful energy wave came and a teleportation portal appeared in front of them. Sulin nodded to Hathaway and took Chris directly into the portal. After passing through the portal, Sulin and Chris appeared in midair. To prevent the teleportation from reaching the bottom line, Hathaway set the coordinates at a high altitude, so the two were directly teleported into midair. Sulin had expected this. With a flash of light, the two floated in midair. Sulin looked around and soon saw a city about a dozen kilometers away from them. Let's enter the city first. There should be a stronghold of the embroidered uniform guard in the city. Let them scout for information and find the demon, Sulin said. Then let's go. The two of them weren't slow. After about 10 minutes, they appeared near the city. They didn't enter through the city gate. Sulin and the other man used invisibility to descend from the sky. The stronghold of the embroidered uniform guards was very hidden. However, they would report to the higher-ups after establishing a stronghold. Sulin had already checked the information before coming, so he naturally knew the location of the embroidered uniform guards. After observing for a while in the air, Sulin quickly found the location of the embroidered uniform guards base. He then brought Chris directly to the embroidered uniform guards base. Who's there? As Sulin and Roland removed their invisibility spell, the embroidered uniform guards in the stronghold immediately noticed them. You're quite vigilant. Sulin nodded at the few Imperial secret guards who rushed over. Your Majesty? After seeing Sulin's appearance clearly, one of the embroidered uniform guards turned pale with fright. Then, he reacted and prepared a salute. All right, there's no time for you to bow. Where's the information you've gathered about that demon? Report to me first. Sulin waved his hand and stopped them. The embroidered uniform guard hesitated for a moment before saying, Your Majesty has just received news that the demon that appeared this time is very likely to be at the legendary level. Just yesterday, Night Hunter's team encountered that demon. If not for the timely arrival of the priests and paladins of the temple, they would have been completely wiped out. In the end, after paying a heavy price, the knights and the priests retreated. Where's that demon now? Sulin asked. The latest news is that the demon went south after leaving Brent Castle. Since yesterday, priests and paladins of the temple have been constantly sending reinforcements. That demon hasn't caused much damage. The embroidered uniform guard quickly relayed the news. Sulin nodded, then said, Who is familiar with the terrain here? Come with me. This legendary demon is a bomb in the material world. We have to get rid of him as soon as possible. Kurud, come here. The embroidered uniform guard waved his hand. A young man with a thin and weak body and an ordinary appearance walked forward. However, his eyes were extremely lively. Your Majesty, this is Kurud, a rogue. He's good at gathering information. He's very familiar with the terrain around Harvest City. Yes, Your Majesty, I'm familiar with the surroundings, the skinny young man said with a fawning expression. All right, it's you. We'll go now. You lead the way. Sulin didn't stop. With a flash of light, the three figures instantly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already outside the city. Kurud was shocked when he saw the completely different scenery around him. He was even more in awe of His Majesty. Kurud, what do you think we should do next? Sulin looked around and asked. Your Majesty, that demon went to a town in the south. We'll follow this road. After passing through 2 villages, we'll head west. Kurud said quickly. All right, let's go. With a gentle wave of his hand, a gust of wind blew and lifted the 3 of them up. Then, they quickly flew into the distance. In order to deal with the demon and save magic power, Sulin used the power of the Wind Dragon Flag. Now, Sulin could completely control the Wind Dragon Flag. According to the grade, this Wind Dragon Flag was also a legendary creation. This legendary item was a group battle type. The lightning storm it came with could easily destroy an army. The attack range was very wide. Of course, This legendary item also had its shortcomings. If the attack range was large, the power would be reduced. The single target attack power was average. However, for Sulin, this wasn't a problem at all. He could deal with single target attacks by himself. If he really couldn't, he could summon Hathaway to attack from a distance. What he lacked was a large-scale attack spell. It was the skill to clear the field in the game. After the buff of Fly, the three of them were very fast. They didn't have to dodge or take a detour in the sky. So, under Kurud's guidance, the three of them quickly flew forward. Let's go back one day. In the southern plains, in a dark forest, a small group of mysterious people in black robes was moving forward quickly. They were strong and had cold faces. There was also some negative energy surrounding them. These mysterious people had smeared some special spices on their bodies. The mosquitoes and animals in the forest stayed away from them. Soon, this group of people arrived at an abandoned altar. "High Priest, everyone is here," a black-robed person said respectfully. Soon, the crowd separated to the left and right. A figure covered in a cloak walked out. She reached out and took off her cloak. A curvaceous body appeared. The loose robe couldn't hide her charm. Her slender waist was tied with a white belt, forming an amazing arc. This woman's face was extremely beautiful. Her face was sharp, and her chin went down to her white neck. On the top of her head, there were two sharp protrusions that looked like a pair of small horns. She wore an extremely gorgeous and sexy priest robe under the cloak. The priest robe had a slit at the waist, revealing her beautiful white legs. But the people around her didn't dare to look. "That Brent has succeeded in summoning the demon?" "Yes, Your Excellency, High Priest." "What's the reaction of the temple?" "The temple has sent priests and paladins to deal with it." The priestess nodded. "How's our manpower?" "It's all ready," a black-robed person said. Then he hesitated. "Your Excellency, High Priest, the demon summoned this time is a legendary demon. Our operation this time will be greatly affected." "Humph," the coquettish priestess snorted. "It's just a demon that likes to kill and destroy. With the temples dealing with him, he won't have time to pay attention to us. And a legendary demon will be even more powerful. As long as we succeed, I can immediately advance to legendary. Do it. When he's weakened, we'll immediately use the altar to seize his power." More than a dozen black-robed people scattered in all directions. It seemed like they were beginning to prepare. The priestess in the lead led the others to the area around the altar. While the others were busy, the priestess looked into the distance. In her eyes, there was a strange light. There was a desire, a sense of awe and fear. But soon, her eyes became determined. The elemental tide has begun. A new era has arrived. As the high priest of the Church of the Soul Snatchers, I must succeed this time. A group of temple knights was running quickly in the wilderness. The horses under them were already panting and sweating. But the knights had no intention of slowing down. Instead, they sped up and whipped their mounts. If this continued, the horses would be crippled. "Han, how far are we?" the knight in the lead asked. "Soon. It's in a small town ahead. We have to get there as soon as possible." This time, those rats summoned a legendary demon. "We paid a great price to keep him here." "Those damn rats. Don't let me catch them. Otherwise, I'll send them to the gallows." Knight Hunter was the one who found out about this. He tracked Baron Brent to his castle. By the time he broke in, that damned bastard had already completed the summoning ritual and sacrificed thousands of people to the summoning ritual. When this mission is over, I'll teach those nobles a lesson. Also, we have to keep an eye on the other nobles. We don't have to do anything. That king won't let them go. He's known for his ruthlessness. He's also very powerful, and it's said that he has a legendary wizard as his wife. Those nobles are going to be in trouble this time. The knight gloated. Chapter 505. Southern Plains, Blue Lake Town. Blue Lake Town was a famous wealthy town in the Southern Plains. The land was fertile, the climate was pleasant, and there was a large lake next to the town. The lake water was clear and sparkling, and it looked like a huge sapphire from afar. Hence the name Blue Lake and the town was also called Blue Lake City. Because the town was located on the lakeside, there was plenty of water, and there was a bumper harvest every year. The Blue Lake was rich in fish, and the production of all kinds of aquatic product was high. The taxes of this town were comparable to a small city. But now, this famous town in the south had fallen into a sea of fire. In the center of the town, a tall demon covered in flames was wantonly destroying everything. Around him, more than a dozen warriors and priests were constantly attacking him. Divine spells fell from the sky onto the fiend's body, but the power of these divine spells was limited. Flame Whip. A flaming whip suddenly flew out and instantly entangled a temple knight. The priests and paladins around launched attacks one after another, trying to force the demon to dodge. However, the demon roared, "Order! Intimidate!" A strong light flashed from the demon, and then quickly swept across the battlefield. The people besieging the demon suddenly felt their minds go blank, and their bodies involuntarily stagnated for a moment. Taking advantage of the gap, the Baylor waved his arm, and the flame whip instantly tightened. He directly pulled the entangled warrior over, and with the other hand, he held a huge beheading sword and instantly slashed. Blood splattered everywhere, and with a scream, the temple paladin was cut in two by the beheading sword. After the fiend finished the beheading, he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. He brandished the beheading sword and slashed at the nearest paladin. Holy impact! Purify evil! Protect evil! Rays of light flew out as the demon's attack pierced through the many magic barriers and continued to sweep towards the temple knight. The temple knight who was attacked swung his sword horizontally. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard as he was sent flying and crashed into a nearby wall. Just as he was about to follow up with another attack, a dozen divine spells attacked him. Although none of the priests, temple knights, or paladins had reached the legendary rank, the demon's power was suppressed in the main material plane. He didn't want to face these attacks head-on, so he could only give up. Summon the devil. Evil light flickered as a powerful evil aura erupted from the demon's body. In the next second, several figures appeared out of thin air. It was the 4 Vrock demons. As soon as these Vrocks appeared, they charged towards the temple knights. They were already having a hard time dealing with the Vrocks, and with the addition of 4 Vrocks, the situation became even more dangerous. At this critical moment, 4 rays of divine light descended from the sky and instantly hit the 4 flow demons. Expel! The messy sound of hooves could be heard as a dozen clerics rushed over, their faces covered in dust. Seeing that the situation was critical, he immediately cast a spell to provide support. As the 4 divine lights descended, the aggressive stone Vrock froze and began to fade away as the world rejected them. The Vrock struggled to stay in the prime material plane, but they couldn't resist the repulsive force and were sent back to the abyss in the blink of an eye. The slight advantage that they had just gained was instantly nullified. More importantly, the temple's reinforcements had arrived. The temple's members, who were barely holding on, had their strength doubled after the reinforcements arrived. What was even more precarious was that the situation had instantly stabilized. The battle was in a stalemate once again. A powerful evil force came from afar. Su Luan sensed this force from afar. This evil force, full of death, slaughter, and chaos, was constantly destroying the surroundings. The chaotic and intense energy fluctuations came from afar. Su Luan didn't directly use a transmission spell to go there. After putting Kuru down, he and Chrissy sped up and flew there. When Su Luan arrived at the battlefield, he found that the situation was out of his expectations. On the battlefield, a powerful Baylor was roaring in anger. The entire battlefield had turned into a sea of fire. The Baylor and the fire deity had some similarities. Their true forms were like monsters that were burning with raging flames all over their bodies. Their flesh and blood had been transformed into elements. Wherever the Baylor passed by, it would soon become dry land. Along the way, the Baylor left withered and cracked wounds on the ground. This was the damage and interference caused by its own power to the material plane. Where it invaded, The fertile land would become permanently barren, and the evil force would pollute the land. To put it bluntly, if it wasn't expelled or killed as soon as possible, it could completely turn the surrounding land into a dry and barren abyss. Balor, legendary demon, large demon life, interdimensional creature, chaos, interdimensional, evil, divine creature, challenge rating, 21. A high-level demon from the abyss. He was very familiar with the evil, destruction, slaughter, and chaos aura. It was very similar to the evil gods and ancient abominations. The abyss was an extremely chaotic and evil place. There are many types of demons here. New species of demons were born almost every day. This was the embodiment of the evil and chaos of the multiverse. It was completely opposite to the good and orderly planes like Mountain Paradise. The original ruler of the abyss was the Orbis demons. These Orbis demons were born directly from the origin of chaos and destruction. They were also the first natives of the abyss. They were the descendants of the chaos demons and had once ruled the abyss for a long time. However, although these Orbis demons were powerful, their numbers were far less than the number of demons today. In the war with the Order Ancient Gods, the Orbis demons had always been suppressed, until one day, the Orbis demons discover humans. Before the order of the multiverse was perfected, many lost human souls would enter the abyss. The Orbis demons were very interested in human souls, so they used their chaotic power to transform these souls and finally created the second generation of demons, the Tana Reed demons. However, compared to the Orbis demons, the Tana Reed demons were weak. The Orbis demons used these Tana Reed demons as cannon fodder and slaves. However, as time passed, the number of Tana Reed demons increased, and their strength gradually increased. In the end, the Tana Reed demons killed the Orbis demons and became the new rulers of the abyss. Now, many demon lords in the abyss were also Tana Reed demons. The Balor demons were the strongest of the Tana Reed demons. They inherited the power of chaos and fire. Even in the abyss, the Balor demons were second only to the demon lords. They were also one of the few high-level demons born with divinity. This monster was one of the most powerful demons in the abyss. If they were in the abyss, with the bonus of the abyss power, their challenge rating would reach level 26. If it were not for the suppression of energy and the suppression of the power of the plane, this Balor demon would have killed all the temple knights, priests, and paladins. In the ruins, there was a huge monster that was burning with raging flames. It had a pair of demon horns and a pair of wide demon wings on its back. However, it was basically useless in this narrow underground ruin. The Balor demon was more than 12 feet tall and weighed more than 5,000 pounds. It held a huge abyssal beheading sword in its hand, which was burning with flames. The Balor demon was also a high-level demon that could fight with 2 weapons. Its other weapon was the level +3 abyssal flame whip. However, at this time, the Balor demon did not seem to be having a good time. There were more than 20 clerics attacking it. At the same time, these clerics cooperated with each other and used their energy to form pale golden chains that wrapped around the Balor demon. These chains wrapped around the Balor demon's arms, wings, and legs. Under the Balor demon's struggle, the chains kept breaking, but soon, new chains were condensed. The clerics wanted to forcibly seal the Balor demon. The clerics looked miserable. Many of them had burns on their bodies. Compared to the Balor demon, these clerics looked exhausted. If they continued to fight, they would be in danger. Seeing this, Sulin did not continue to watch. Powerful thunder energy gushed out of his body, and the storm halberd surrounded by endless thunder energy appeared in his hand. Damn mortals! The Balor demon roared, and the pale golden chains that bound its body instantly tightened. The flames on the Balor demon's body burst out in an instant. A powerful evil energy swept across, and the originally tight golden chains collapsed under this power. Seeing the collapsed chains, the clerics' faces changed drastically. They wanted to bind the Balor demon again, But these clerics who were almost out of energy had no time to repair the chains. A flaming whip more than 10 meters long swept towards them with a whistling wind. The exhausted clergy were unable to resist and were about to be killed. At this time, there was a thunderclap in the sky. Dazzling lightning flashed, and a figure wrapped in countless lightning bolts appeared in the path of the flame whip. Su Luan had no intention of dodging, and directly brandished the storm halberd to hack at the flame whip. Pale blue lightning appeared. The flame whip was directly knocked away. The power of the flame on it dimmed instantly and then gradually extinguished. Chapter 506. The Baylor flicked its wrist and put away the flame whip. Its eyes were fixed on Sulen. It was very cautious of Sullen's sudden appearance. A demigod from the material plane? No, you're a human. The Baylor felt the divine power on Sullen's body, and there was a look of greed in its eyes. Divinity was very important to them. If they wanted to become a demon lord, they couldn't do without it. Originally, the Baylor came to the roof of the material plane to plunder a batch of souls and flesh. It didn't expect to meet a human with divinity. This was a delicious meal delivered to its door. In the previous confrontation, neither side used their full strength. It could only be regarded as a test. The Baylor in front of him wanted to snatch Sullen's divinity, but Sulen also wanted to snatch his divinity. Sulen would never complain about having too much divinity. Although the Baylor was suppressed by the power of the plane, its challenge level was as high as 21. If the paladins, priests, and paladins did not rely on divine power to suppress it, they would have been wiped out long ago. But even so, they had paid a heavy price. More than half of them were killed or injured. However, although the Baylor's strength was not bad, it was still far from Sullen's. If it was in the abyss, the Baylor could use its full strength to fight a few rounds with Sulen. Now that it was in the material plane, it was even less of a match. However, to prevent the Baylor from discovering Sullen's true strength and escaping back to the abyss, Sulen still had to hide his strength. He would give the Baylor a surprise after it had completely sealed the surrounding space. Baylor, since you're here, stay. Get out of the way. This is not a battle you can interfere in, Sulen said to the clerics. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind came, and the flame whips came with endless flames. The characteristics of demons made them naturally irritable and impatient. After seeing the divinity on Su Luan's body, they directly attacked and made up their minds to rob Su Luan's divinity. Crack! With a thunderous sound, the storm halberd blocked the flame whip. However, just as Sulen blocked the flame whip, the Baylor's other hand swung the giant beheading sword at Sulen fiercely. A shrill sound of wind was heard as the huge beheading sword slashed towards Su Luan with scorching flames. The heat it carried could melt steel. Su Luan's figure flashed, and he instantly dodged this attack. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the place where Sulen had been standing just a moment ago became a big pit with flames. Fire! Just as it dodged the attack, the Baylor suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Mind control. The Baylor is, and he's. There was an inexplicable whisper in Sullen's heart, and an evil force attacked his brain. However, as soon as it appeared, Sulen directly drove it out. Sullen's will was easily immune to this attack. Without being affected at all, Sulen turned over and landed on the ground. The Baylor's expression seemed to be a little incredulous. After seeing that Sulen was not affected, it became even angrier. It roared and swung the beheading sword again. Bang! There was a loud sound of metal clashing. Sullen's storm halberd swept and easily blocked the beheading sword. Sulen did not just take a beating without fighting back. After blocking the beheading sword, Sullen's arm waved, and the storm halberd drew a circle and quickly slashed at the Baylor's head. The sharp halberd blade carried endless lightning, causing the Baylor's body to feel a slight sting. Thundercut! The dazzling lightning instantly slashed. The Baylor's body turned, and the beheading sword in its hand was thrown. Dang! The lightning flashed, and the powerful force swung the beheading sword. Sullen's wrist turned, and the storm halberd quickly slashed again. Dang! Dang! Continuous collisions sounded, and the tall Baylor was beaten back by Su Lin. The Baylor felt the power from the beheading sword and looked at Su Lin in shock. The human in front of it was actually stronger than it. After realizing that it could not take advantage of Su Lin, the Baylor's body flashed, and it wanted to use spell-like power to get rid of Su Lin. Space imprisonment. Su Lin released the spell that he had been preparing for a long time. The space was instantly locked, and the teleportation spell lost its effect. The teleportation light on the Baylor's body dissipated before it could rise. Su Lin sneered. He came here to kill this Baylor. How could he give it a chance to escape? The Baylor's face was filled with disbelief. It flapped its wings, trying to get away. At the same time, it released several spells towards Su Lin. Law, intimidate, evil aura, blasphemy. Continuous aura flashed from the Baylor's body, but whether it was law, intimidate, or evil aura, they quickly dissipated after touching Su Lin. Su Lin was directly immune to these two spells. The Baylor's mouth quickly uttered ancient blasphemy. This evil language had powerful magic, and the surrounding air was filled with evil power. Su Lin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body, causing his body to involuntarily twist. Seeing the effect of the spell, the flames in the Baylor's eyes rose, and it rushed towards Su Lin in the next second. The beheading greatsword in its hand slashed towards him with a shrill sound, as if it wanted to cut Su Lin in two. Thunder Domain. Dazzling lightning burst out from Sullen's body, and the endless power of thunder and lightning filled the space around him. The evil power in his body was instantly purified. Seeing the Baylor rushing toward him, Sullen's body flashed, and he directly rushed toward it. Bang! The lightning and flames collided, and the loud roar shook the ears of the people around. The Baylor couldn't help but take a step back. The lightning on Sullen's body skyrocketed, and a thundercloud appeared in the sky. Countless lightning flashed in the thundercloud. With Sullen's attack, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit the storm battle halberd in his hand. The weapon that was originally surrounded by lightning seemed to have completely turned into a bolt of lightning at this moment. Streaks of light quickly lit up one after another. Greater haste, dragon strength, greater bear's tenacity, exposed weakness, greater fox's cunning, greater eagle's glory. All troops cheer. With more than a dozen spells on his body, Su Lin waved the storm battle halberd and directly slashed toward the Baylor's waist. Clang, clang, clang. The Baylor waved its huge sword like a windmill, constantly blocking. However, after every block, its tall figure would take a step back. The flames on its body continued to rise, and its face became more and more angry. Under a series of attacks, the Baylor's body retreated more than a dozen meters, and there were a lot of wounds on its body. Even the hand holding the beheading sword trembled slightly, and lightning constantly flashed on its body. Thunder's fury. The lightning in the sky gathered in Sullen's hand, and an amazing energy burst out in an instant. Sullen's body appeared beside the Baylor in an instant, and then the storm battle halberd with the power of thunder fiercely slashed toward the Baylor. The Baylor, who had just recovered, felt the amazing power on the storm battle halberd, and a chill rose in its heart. A sense of crisis appeared in its mind. Without hesitation, the Baylor held the beheading sword in one hand and the sword in the other hand to block in front of it. Rumble. The violent impact resounded through the earth. The Baylor's tall body flew out directly. With a bang, it completely destroyed a burning house. The beheading sword in its hand was hit dozens of meters away, and a deep scar appeared on the beheading sword. Blood splattered, and a deep wound appeared on the Baylor's chest. Demon blood gushed out. The blood was like gasoline, and it immediately burned when it fell to the ground. Just as Su Lin and the Baylor were fighting in a forest not far from this battlefield, a group of black-robed people were busy quickly. This is a godsend opportunity. The Baylor is dying. Get ready. The beautiful woman's eyes flashed with surprise. Your Excellency, what about the human? He is too strong, and it is likely to affect our plan. A black-robed man next to her reminded. He is the king of the kingdom of Florence. Don't worry about him. As long as we successfully seize the power of the Baylor, he is nothing to be afraid of. The high priest shook his head and said, Your Excellency, it is still too risky to do it now. The black-robed man next to her said, Risk? What is not risky to do? How long have we been preparing? It has been decades. This is the best opportunity. If we miss it, we may not have such a chance again. The high priest suddenly turned around, and his gorgeous expression became cold and ruthless. A flash of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Act now, the high priest said coldly. Yes. The black-robed people around him were shocked. They did not dare to look at him and quickly lowered their heads. Soon, these black-robed people finished their preparations. At the same time, the Baylor was just sent flying by Sulen. The high priest's eyes were cold, and he directly ordered, Do it. With the order, a flash of light instantly rose from the runic circle. The next second, the flash of light rushed into the sky, crossed a distance of thousands of meters, and instantly hit the Baylor on the ground. The Baylor, who was about to get up, suddenly froze, and then he struggled frantically. At this time, the high priest also stood on a runic circle. A strange flash of light rose and flew directly toward the Baylor. Chapter 507. Sulen was dumbfounded. Just now, when he was about to kill the Baylor in front of him, a flash of light fell from the sky and turned into silver chains that trapped the Baylor. Before he could recover, another red light descended. The Baylor struggled to break free from the shackles. The silver chain was constantly broken, but it would recover in the next second. The red light fell, and the power of the Baylor was quickly extracted. *T, someone wants to kill me. Seeing the red light, Sulen's first reaction was to kill the Baylor. Just as he was about to do it, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The red light was seizing the power of the Baylor. This situation suddenly reminded him of an organization, the Church of the Soul Snatchers. The Soul Snatcher Church was also an evil cult. However, this cult was very different from other evil cults. The fallen and the followers of evil gods sacrificed evil gods and demons in exchange for power. However, although the Soul Snatcher Church also sacrificed evil gods and demons, their goal wasn't the power bestowed by evil gods. Their goal was to seize all the power owned by the evil gods or demons. Compared to the evil gods, these people of the Church of the Soul Snatchers were crazier. Usually, they would disguise themselves as fallen or evil gods and lure ordinary people to fall and make them believe in evil gods or demons. They were hidden in the dark, but they were constantly making small moves in the dark. The origin of the Church of the Soul Snatchers was said to date back to the era before the Arcane Empire. Some arcanists wanted to seize the power of the gods and developed various methods. Later, a great arcanist invented the spell of ascension. Later, he tried to become a god, but he was directly blown up by the divine power and all kinds of information. After this incident, many arcanists gave up on researching ways to seize the power of the gods. However, there were also some who believed that the reason why the investiture of the gods failed was because the human body could not withstand so much divine power. Those people wanted to increase the strength of the human body so that the human body could contain more divine power. However, they soon discovered that there was a limit to the improvement of the physical body, and the further they improved, the more difficult it became. Moreover, even if they improved to the limit, the human body could not contain the power of so many gods. Later on, some people proposed to seize the power of evil gods or demons. Later on, because of some turmoil, this sect disappeared. Of course, it was said that they had disappeared without a trace. In fact, these people had just hidden themselves even deeper. Spirit snatching had succeeded in history, but the side effects were huge. Evil gods and demons were different from humans. They had a strong negative energy. Many times, they would directly degenerate into evil gods or demons. Sulin knew about this cult because he had found it in Hathaway's library some time ago. Sulin did not know how the Soul Snatcher Church had managed to steal the Baylor's power, but he figured it had something to do with the sacrifices they had made. The Baylor was probably the work of the Soul Snatcher Church. A cold light flashed in Sulin's eyes. These people dared to steal the Soul Snatcher Church's power. Chris, Sulin called the little succubus through the telepathic link. Master, I'm here. Chris's voice came. Come with me to take care of those guys who are here to take advantage of the situation. It didn't take long for Sulin to find the location of those people on the map. His figure flashed and appeared beside Chrissy. Although Sulin was furious that the Soul Snatchers had come to steal his kill, it was also an opportunity. Perhaps he could get a lot of benefits this time. Let's go. Sulin grabbed Chris's hand, and a flash of light rose from them. The next second, the two of them appeared above a runic circle. Who is it? The energy fluctuations of the teleportation spell immediately alerted the Soul Snatchers below. They immediately shouted when Sulin and Chris appeared. Sulin ignored them and turned his head to look at the coquettish priestess who was standing in another rune circle and preparing to absorb the power of the Baylor. This power is familiar. This is the power of a demon. As expected, the demon's descent this time is caused by you Soul Snatchers. Sulin immediately sensed the aura of these people. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Group charm. The Soul Snatchers who were about to attack suddenly froze. They then looked at Chris with mesmerized eyes. Evil spirit. Blasphemous word. At that moment, two evil forces appeared in an instant. Lightning flashed on Sulin's body, dispelling the evil force field around him. The priestess that had been standing in the other runic array also disappeared. Hathaway's group charm hadn't been able to control her. A dark shadow suddenly flew over. Sulin's figure disappeared in an instant, and then appeared near the priestess. Ambush! Eat my spear! The dazzling lightning suddenly released a powerful force and pierced through the priestess' body. Endless lightning exploded from her body. The priestess' body stiffened. The negative energy in her body was instantly purified by the lightning. Countless indistinct evil spirits entangled together flew out of her body. At the same time, her beautiful face quickly aged. Her body quickly lost water and life force. In just a few seconds, she turned into an old woman with dry and coarse skin and an old face. This was her original appearance. Her previous appearance was just a forced transformation with the help of magic. After the evil energy in her body was purified, she instantly returned to her original appearance. After losing her magic and being severely injured, her life came to an end. Her body tilted and fell to the ground. Chris, quickly! Sulin put away his storm war halberd and pulled Chris to the altar where the priestess had been standing. Quickly stand there and absorb the power, Sulin said, pointing at the runic circle. Okay. Chris naturally saw the energy contained in it. Without hesitation, her body flashed and instantly stood on it. By the way, order the disciples of the Soul Snatchers to cast spells with all their might and trap the Baylor. Chris could no longer speak at this time. She could only nod to show that she understood and absorbed the power of the Baylor with all her might. Baylors and succubi were both Tana demons. Although they had chosen different directions during the evolution process, their energy was essentially the same. The energy of the Baylor might be a drug to humans. Absorbing it would turn a human into a demon, but it was a good tonic for demons. Chris absorbed the energy of the Baylor without any discomfort at all. Sulin did not stay there. With a flash of light, he appeared near the Baylor again. At this time, the Baylor looked a little miserable. In the battle just now, it was injured by Sulin and then ambushed by the Soul Snatchers. Countless chains wrapped around it, making it unable to break free. Now, the energy in its body was constantly being extracted. If this continued, it would be the time of its death when all the energy in its body was taken away. However, the chains had suddenly broken, allowing the Baylor to grab them a few times. In order to survive, the Baylor erupted with a strong will to live. It grabbed the many chains wrapped around its body and tried to tear them all apart. But at that moment, a playful voice came from the sky. "Still want to run?" In the next second, Sullen's figure instantly rushed down, the storm war halberd in his hand, sweeping over with boundless lightning, knocking the Baylor back. In order to let Chris absorb the energy of the Baylor, Sulin did not kill it. With Sulin blocking it, the Baylor had lost all hope of escaping. Under the extraction of the soul-snatching circle, its energy was constantly being absorbed. With Sullen's protection, the soul-snatching circle operated quickly, constantly extracting the energy of the Baylor and sending it into Chris's body. As the energy absorbed increased, Chris's aura became stronger and stronger. She was originally a Class 4 elite succubus, but now she quickly reached the peak. A lot of energy was needed to break through to the legend rank, but it was not a problem for Chris at all. A legend rank Baylor was more than enough for her to advance. Soon, more and more energy was extracted. As the Baylor's energy decreased, the soul-snatching circle's energy absorption speed also increased. Finally, a powerful energy was extracted, and the flames on the Baylor's body disappeared. Its original legend rank aura also completely dissipated. At the same time, Chris's stagnant aura began to rise again. This time, she directly broke through the shackles of the legend rank and became a legend rank demon. After becoming a legend rank demon, Chris's strength did not stop. Instead, it continued to increase, but the speed of increase became even slower. Finally, the energy of the Baylor was completely drained by the soul-snatching circle, and Chris absorbed all the energy. After losing all its energy, the Baylor's life came to an end. The countless silver chains that originally bound it turned into specks of light at this moment, and the Baylor was blown by the wind and turned into a pile of ashes, leaving only the beheading sword and flame whip. A breeze blew, and the beheading sword and flame whip flew directly into Sullen's hands. As a legend-rank demon, the weapons used by the Baylor were naturally not ordinary. The main material of the beheading sword was abyss magic steel, while the flame whip was made of abyss magic steel mixed with the tendons of the abyssal fire lizard. Although the two items were not legend rank, the materials were very good. The main reason was that the abyssal demon's craftsmanship was too rough. If these things were given to Hathaway, together with some other materials, it would not be difficult for them to become legend rank equipment. It just so happened that Chris still lacked a weapon to advance to legend rank. Chapter 508. With the death of the Baylor, the chaos had come to an end. However, there was still a lot of work to be done. Blue Lake Town had been destroyed, and it needed to be rebuilt. Other than the residents who had been killed by the Baylor, many had escaped to the surrounding wilderness. The town needed to be rebuilt, and the refugees needed to be settled as soon as possible. At the same time, because of the destruction of the Baylor, a large part of the farmland here was destroyed and needed to be replanted in time. The destroyed farmland also needed to be purified of evil energy. There were a lot of things to do. In addition to these, Sulin also had to summon the paladins and give them rewards. After all, when the Baylor was raging, these people helped stop him and reduced Florence's losses. As soon as the battle was over, Sulin found these people. At this time, there were less than 20 paladins left, and all of them were injured. After Sulin came here, he directly used physical healing to treat these people's injuries. The effect of physical healing was very good. Except for a few who were seriously injured, the injuries of the others were almost healed. Even the rest were fine. Sulin expressed his gratitude to these paladins and priests and promised to give rewards. The rewards for those who died in the battle will be doubled. Then he found a relatively intact house in Blue Lake Town for them to live in. Among these paladins, except for 2 who had recovered and went back to report to the paladin, the others lived here for the time being. After arranging these people, Sulin went to check on Chrissy. Chrissy, who had just completed her advancement, had not yet controlled her power. Through the spirit-devouring array, she could at most seize about 80% of the energy. Chrissy had 80% of the Baler's power. Not only the power, but also the divinity of the Baler. Divinity was different from other energies. Chrissy did not directly absorb it now. There was still a lot of residual consciousness of the Baler on it. If she absorbed it directly, it was very likely that the Baler would take the opportunity to resurrect. This kind of thing was not unprecedented. In the multiverse, many gods have been resurrected through various methods. Chrissy was not a legendary demon before. Once she engaged in a battle of wills, the consequences would be very dangerous. So the best way was to temporarily seal this divinity. After she fully adapted to her own energy, she would try to absorb it slowly. The Baler had a total of 7 points of divinity. If he had a little more, he would have been able to advance to a demon lord. But now all of this divinity had been obtained by Chris. Sulin took out a magic staff and used the power of thunder to seal all the divinity of the Baler in one place. Endless power of thunder entered Chrissy's body and then continuously squeezed the divinity of the Baler. This process was very painful, and the taste of thunder and lightning was not pleasant. However, the little succubus often enjoyed the treatment of plasma cannons, so her resistance to thunder and lightning had obviously increased. In addition, Sullen's lightning was not an attack. Although it was uncomfortable, it was still bearable. Soon, the Baler's divinity was all squeezed into one place. Then, a dozen lightning chains separated from Sullen's body and completely sealed the divinity. With a flash of lightning, a lightning rune appeared on Chris's arm. After all, the power seized by the spirit-devouring circle was not from her own cultivation. It would take some time to digest and master it. At the same time, the Baler's power had a lot of negative will, which Chris had to remove by herself. After Chris completed her advancement, Sulin looked around at the people of the Church of Soul Snatchers. These people were still under Chris's control. The charm of a legendary succubus was very powerful. Sulin did not plan to kill these people for the time being. They might be useful in the future. He ordered these people to pack up and then let them return to Harvest City to wait for orders. After checking that there were no fish that had escaped the net, Sulin left with Chris. After returning to Harvest City, Sulin asked the Imperial Guard to pass on his orders and then directed the City Hall to start the post-disaster reconstruction work. This time, the Baler's energy was sucked out by the spirit-devouring circle. Sulin did not get any experience, legendary skill points, or soul crystals from it. In the end, he only got a gold treasure chest and some experience from the people of the Church of Soul Snatchers. If Chris did not successfully become a legendary, it would be a big loss. Without the Baler's interference, the post-disaster reconstruction work went very smoothly. The nobles around all contributed money and manpower. The news of Sullen's appearance was heard by the nobles the next day. Some of them wanted to curry favor with Sulin, but they did not dare to neglect his orders. The first batch of supplies was quickly prepared. Then, Sulin notified San Felto City and asked Phyllis to send some officials over. At the same time, he also began to settle the score for the Baler incident. This time, it was not just Baron Brent who was involved, but he was the most unlucky one. With his strength alone, there was no way for him to carry out such a legendary demon summoning ritual. Of course, the Church of the Soul Reaver was involved in this, but many of the nobles around Harvest City were also involved. During this time, Su Luan had ordered the Imperial Secret Service to collect all kinds of information. Although the Imperial Secret Service was not good at war, they were experts at collecting information. The nobles thought that they were doing things secretly, but in reality, the Imperial Secret Service had already investigated everything. After the investigation was completed, the people from San Felto City arrived and began to investigate the nobles. With the help of this demon incident, Sulin began to make a move on the nobles in the southern plains. After the last rebellion, Sulin wanted to clean up the area. However, considering that the nobles in the southern plains were already frightened at the time, if he was too aggressive, the nobles would very likely submit to the surrounding countries. At that time, it was very likely that the civil war would escalate into a war between Florence and several other countries. At that time, even if Sulin won, the southern provinces of the kingdom would be completely destroyed. Even the northern provinces that had just settled down would be in chaos again, so Sulin did not think too much about it. Now, with the demon incident caused by Baron Brent, it gave him a very good excuse. Of course, this incident was more to weaken the local noble's strength and increase his control over the south. Sulin currently lacked a large number of experienced grassroots officials. Although the academy in San Felto City had been training them, there was still a shortage of manpower. It would take at least 3 months for the basic officers to be trained. After that, they would need to go to prison for political studies. Only after passing all of that could they take up their posts. Many of these people were former members of the aristocracy. After all, in this era, the literacy rate of the aristocracy was the highest. Ordinary people could not even write their own names. Sulin was very clear about the morals of these nobles. All kinds of corruption, bending the law for personal gain, there was nothing they did not dare to do. However, at this time, they could not be used. Therefore, Sulin stipulated that those who had not gone through political studies in prison were not qualified to work in the council hall. They were not even allowed to be grassroots officials. There was a lot of food in Harvest City, so there was no pressure to use it to provide relief to the victims. This time, because of the Baylor's arrival, at least a dozen villages were destroyed, and 3 towns were severely damaged. Although the death toll had not been calculated, it was estimated to be 5,000 to 6,000 people. The number of people who escaped into the wild was estimated to be more than twice the number of people who died. If so many people were only given food, it would be a complete waste. Moreover, they had nothing to do, so it was easy for them to become a social danger. They would lose their jobs, lose their property, and have nothing to do. If the nobles were in charge, the crime rate here would skyrocket, and even more serious things would happen. Sulin planned to use the method of providing relief with work. This method had been proven very effective in his previous life. It just so happened that Harvest City had not been renovated yet. The city was dirty and messy, and the demons had destroyed a lot of farmland, so these people were needed to repair it. Of course, although the method of providing relief with work was good, it also had some disadvantages. That was, it consumed a lot of resources and money. Fortunately, Harvest City had enough food, so there was no need to worry. As for money, Sulin planned to replace it with farmland. This time, many people had died, so a lot of land had become ownerless. Sulin planned to give these lands to the victims as a reward. At the same time, many nobles had died in this incident, so their property was not a small amount. It was just right to use it as a reward. Basically, Sulin did not need to pay extra money to complete the renovation of Harvest City and the restoration of the destroyed towns. In order to repair the land destroyed by the Baylor demon, Sulin found the Church of Harvest City. The priests of the Church of the Goddess of Nature were willing to help Sulin purify the polluted land and make it fertile again. In exchange, Sulin had to pay a price. Money was the most basic. Sulin expressed his support for them to develop their faith among the victims. After every disaster, the souls of the survivors would be greatly damaged. This was a very good time to develop their faith. They could easily gain a lot of believers, and many of these believers would become devout believers, which was very important for a church. Of course, the other churches would not let go of this opportunity. Sulin would not stop them, nor would he support them. After all, a single church was not a good thing. But even so, the Church of the Goddess of Nature had a big advantage. Baylors and fire elemental elders were not popular in the material world. The main reason was that the land they passed through would become dry and barren. If it was a fire deity or a fire elemental lord, the consequences would be even worse. The best way was to use water, elemental magic, and the power of nature to repair it. Of course, wizards also had ways to do it, but the effect was not as good as others. P.S. Thank you book friends God_state, Little Newbie, Dimension Stone, and other book friends for their tips. Thank you to Rotson for the 1,500 coins tip. Chapter 509. Harvest City had always been known as a rich city in the southern provinces. After the order was given, Sulin quickly gathered enough food. With enough food, the relief work could begin. Sulin had already sent people to set up temporary camps outside the city for the refugees to live in. All the refugees were organized into groups of 100 people. At the same time, the soldiers in Harvest City were sent to maintain law and order. A large number of people gathered together would cause a lot of problems. The most important thing was epidemic prevention. The number of casualties had already reached 5,000, and many of the corpses were not buried in time. In order to prevent the epidemic, Sulin had initiated a sanitation and epidemic prevention measure. In this era, disinfection methods were limited. Sulin could only use lime water to clean up. All the camps, including the city, were sprayed with lime water. At the same time, all the refugees were required to take a bath and disinfect their clothes. For Sulin's requirements, both the nobles and the civilians didn't understand. However, rumors about Sulin's obsession with cleanliness quickly spread. In addition to the refugees, Sulin also had strict requirements for the residents of Harvest City. No one was allowed to dump garbage anywhere. All garbage had to be sent to the garbage disposal station on every street. At the same time, the slums in Harvest City began to be demolished. Originally, Sulin wanted to see if anyone would take the initiative to jump out and make an example out of them. However, in the end, those gangsters cooperated with Sulin's orders without any intention of going against him. For those gangs, Sulin's deterrence was terrifyingly high. Since he began the urban transformation plan in Xianxia City, more than a dozen cities had been transformed during this period. Many of the gangs wanted to resist, but they were all suppressed without exception. All the leaders were beheaded directly, and the rest were punished to become slaves and perform various kinds of labor. Those gangsters were already scared by his cruel methods. When they heard that Sulin wanted to reorganize the city, they immediately took the initiative to cooperate. They were afraid that if they were a step slower, they would be beheaded. At the same time, under Sulin's oppressive rule, rumors about him were everywhere. Some said that he liked to eat human flesh, especially women and children. The evidence was that Sulin's caravans would buy a large number of female slaves and children. In fact, this was to balance the population of North City. Some said that Sulin was favored by the devil, so he could build a city in the wasteland in just a few years. Some said that he had signed a contract with an evil dragon, and the dragon gave him power, allowing him to command a large number of flying dragons. The flying dragons in North City was the evidence. Anyway, these rumors were demonizing him in North City. After the barbarians appeared in North City, there were rumors that there were a large number of lunatics and gays in North City. Sulin didn't know how they came to this conclusion. After the drows appeared, many people with bad intentions swore that Sulin had a huge harem. It was full of seductive female drows. Every day, he had to sleep with 10 women at night before he could fall asleep. He also enslaved a large number of half-elves. There were countless half-elven beauties in his palace for him to mess around with. Sulin completely scoffed at this statement. These people were obviously talking nonsense. Harem? 10 women at night? These didn't exist at all. How many people did he have in his harem? And what about having 10 women in a night? At most, he only had 6 women, okay? Then where were the extra 4 women? You'd better make it up to me, or I'll sue you for slander. Sulin sternly denied these rumors, but unfortunately, the effect was limited. The slums in Harvest City had been demolished, and the area needed to be reorganized. At the same time, the slums were hired again to work. Sulin felt that the number of refugees outside the city was not enough. With the addition of the slums, the surrounding projects could start. It was not easy to manage these people. There were not many qualified officials in Harvest City, and the ones in Xianxia City were not enough. Sulin was having a headache finding some managers. Master, I have a way to solve your current problem. Just when Sulin was having a headache, Chris hugged Sulin from the side and said, the pair of bulges in front of her chest were tightly pressed against his body, which felt like a heavy weight on a human breast. What way? Sulin forced his attention away from his back and said with a hoarse voice, "You know the followers of the Church of the Soul Snatchers under my command, right?" Crazy's delicate red lips were close to Sullen's ear, and her breath was like orchids. "I know, what about them?" Her breath tickled his ear, and he couldn't help but move a little. Seeing Sullen's little movement, Crazy's beautiful big eyes rolled. She stuck out her small little tongue and licked his earlobe. Then she said, "The followers of the Church of the Soul Snatchers are literate, and they're quite knowledgeable. They're definitely qualified to be basic managers. Now that they're following my orders, Master, you can let them manage the refugees." Sulin suddenly felt a warm feeling in his ear, and a ball of fire rose in his heart. The Soul Snatchers? Don't turn the refugees into evil cultists. Don't worry, I'm here. They'll listen to me. Crazy raised her little head proudly. All right, I'll leave it to you. Sulin nodded and agreed. But what? Crazy hugged Sullen's neck and put her little head on his shoulder. Sulin suddenly stood up, stretched out his arms, and stuffed the little succubus into his arms. "But you'll have to help me vent my anger first." As he said that, he carried the little succubus into the room next door. With the help of Crazy Soul Reapers, the relief work outside of Harvest City had officially begun. A large number of disaster victims were sent to different places to work. Soon, the disaster victims outside of Harvest City were redistributed. The ruins of the destroyed town were cleaned up, and a new city was built on the spot. The poor were also organized. A large number of fields outside the city were destroyed, and the poor were sent to replant seeds. The land that was destroyed by the Balers was slowly repaired with the help of the priests of the goddess of nature. One had to admit that the Soul Snatchers under Crazy's command were very capable. The tasks that Sulin assigned were all completed. After some observation, Sulin found that these people were not only good, but also more knowledgeable than the nobles. The education they received was also very good. Even the evil cultists had such high standards these days. After the relief work was on the right track, Sulin began to deal with the nobles. This time, Baron Brent's problem was very serious. Sulin didn't trust the nobles. They were like ticking time bombs, and no one knew when they would explode. Next, Sulin carried out a mandatory inspection of the nobles according to the information given by the Imperial Secret Service. It was easy to find a lot of people who were in cahoots with the Fallen and the Evil God's followers. The Evil God's followers and the Fallen loved to deal with the nobles. Although most of these nobles' ancestors were heroes, after hundreds and thousands of years of reproduction, a large number of nobles had long fallen. The dark side of the city was basically deliberately indulged by these nobles. The various gangs were actually the nobles' black gloves, responsible for dealing with some things that were inconvenient for the nobles to deal with. These are basically the unspoken rules of the nobles. Many nobles lived an extravagant and luxurious life. After enjoying all kinds of luxuries, they began to pursue more exciting things. Many evil cultists used this as an excuse to lure the nobles. There were also some nobles who wanted to obtain great power, extend their lives, or restore their youth. These nobles were full and had begun to pursue pleasure. This was also why so many nobles cooperated with the evil cultists and gave them protection. These foolish nobles even naively thought that the evil cultists could only rely on them and be at their mercy. Little did they know that in the eyes of the evil cultists, these nobles were the real fools. After a search by Sulin, a large number of nobles were quickly caught. However, most of the evil cultists and fallen ones behind these nobles escaped. Even the main members were not caught. For those foolish nobles, Sulin directly physically destroyed them and sent the rest of the family members to the northern wasteland. These nobles had reproduced for dozens of generations, hundreds of thousands of years. If they were all killed, the other nobles would feel sorry for them. If they were spared, they would rise again in a few years. Therefore, Sulin directly uprooted them and sent them all to the northern wasteland. The northern wasteland was thousands of miles away from here, and it was desolate and uninhabited. The construction of a new city required a lot of manpower. They did not know anyone in the Duchy of Bayfone, so the connections of these nobles were directly destroyed. Compared to the poor, Many of these nobles were educated. After some political reform, they could even be used as grassroots officials. A noble family had at least a few dozen people, and at most a few hundred people. In the past, these people would gather together and listen to the orders of the head of the family. Now that their titles were gone and their whole families were sent away, power, status, and money were all gone. These nobles did not need Sulin to do anything. Sulin did not need to worry about these nobles getting together and causing trouble. Once they arrived at the northern wasteland, according to the management system of the city, these nobles would be quickly digested and absorbed. In addition to these nobles, Sulin also found a lot of fallen ones among these nobles. After receiving the power of evil gods or demons, the negative emotions in their hearts were magnified. Sulin did not even need to do anything. These people would directly jump out and jump out. In the end, they were easily suppressed by the imperial guards and the army. In order to maintain the stability of Harvest City, Phyllis specially sent over 1,000 soldiers. With Sulin and Chris in charge, these nobles could not do anything. Chapter 510. After becoming a legendary succubus, Crazy's strength had increased a lot. Now, when she used charm at full power, even Sulin was shocked. In addition to her original ability, Crazy also mastered the power of fire. This power naturally came from the Balrog. She could add fire to her weapons. Sulin tested the power of these magic flames and found that they were no worse than those of the Balrog. At the same time, she also learned many fire spells. In addition to these, Crazy also awakened the blasphemous language. The blasphemous language was a power that spread among demons. It was the power of the oldest evil god, and one of the abilities that the gods of the evil camp were good at. This was the most ancient blasphemous language. Only some powerful and evil beings with divinity could master this ability. Otherwise, they could only master the lower level of the blasphemous language. Not long ago, when Sulin killed the priestess of the Church of the Soul Snatchers, she used the blasphemous language. However, the power of the blasphemous language was limited to Sulin. Sulin resisted it directly. Some priests who were favored by the gods also had this ability, but what they mastered was the word of truth. If one could become the chosen one or the favored one of the gods, they would be able to become the gods' chosen ones. This ability could be upgraded to the holy word. Under normal circumstances, the blasphemous language and the blasphemous language could only be bestowed by a powerful demon or evil god, whether it was a demon, a devil, or an evil god. An evil sacrificial ceremony was required. If it was a demon, it was simple. They could just kill brainlessly as long as there was enough blood and chaos. Just like Brent, who killed thousands of people to perform the sacrificial ceremony. If it was a devil, then a simple bloody massacre would not satisfy them. They liked all kinds of conspiracies and betrayals, especially those melodramatic dramas where relatives plotted against each other and killed each other. For example, the fight for the inheritance of nobles. The son killed the father. The younger brother killed the elder brother. Conspiracies and betrayals were the devil's favorite. Of course, they could also choose other evil gods. After all, there were still many evil gods in the lower planes. They could be obtained by offering sacrifices to please them. For example, if Chris wanted to obtain this ability, she would have to offer a sacrifice to the succubus queen and please her. As the most dangerous and beautiful bitch in the bottomless abyss, she had mastered the divine concepts of lust, depravity, promiscuity, and so on. The more unreasonable a joyous ritual was, the easier it would be to gain her pleasure and rewards. Simply put, holding a large-scale feast would be enough to gain her rewards. Of course, this was only the most basic level. After all, as the succubus queen, what kind of extravaganza had she not played before? She was known as the biggest chicken coop in the multiverse. Not only did they receive humanoid creatures, but they also received other creatures. This kind of pleasing activity was held every once in a while, and each time, it was more and more excessive. Therefore, in the beginning, they might be able to complete it. However, after a few times, the difficulty would increase. Moreover, this kind of ability bestowed by the evil gods came with a price. Although it could increase their strength, it would also cause them to fall into the control of the evil gods. For example, the glorious nun of the succubus queen. Although these legendary succubi were strong, they were basically completely controlled by the succubus queen and could not resist at all. The blasphemy language that Chris obtained was different. She obtained it by absorbing the power of the Baylor. It was equivalent to awakening on her own and was not restricted by other evil gods at all. She could now be said to have escaped the control of the succubus queen. She had also obtained divinity now. If she could absorb all the divinity of the Baylor, her power would become even stronger. The divinity of the Baylor was the power of slaughter, destruction, and chaos. It was not easy for Chris to fully master it. After all, the succubus was better at lust, depravity, and promiscuity. For a long time, Chris's strength would continue to grow until she completely integrated the divinity of the Baylor. Sulin only gained experience and a gold treasure chest in this battle. He opened the gold treasure chest and heard the familiar prompt of the system. Congratulations, you have obtained the item magic gem X3. 3 high-quality magic gems were worth about 30,000 kinar. For this kind of spellcasting material, Sulin did not mind too much. These things had always been used in battles and experiments. All kinds of magic gems produced in the underground world were basically stored in the wizard tower for their use. While Sulin was investigating the nobles in Harvest City, the old city renovation plan was also in progress. The former slums were completely flattened. After the land was flattened, they began to build according to the design that had been prepared long ago. The first thing to be built was still the housing. The housing style was uniform. All of them were 3-story buildings. This kind of house was not difficult to build and save the land. At the same time, the first floor of the house could be used as a shop. In addition to the houses, Sulin also asked to build a prison and a college. He was going to build a college in Harvest City to train more grassroots officials. The teachers in the college were selected by Sulin from the nobles who were about to be exiled. These people needed to go through ideological and political education before they could become teachers. After everything else was on track, Sulin's investigation of the nobles became faster and faster. This time, about half of the nobles in Harvest City would be stripped of their titles and confiscated of their land. Not to mention other things, just the land was enough to make people speechless. 80% of the farmland around Harvest City belonged to the nobles. This time, the confiscated land took up more than 30% of the total land in Harvest City. Sulin did not plan to keep this much land. He planned to use some of it as salary. For the poor, if they had to choose between money and land, they would usually choose land. Very few people would choose money. After Sulin announced that the compensation for this work would be land, no matter if it was the refugees or the poor, they all worked hard. Even the commoners in Harvest City were jealous of Sulin's practice of using farmland as compensation. The farmland confiscated from the nobles were all good farmland. The land was fertile and there was plenty of water around. Basically, there would be a bumper harvest every year. This kind of farmland used to be monopolized by the nobles. Now that it was being used as compensation, the refugees and the poor all wanted to get their hands on it. In this era, there was still a big difference between good farmland and normal farmland. Farmland that was close to a water source was good farmland. On the other hand, farmland that lacked water source was poor farmland. After all, there was no pump in this world that could pump water to irrigate farmland. A group of priests under the protection of 2 groups of knights came to a desolate land. Sulin looked at the land. The surrounding land was more or less green, but the land here was yellow. There was not a single plant on the ground. Sulin grabbed a handful of soil, and the yellow sand slipped through his fingers. It was obvious that the land here had been severely damaged. This was the trace left behind by the Baylor. Sulin threw down the sand and said, "Mr. Michel, I'll leave this place to you. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will definitely restore this place to its original state." Pastor Mr. promised. Pastor Mr. was the bishop of the Nature Church in Harvest City. His position was second only to the Archbishop of Sanfelto City. After discussing the details with Su Lin, he began to restore the land. Bishop Michel and a few other priests began to pray. Soon, a powerful force of nature descended from the sky. With the appearance of this force of nature, the evil energy on the originally deserted land was dispelled. The land also changed from desertification to soil. Green grass grew out of the soil. Soon, this desolate and withered land became fertile farmland. Su Lin looked at the land and said in surprise, "The Nature Church's force of nature is indeed powerful. It can make deserted land fertile again." Michel shook his head and said, "Using divine power to change the natural environment is not the best way. I can turn this place into a desert mainly because the damage to the farmland here is not serious. As long as the residual power of the Baylor is removed, it can be restored with magic. But if it is a naturally formed desert, it will be very difficult to restore it with this method. The restoration effect is only temporary. Once the divine power dissipates and the surrounding environment does not change, this land will quickly become a desert again." Michel shook his head and said, "Many big druids have been working hard to restore the damage caused by the ancient war. In ancient times, the Arcane Kingdom and the Gods of Order broke out in a war that affected dozens of planes. Some planes even became barren and dead because of this war. Sullen's plane was also seriously damaged. Just like the Sea of Death in the center of the continent, it spread for thousands of miles and there was almost no life. Because of the war, the magic in that area was chaotic. All kinds of sandstorms and tornadoes often appeared. There were even many dangerous mutant creatures. The goddess of nature and the big druids had been trying to restore the damage on the land and restore vitality. However, the effect was very poor. After thousands of years, they had only shrunk the desert of death a little. Of course, with the efforts of the druids and the goddess of nature, some small oases had appeared in the Sea of Death. These oases were scattered in the Sea of Death, forming a trade route that ran through the Sea of Death. Of course, this trade route did not go deep into the Sea of Death. It was said that there were many ancient ruins buried in the Sea of Death. There were immeasurable wealth and methods to make people stronger. Every year, a large number of adventurers risked their lives to go to the Sea of Death. Chapter 511. The Church of the Goddess of Nature hated those who destroyed the balance of nature. Many wizards' experiments would cause some damage to the natural environment, so the relationship between the Temple of Nature and the wizards had always been bad. The Druids and the Church of Nature also had many different schools. For example, the Druids of the School of Balance cared about the balance between other creatures and nature. These Druids would carefully maintain the balance of nature so that it would not be broken. If a kind of animal or plant became a disaster and posed a great threat to other species, they would eliminate it, regardless of whether it was good or evil. The Druids of this school were stubborn and had their own principles. They were difficult to communicate with and hated wizards the most. They had a theory called the balance of the biological world. They even believed that if the human population was too large, it would affect the balance of nature. If it was not limited, it would lead to serious consequences. The solution was to limit the population. It was said that they also used many methods to limit the population, including war, disease, starvation, and so on. If it was not for the fact that there were no Thanos gloves in this world, Su Lin doubted that they would make one. With a snap of the finger, the problem was solved reasonably, fairly, and quickly. These Druids of the School of Balance were absolutely neutral, so their actions were incomprehensible to others. The wild Druids worshipped nature, but they paid more attention to animals. The Druids of this school were proficient in transformation and could transform into various animals. The most basic Druids could transform into werewolves. The more powerful ones could transform into giant bears, petrifying lizards, pterosaurs, and so on. As the name suggested, the Guardian School was proficient in protection spells. There was also the School of Nature. The druids of this school were the most respected. They were also the ones who repaired the damage of nature for decades. At the same time, the druids of this school could summon the spirits of nature. The spirits of nature would help them in battle. The druids of this school were also proficient in potions and identifying herbs. The school of nature had the power of druids, second only to the druid order. The race with the highest percentage of druids was half-elves. Of course, it used to be elves, but after the elves returned to the elf forest, it was rare to see elven druids. Other races could also give birth to druids. It was said that there were even drows who joined the druid order. Regarding this special situation, one should not be too surprised. After all, in every race, there would always be a few people who did not belong to the majority. For example, the succubus paladins, the drows who believed in the Dark Maiden, the Death Knights who believed in the Lord of Dawn, and so on. The demon paladins were also known as the Children of Hell. To put it simply, they were a group of people who lived in the darkness but yearned for the light. A group of people who yearned for salvation. Born in the evil lower planes, they yearned for redemption and return to the light, but their fates were often very tragic. Very few gods would accept these demons. The upper planes would not accept them, and the lower planes would view them as traitors. The Children of Hell rarely survived. Most of the Children of Hell fell back into the darkness, or died rather miserably. Some of the luckier ones turned to the neutral camp and finally lived a life that was neither good nor bad, but was rather bumpy. Out of 100 awakened Children of Hell, only one would survive. Sulen remembered a succubus who fell in love with an angel and decided to become a saint samurai. He had to admit that this was a great mockery to the succubus queen. A succubus who controlled lust actually fell in love with an angel. There was also such a person among the drows. Chui Haizi, also known as Chui San, was born in a family of drows who believed in the Queen of Spiders. After betraying the Queen of Spiders, it was incredible that he could still live well. Sulen did not have any opinions about these druids, and wizards should indeed protect the environment from magic experiments. Those harmful experiments must be carried out in an absolutely isolated area. Pollution leaks, which directly caused the surrounding dozens of kilometers to become uninhabitable, were absolutely forbidden. After all, the material world was the foundation of human life. If there was pollution everywhere, how could ordinary people survive? Without ordinary people as the foundation, no matter how powerful a sect was, it would decline. After all, only with a sufficient population base could it provide all kinds of resources and talents. However, there were always some sorcerer organizations that didn't understand this logic. Among them, the Dark Sorcerer organizations were the most prominent. However, the Dark Sorcerer organizations had gradually been eliminated by other sorcerers. Now, the Dark Sorcerer organizations were basically getting weaker and weaker. Su Luan stayed in Harvest City for a month, and the most important thing he did was to check on the nobles. After spending a month, all the nobles with problems were cleaned out. Su Luan only emptied the treasury of these nobles. It had to be said that these nobles were worthy of being called the accumulation of tens of generations, hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Each and every one of them was filthy rich. All kinds of gold coins and gems were piled up like mountains. There were also manors, castles, shops, mines, workshops, and so on. If all of them were converted, it would be tens of millions of kinnar. In addition to these assets, Sulen also found a lot of precious magic materials, many of which even Sulen did not have. He had to admit that these southern nobles were really rich. It made him want to rob the rest of the nobles as well. But fortunately, he didn't lose his mind. Even so, the remaining nobles were all frightened and treading on thin ice. During this time, they couldn't be more obedient, so Su Lun couldn't find an excuse to attack them. For this reason, he regretted for a long time. Su Lun did not directly sell the manors, shops, mines, and workshops that he confiscated. If he sold so many assets in a short period of time, it would cause the price to drop. If that happened, he would be the one to lose. Those merchants would not buy at a high price just because he was the king. Sulin kept the best manors and castles, and gave the rest to the nobles as rewards. Sulin also kept the best shops and gave them to the caravans in Northtown. Sulin gave the rest of his shops to the Imperial Secret Service. The Imperial Secret Service's intelligence network was too expensive. Sulin allowed the Imperial Secret Service to set up a stronghold and set up shops to raise funds. The advantage of doing this was that they could hide themselves better. At the same time, they would have more channels to gather information. A part of the profits from these shops would be given to the Imperial Secret Service as subsidies, and the rest would be stored in the stronghold. At the same time, Sulin also left some shops for the local town hall. These shops were for the town hall to set up some daily necessities, shops to stabilize the price of goods. This way, the price of goods would not be controlled by those profiteers. Sulin had been in Harvest City for a month now, so he knew a lot about the city. In the past, the nobles and merchants here would often work together to lower the price of food during the harvest season. Then, when there was a shortage of food, they would raise the price. In this way, ordinary civilians would have their flesh cut off twice. If they were even more unscrupulous, items such as salt and cloth would be cut off once more. Therefore, although this city was called Harvest City, the commoners' lives were not good. It was not uncommon for the farmers to suffer when there was a good harvest. Of course, Sulin would not let those profiteers get away with it. Therefore, he planned to let the town hall come out and give them the lowest price for food. At the same time, he would set up a granary here to store food and sell it at a low price during the shortage of food. Sulin learned this from his previous life. In his previous life, there was a system like this in ancient times. Chongping Granary was specifically built for this purpose. However, no matter how good the system was, it still needed people to follow the rules. Unfortunately, there are not many people who could do it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many fire dragons burning granaries and ghost soldiers borrowing food. Even in his previous life, when modern information was so perfect, there were still people who took risks out of desperation. Sulin naturally did not trust the integrity of the officials. Therefore, he ordered all the officials to go to the prison every 6 months for ideological and political studies. At the same time, Sulin also ordered the Imperial Guards to supervise them. In order to make this system work properly, Sulin put in a lot of effort. Harvest City was the first southern city that Sulin renovated. It could be said that it was a benchmark, so he had to do it to the best of his ability. In addition to these, the mines that were confiscated from the nobles would be returned to the royal family. There were many types of mines, and many of them would produce some magic materials. Some of them would be sent to the northern city, and the rest would be sold to the royal family. Chris, Hathaway, Alex, Phyllis, Karina, and his half-elf maid would all have a share. As for the workshops, Sulin was going to sell them to the merchants. If these workshops were handed over to the town hall, the output and expenditure would not be proportional. The town hall would also become bloated, so it was better to hand them over to the merchants. Of course, they would have to abide by the laws of the Kingdom of Florence and pay taxes according to the rules. In the past, these workshops were in the hands of the nobles, and those nobles had never paid taxes. Since Sulin ascended to the throne, he had arranged people to perfect the legal system of the Kingdom of Florence. Before this, the Kingdom of Florence did not have a perfect set of laws. A lot of times, it depended on the preferences of the nobles. Of course, this state was not good. A proper set of laws would make it easier to govern the country. This time, Sulin had obtained a lot of wealth in Harvest City, but it would take a while before he could cash it all out. He directly took away about 8 million kinder, and there were still about 1 million kinder left. Sulin handed these over to the Imperial Guard in Harvest City. The Imperial Guard stronghold in Harvest City had been upgraded by Sulin, and the money would be used to build the strongholds of the Imperial Guard in other southern cities. Sulin and Chris left Harvest City together. After his investigation, Harvest City was completely under his control. All the things that needed to be done were arranged. The rest of the officials only needed to follow Sulin's plan and build the stronghold. Chapter 512. North City, Royal Palace. When the morning sun shone into the room, Sulin woke up from his sleep and carefully moved the arms and legs around him away. Sulin got out of bed quietly. Last night, to celebrate Sulin's return and Crazy's advancement to legendary, Sulin, Crazy, Hathaway, Alex, Phyllis, Xanthi, and Karina, as well as 2 half-elf maids, held a celebration ceremony. Last night, Sulin's thunder and lightning spear was like a dragon, killing Crazy and making her throw away her armor. For the first time, he achieved 8 consecutive kills. But even so, he was still too short of the legendary 10 women in a night. He didn't know when the author, that single dog, would make up for it. Sigh. This time, Sulin brought back Kinur, but he hadn't sent it to the treasury yet. He planned to send it there later and take a look at his mount, the little female dragon. Speaking of which, ever since he tamed the little female dragon, Sulin hadn't ridden her even once. This mount was simply too incompetent. After a simple breakfast, Sulin walked directly to the Wizard Tower. At this time, the Wizard Tower was much more crowded than before. The apprentices of the Northwind Academy were also in the Wizard Tower for classes. The Northwind Academy was still under construction. Sulin walked through the hall and arrived at the treasury of the Northwind Tower. The treasury of the Northwind Tower was heavily guarded. Not only was there the tower spirit, Milky Way, guarding it, but there were also 2 steel golems. There were also obsidian golems standing in the corridor. Every 10 meters or so, there were 2 obsidian golems. These obsidian golems were actually obsidian golems. If anything happened, these obsidian golems would wake up immediately. Soon, Sulin arrived at the door of the treasury. Milky Way, open the door of the treasury. Sulin shouted. Milky Way received. Confirming permission. Permission granted. A beam of spiritual light swept over Sulin's body. This spiritual light could detect Sulin's body shape, appearance, bones, and pupils. The door would only open after everyone had passed. In fact, this method of detection was not perfect. The tower spirit in the secret realm used a more powerful soul detection, which could detect a person's soul fluctuations. After all, there were ways to change one's appearance and bones, but not soul fluctuations. Everyone's soul was different, and everyone had completely different soul fluctuations. This kind of detection method couldn't be faked, and it was very safe. The Northwind Tower hadn't installed this technology yet. After all, it wasn't easy to detect one's soul. Hathaway was already researching this problem. Permission granted. Opening the door to the treasury. Please wait a moment. Soon, a wave of energy rippled out, and the heavy door of the treasury slowly opened. The dazzling golden light flickered, and the light reflected by the large amount of gold blinded Sulin for a moment. After quickly regaining his vision, he saw the pile of gold that looked like a small mountain, and on the mountain of gold, there was a ferocious-looking, dark red beast sleeping soundly. Sulin walked into the treasury, and the red dragon Onyxia's nose subconsciously sniffed. As if it was a familiar smell, the red dragon Onyxia didn't wake up. She was still sleeping soundly, and there was even a trace of sparkling liquid at the corner of her mouth. Sulin looked at the little female dragon expressionlessly and went directly to the other side of the treasury. He opened a storage space and cleared out all the gold inside. Sulin's series of actions didn't wake the little female dragon. This red dragon was sleeping soundly on a large pile of gold and seemed to have sensed some movement. Her body subconsciously grabbed the gold with her claws, and at the same time, she muttered to herself, "Mine, this gold is all mine, and that Sulin, just you wait. When I become an adult, I will hang you up and whip you every day." Hee hee. The little female dragon seemed to have dreamt something that made her excited, and she laughed out loud in her dream. Sulin's mouth couldn't help but twitch after hearing this. It seemed that he had been too relaxed with her recently, and she finally spoke her mind in her dream. "Humph." Sulin sneered. His body flashed, and a trace of coldness appeared in the surrounding air. In the next second, countless ice fog appeared, and before the little female dragon Onyxia could react, her entire head was frozen. Bang! Who is it? How dare you sneak attack the great Lava King and disturb my beautiful dream? I'm going to... The moment the Crimson Dragon was frozen, she immediately woke up. After a shiver, she broke the ice in an instant. The Crimson Dragon, who was disturbed from her beautiful dream, roared angrily and wanted to teach the guy who dared to sneak attack her a lesson. But after seeing Su Lin standing in front of her, her anger disappeared in an instant, and her roaring throat seemed to be stuck at this moment. Speak, continue speaking. What are you going to do to me? Su Lin said expressionlessly, his cold eyes sweeping across the red dragon's body. I will lift you up and spread your wings to fly. The red dragon Xianxia quickly said, trying to please him. Her mountain-like body also crouched down, looking very obedient. Her expression seemed to be saying, I am a good baby. Is that so? Then who is it that said to hang you up and whip you? Su Lin glanced at her and said. Hearing Sullen's words, the red dragon Xianxia broke out in cold sweat. How did her master know the scene in her dream? Was he so powerful that he could peek into other people's dreams? The red dragon didn't have time to think. She immediately said loudly, Who is it? How dare you be so unreasonable? Master, tell me who it is, and I will capture him immediately for you to punish. The red dragon said righteously. If it weren't for the obvious red dragon characteristics on her body, Su Lin would have thought that she was a gold dragon. Speaking of which, Su Lin also liked gold royals very much. His whole body was shining with gold, which was the standard of a nouveau riche. Su Lin sized up the red dragon in front of him. How long had it been? She had actually learned to lie through her teeth, to keep a low profile, and to follow her heart. This was unbelievable. Red dragons were arrogant by nature and didn't know how to be humble at all. They were all like iron-headed dolls. Now, this little female dragon was enlightened. If she was given enough time to grow, she might also become a famous evil dragon in the multiverse. According to the relevant data and statistics, the red dragons and white dragons had the highest rate of premature death in the multiverse. The white dragons died because of their strength, while the red dragons died because of their arrogance. When they didn't have the strength to roam around, they would rob in a high-profile manner. Those adventurers liked this kind of dragon the most. As long as they were careful, they could get the title of a dragon slayer. Why not? Don't pretend. I'm talking about you. Su Lin said coldly. Just now, you said everything in your heart in your dream. Impossible. I want the dragon mother Tiamat to swear that I definitely didn't say anything. The little female dragon said immediately. Humph, Su Lin didn't say anything. To be honest, the dragon's belief in Tiamat was basically just words. Some dragons didn't even bother to mention it verbally. One could imagine how credible this oath was. Also, I've been here for half a day, and you've been sleeping. Is this how you guard my treasure? Su Lin deliberately emphasized the word me. That. The little female dragon was a little hesitant. I'm almost an adult now. I'll be a little sleepy during this period. Also, Master, didn't you say that my original wealth still belongs to me? You remember this very clearly? Su Lin said with a cold smile. During the time you were guarding the treasure, a lot of gold was lost. As the guard of the treasure, you didn't fulfill your duty, so your gold was confiscated. Ah! The little female dragon's body instantly straightened up. Master, you can't do this. That's the wealth I've painstakingly accumulated for decades. You're bullying a dragon. That voice was miserable and mournful. It was as if one would cry when one heard it. However, Su Lin didn't have any reaction at all. Are you done crying? Are you done? After crying for a while and seeing that Su Lin didn't have any reaction, the little female dragon finally stopped her performance. Then let's go, Su Lin said, and was about to turn and leave. With a flash of light, the little red dragon's huge body disappeared, and a beautiful girl with red hair and an enchanting figure appeared in front of him. Master, where are we going? Didn't you say you were going to carry me and spread your wings and fly high? Su Lin looked back at her and said, I'll give you a chance to show off. Onyxvia hung her head and followed Sulin out of the treasure trove dejectedly. When she thought of her gold being gone, the little female dragon couldn't wait to spit out a mouthful of dragon's breath. However, when she thought of the difference in strength between the two sides, she could only stare weakly at Sulin. That expression made her look like a punching bag. Then Sulin let the little female dragon take him to the sky. The red dragon's huge body was very conspicuous. Although she wasn't an adult yet, as the largest red dragon among the 5 color dragons, she was now 14 meters long. When she spread her wings, she covered the sky and the sun. Sulin rode on the little female dragon's back and flew quickly in the sky. There was a burst of cheers in Northtown City below. In their eyes, their lord had become a legendary dragon knight. With such a powerful lord protecting them, these people felt deeply honored. Giant dragons were indeed a very strong deterrent in this era. There were too few ways for humans to deal with giant dragons. After flying for a while on the little red dragon, Sulin also discovered that the ballista's power was really limited against giant dragons. Using a ballista to attack a giant dragon was like using a rifle to attack an airplane. The success rate was too low. Moreover, compared to an airplane, giant dragons were more than one level more agile. Weapons like the ballista could only hit pterosaurs or other Euron. For real giant dragons, the threat was very limited. Chapter 513. Sulin rode on the little female dragon and flew around in the sky. Then, he brought her back to the palace and taught her a lesson. This red dragon was a troublemaker, so she needed to be taught a lesson every once in a while. Sulin was happy to see the little red dragon make mistakes, because as long as this was the case, he would have a legitimate reason to train and teach the little red dragon. After all, as an upright king, how could he train and teach a red dragon without making any mistakes and without any reason? Teaching a giant dragon was a very interesting thing. The northern city had been accepting people. Sulin sent many nobles to the North Wind Kingdom. After a period of training, these nobles began to enrich the North Wind Kingdom. Unlike the Kingdom of Florence, the northern city was completely built by Sulin. He had absolute control. These nobles could not do anything here. They could only contribute to the construction of the North Wind Principality. However, for these nobles, working for the North Wind Principality was a very good way out. These people were sent here and lost all their wealth. Many of them did not have any skills. If the northern city did not train them, at least half of these nobles would have starved to death. North Wind Tower, Hathaway's laboratory. Sulin was doing a simulation experiment with Hathaway. With a flash of light, Sulin took off his magic glasses. This time it looks good. It should be a success. I don't know. Let's test it first, Hathaway said as she moved her body. As she spoke, Hathaway picked up the crystal on the experiment table and began to test it. The machine used for testing was very large. After Hathaway put the crystal in, she turned it on. A powerful energy wave came. Then the machine started up. An irritating sound was heard. The machine was like a train. It was very noisy. Finally, after 5 minutes, the machine stopped. Hathaway turned on the machine. The crystal, which was originally bright and clear, had become damaged. It was full of cracks. It seemed that the crystal would shatter completely with a gentle touch. Looks like the experiment didn't succeed, Sulin said as he glanced at the crystal. Hathaway shook her head and said, "We've made great progress in this experiment. The hardness and magic resistance of this crystal have already reached 80% of the data we needed. As long as we continue our research, I believe we will be able to obtain the crystal we want very soon." "All right, you've indeed improved." Sulin checked the crystal and said. Although the crystal looked cracked, Sulin looked at it carefully and found that it was still very hard. Sulin and Hathaway were experimenting with the creation of arcane crystals. These crystals were hard, tough, and had high magic resistance. They were the main materials used to create diamond golems. The diamond golem was a legendary golem. Sulin and Hathaway had been trying to craft it for a long time. Northwind Tower didn't have all the information on the diamond golem, so they could only research it bit by bit. Although it was called the diamond golem, this legendary golem wasn't made of diamond. It was just that this material looked like diamond and had the hardness of diamond. In fact, this golem used a kind of arcane crystal. Although diamond was hard, it wasn't suitable for making golems. This material had very low toughness. Although it was hard, it was easy to shatter after being hit by other hard objects. Moreover, diamond wasn't resistant to high temperatures. After the temperature reached thousands of degrees Celsius, it would melt, so it wasn't suitable for making golems. Although diamond was produced in large quantities, it had no advantage over crystal. Hathaway's requirements for the arcane crystal were very high. The arcanists had long mastered the craft of artificial crystals. Even artificial diamonds were the same. However, the magic affinity of artificial diamonds was quite different from natural diamonds. After dozens of adjustments, this artificial arcane crystal was close to being used to make diamond golems. The arcane crystal required for diamond golems had to have a molar hardness of at least level 8. At the same time, the requirements for magic resistance were very high. If the required arcane crystal was successfully produced, then the work of building the diamond golem would be almost half done. Sulen was still looking forward to having these diamond golems in his golem army. Only with diamond golems could the golem army participate in battles above the legendary level. The golem army in the floating city was based on a steel golem, mixed with some diamond golems, mithril golems, adamantine golems, arcane guardian golems, and spellbreaker golems. Even the demon army of the bottomless abyss couldn't resist this level of golem army. This was also the powerful force that the great arcanists used to colonize many planes. Afternoon. Alex returned to the Wizard Tower with good news. Some of the workshops in Harvest City in the south had been sold, and the supplies needed by the Northwind Duchy were also being delivered. The Northwind Duchy caravan was in charge of the transportation, led by Xian. The Northwind Duchy caravan was now several times stronger than before. With sullen support, Xian's caravan had a large number of soldiers from the Northwind Duchy. These soldiers were very powerful. Even the local nobles' armies were no match for them, let alone bandits. If this caravan turned into bandits, they could easily plunder a large number of nobles' territories. Now, this caravan was in charge of a part of the Northwind Duchy's foreign trade. Many of the Northwind Duchy's products were transported to the south by them. Sulen was even now considering whether to continue to contact the south and trade with the Enza Kingdom. These kingdoms were more prosperous than Florence. These southern countries were close to the sea and had prosperous maritime trade. Although the Red Dragon Queen had cut them off, they were still very rich. If Sulen wanted to build a floating city, he would need hundreds of billions of kinnur. If he didn't plunder these countries, how could he build a floating city? What about the cultists? Sulen asked as he sat in front of his desk. Alex sat on the sofa next to him and ate some snacks. As his power and territory continued to expand, so did the number of things he had to deal with. Sulen didn't want to be tied up in the study every day, so he would leave some things to his women. Alex now had some information and caravans. He was also tracking down the cultists in the Florence Duchy and the Northwind Duchy. After swallowing the biscuit, Alex picked up the honey fruit tea next to him and took a sip. Ever since the Church of the Soul Snatchers was taken care of, the other cultists have become much more secretive. They still have many spies in the south. These people are just hiding temporarily. When things calm down, they will appear again. Sulen nodded. They really are like dogskin plasters. Send people to keep an eye on the cultists. The Imperial Secret Guards will listen to your orders. Once you find their nest, report it immediately. Currently, there were basically no cultists in the Northwind Duchy. Sulen had too much control over the place, so the cultists couldn't survive at all. However, it was different in Florence. There was too much land for the cultists to survive. Xian's caravans had recruited a large number of mercenaries and adventurers in addition to some soldiers from the Northwind City. Although these people weren't very strong, they could be useful in many situations. According to Sulen, these people were the city's foxes and rats. They were familiar with the various dark sides of the city and the gray areas. They could provide a lot of useful information and combat power for the Kingdom of Florence. Sulin had been promoting the old city renovation plan of the Kingdom of Florence, but the progress was limited. After all, this kind of renovation cost a lot of money and would also damage the power of the nobles. Therefore, the nobles were not very active. Sulin could only push it forward bit by bit. At the same time, the Northwind Duchy and the underground world were operating at full capacity. The Northwind Duchy was also continuing to expand. In the Northwind City, there were now 3 legendary masters. Alex was also getting closer and closer to becoming a legendary master. Sulin gave the remaining divinity to Alex again. With 2 divinity points, her bloodline had become even stronger. Sulin planned to give the remaining 3 divinity points to Hathaway, Karina, and Phyllis. Divinity was very important to them. Mystery Realm, Nature Oak. This area was shrouded in rich life, energy, and natural energy. Sulin had sealed this area, so the outside world couldn't sense any life energy. This was the forbidden area of the entire Northwind Duchy. Even Alex and the others couldn't enter at will without Sulin's permission. The Nature Oak here already had its own consciousness. After absorbing the Nature Crystal, this Nature Oak had become a divine plant. It even had the possibility of becoming a tree of life or a world tree. Of course, the time and resources needed to become a tree of life or a world tree were extremely shocking. Sulin couldn't afford to raise it now. With such a plant, if he found a lifeless realm in the astral plane, he could use it to transform that realm into one full of life. Of course, it would take a long time to do this. The entire area was shrouded in rich life, energy, and nature energy. Sulin planned to wait until the tree stabilized and then arrange for some half-elves to come in. The power emitted by this tree could slowly purify and change the bloodline, making the original elven bloodline richer. Now, this tree had grown to more than 30 meters. It was considered a big tree outside, but it was just the beginning in the Nature Oak. Chapter 514. As for this Nature Oak, Sulin intended to wait until he grew up to arrange for a few well-behaved half-elves to live here for a period of time, or treat living here for a period of time as a reward. If the half-elves knew there was a Nature Oak in the Hidden Realm, they would be willing to pay any price. With the Nature Oak, the half-elves would be more loyal to the Duchy of Northwind. Of course, before Sulin was strong enough, he wouldn't expose the Nature Oak. It must be known that the Nature Oak had already begun to evolve. If it were to successfully evolve into an ancient tree, it would produce moon spring water every once in a while. The spring water contained a certain amount of mana that could recover mana and some simple injuries. At the same time, it could be used to make potions. If it could evolve into a tree of life, it would produce a miraculous item like the Fountain of Youth. It could even produce treasures like the Fountain of Life. Of course, it was still very difficult to obtain something like the Fountain of Life. However, for Sulin, who was already a demigod, the greatest effect of the Fountain of Life was no longer useful to him. The Fountain of Life could increase one's lifespan by 1,000 years without any side effects. As long as Sulin didn't do anything stupid, he could easily live for a few thousand years. Of course, the Fountain of Life had other effects, such as healing injuries, regrowing broken limbs, healing fatal injuries, strengthening vitality, and eternal youth. Approximately 1 milliliter of water of life could restore 10 HP, which was equivalent to healing a minor injury. This effect was only effective on living creatures. The effect of limb regrowth required more water of life, about 100 milliliters. As for healing fatal injuries, it also required at least 100 milliliters. If one wanted to use the Fountain of Life to increase vitality, they would need to drink more than 1 liter of Fountain of Life each time. Each time, it would permanently increase vitality by 1 point, and at the same time, it would give them the ability to regenerate. The upper limit of vitality increase is 50 points. This effect can be triggered 10 times. The amount of Fountain of Life consumed will increase each time. Of course, not many people had the luxury to do so. As for eternal youth and life extension, drinking 1 liter of Fountain of Life could achieve this effect. It wasn't easy to obtain the Fountain of Life. At least for now, this nature oak was still very far away. After checking that it was growing normally, Sulin let the tower spirit continue to supply energy to seal the place again and left. Sulin woke up in his palace, which was more than 500 square meters. A new day had begun. Sulin had been reading Hathaway's research materials during this period. He was learning about puzzle solving. The Enigma lock technique required the cooperation of many people. It was a very important magic rune. In order to weave a puzzle, one had to be at least at the legendary level. Sulin was not a legendary wizard yet. Fortunately, he was an advanced legendary warrior and had mastered the field of thunder, so he could perform some simple operations. As for the little succubus Chrissy, because she was a sorcerer, her role was also limited, but some preliminary preparations still needed to be done. Bang! The door of the study was suddenly pushed open. The mahogany door that was hand-carved by a top-notch master in Northern Town heavily hit the wall and bounced back a little. "What's wrong?" Sulin asked when he saw Hathaway rushing in. "The arcane crystal experiment has reached a critical stage, but some materials are not enough. I need them," Hathaway said in a hurry. "There's money in the treasury. You could just ask someone to buy them?" Sulin asked in confusion. "I already asked someone to buy them, but these materials are all produced in the astral plane. It's very difficult to buy them. I want to go to the astral plane and collect some," Hathaway said. "The astral plane?" Sulin's eyes lit up. "Yes, the astral plane is very dangerous. I want you to come with me," Chrissy said without noticing Sulin's expression. "Sure. I've never been to the astral plane before. Let's go." Sulin put down his notes and quickly sat up from his chair. The two went to the wizard tower. The astral plane was a very dangerous place. Wizards would not risk their lives there before they were fully prepared. The astral plane was connected to all the other planes. It had almost endless space, and there were many creatures living in it. Many powerful beings who could not enter the material plane lived in the astral plane, such as the evil gods. There was no air in the astral plane, so it was not easy for all flesh and blood to survive. They had to rely on the half-planes floating in the astral plane. Most of the time, those who traveled in the astral plane were the projections of their souls in energy form or powerful beings like demigods and saints. Over the years, countless people had entered the astral plane and countless people had died there. In the end, the astral plane became a huge garbage dump. Of course, there were a lot of treasures in this garbage dump. If you were lucky, you could even find the bodies of ancient gods, hidden half-planes, the capitals of fallen gods, broken floating cities, interstellar battleships, and so on. Hathaway came to the astrology platform. It was not easy to enter the astral plane. There was a protective layer around the main material plane. Wizards called it the Earth Membrane. This Earth Membrane was actually a manifestation of the plane's will. It prevented powerful creatures from entering the main material plane, but at the same time, it was not easy for people to leave, but it was much easier than entering. A rune circle was quickly set up on the astrology platform. Sulin and Hathaway did not plan to go to the astral plane with their physical bodies. They planned to use their soul projections. In fact, there were many ways for wizards to travel to the astral plane. Other than soul projection, some wizards also liked to use cloning to create clones. Some wizards would create powerful golem puppets and let a part of their soul control the golem puppets to enter the astral plane. Sulin and Hathaway planned to use soul projections to enter the astral plane this time. After the rune circle was set up, Hathaway and Sulin stood in the middle of the rune circle. Milky Way opened the energy channel, and light blue elemental energy rushed out. Soul projection, astral gate. Powerful magical energy gathered, and a door emitting a strange light appeared in the middle of the rune circle. Then, a soul projection appeared in front of them. Sulin felt his body suddenly become light, and then he saw a familiar body. It was his body, and the body next to it was Hathaway's. It was a strange feeling to see your own soul projection. After inspecting his own body, Sulin did the same. A soul flashing with a light golden brilliance appeared in front of him. There were flashes of lightning in the soul projection, and at the same time, there was a soul fluctuation that made people's hearts palpitate. Hathaway's soul projection was not as powerful as Sullin's, but it was still extraordinary. A large number of runes could be seen flashing on her soul projection. After a while, the two directly entered the astral gate that was already opened. A dazzling light flashed, and the two soul projections instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed into the sky. The feeling of the soul leaving the body was very strange. It was like removing a sandbag from the body, and the whole body suddenly became light. This was the first time Sullin's soul projection left his body. The whole soul projection was so light that it seemed like it could be blown away by a gust of wind. This was not Sullin's complete soul. It was only a part of his soul. After being shaped into a soul projection by a spell, it went through the astral gate and went to the astral world. The soul projection was not the whole soul. It was only a small part of the soul. If the soul projection died in the astral world, it would not cause the body to die together with it. Instead, it would cause some damage to the soul, and the consequences would be a splitting headache, a trance, and a serious impact on the intelligence. Of course, if the soul was slightly damaged, it would recover after a while. However, if the soul was severely damaged, it would need a priest to cast an advanced repair spell. Of course, it could also be done by a wizard, but the wizard would need to use soul crystals to do so. The soul projection was only a part of the soul, so the strength of the soul projection would be lower than before. There was also another reason. The soul projection could not bring the original equipment, unless the item was a legendary creation. Then, the soul projection could use a spell to shape a projection and let the soul projection use it. Sullin's soul projection inherited about 70% of his strength. This was mainly because Sullin's body was too strong. Hathaway's soul projection inherited about 90% of his strength. After going through the astral gate, a feeling like a fish in water was transmitted from the body. The abundant energy in the astral world entered the body. The concentration of various kinds of energy in the astral world was far higher than in the material plane. The contact between the soul and the energy was deeper. There were many spells that did not need to be chanted and could be cast instantly. Even the casting time of legendary spells was reduced by half. Sulin and Hathaway held hands tightly. It was the first time they came to the astral world. In the past, they had only seen descriptions of the astral world in books. Since it was their first time here, the two of them were very curious. At this time, there was a huge plain under their feet. It was the world they were in. Countless stars were shining in the distance. They could see a large amount of dark matter and the silver dust of the astral world. The two of them were at the edge of the planet. The most eye-catching thing was the two moons above their heads. What was it like to see the moon in the astral world? Sulin could tell you that it was big, very big. One of the two moons was silver and the other was slightly blue. The two moons were still very far from the planet. It was not easy to go there. Sulin looked at the planet they lived on. He had to admit that the planet was very big. Sulin roughly calculated its diameter. It was half the diameter of the Earth in his previous life. Standing in the astral world, they could clearly see the entire terrain of the planet. Chapter 5:15. From the astral plane, the planet they lived on was very similar to Earth. The North and South poles were also covered in thick layers of ice. The blue ocean occupied most of the planet's surface. This is the world we live in. It looks so beautiful, Hathaway said in surprise. Standing in the astral plane, one could see that there were 9 continents on the planet. The continent Sulin was on was in the northern hemisphere. To the south was a continent. Although it was called a continent, it looked more like a large island. Most of the continent was covered in a layer of green vegetation. To the east of the continent, where the Kingdom of Florence was, there was another continent across a strait. This continent was bigger than the one Sulen was on. From a northern wasteland to the southeast was the ocean. Through the ocean, one could reach the other continent. In the southern sea of the continent, there were a large number of islands scattered around. There were at least tens of thousands of islands. This was the Southern Sea, the area with the most developed sea trade. To the north of the northern wasteland was an endless glacier. It was a world of ice and snow. To the south was a continent covered in ice and snow. On the other side of the planet, there was also a continent. Below this continent was a slightly smaller continent across a strait. In the southern hemisphere, there were also 4 continents of different sizes. I didn't expect the world we live in to be so big. I wonder what those continents look like. Sulen said with emotion. If there's a chance, I'll travel to those continents. Right, we're here to collect materials. Let's get started. Hathaway interrupted Sullen's imagination. She then pointed at the astral plane. Then let's get started. Sulen nodded. To move in the astral plane, one had to rely on flying spells or teleportation spells. Because there were very few materials in the astral plane, the teleportation distance was very far. With the help of the landmarks in the astral plane, one could teleport tens of millions of kilometers or even more. Because there was no air and gravity, flying spells in the astral plane were very fast. They could easily break through the speed of sound. If they continued to accelerate, they could even reach a few or even a dozen times the speed of sound. After Sulen and Hathaway observed for a while, they quickly found an area rich in materials. There's a lot of dust in the astral plane that was invisible to the naked eye. One of them was astral dust, but couldn't be seen with the eyes. One could only search for it with spells or other things. Only when the astral dust underwent some changes or was integrated with other energy would ordinary people be able to see it with their naked eyes. After a large amount of astral dust was gathered, it would form a smoke-like golden color. Under normal circumstances, it would be a silver-white dust belt. It was like looking at the Milky Way from afar. Astral sand would emit a faint light. If it was fused with other substances, it would turn into various colors. For example, the silver rings that surrounded the planet due to gravity were more than 70% astral sand. Greater teleportation. Sulen and Hathaway instantly appeared thousands of kilometers away. There was a lot of astral dust around them. Besides astral dust, there were also some other astral substances. Hathaway gently waved her hand. A light flashed, and the surrounding silver substances began to gather in the middle. Hathaway took out a crystal clear bottle. Then, the silver substances began to gather in the crystal bottle. After seeing Hathaway start to collect materials, Sulen also took out the crystal bottle. A large amount of astral substance was collected in the bottle. The crystal bottle was a space bottle that Hathaway specially made. It had about 10 cubic meters of space inside. Although the astral substance seemed to be a lot, it was actually very small. Soon, all the surrounding silver dust ribbons were collected in the bottle. After collecting the astral substance here, the two continued to collect in another area. There was a lot of astral dust, but it was all scattered in the astral plane. It was very troublesome to collect it. After collecting it, they had to go back and use runic circles to refine and purify it. In the end, they could obtain the silver astral sand. Just as Sulen and Hathaway were collecting astral substance, in the deeper astral plane, a light quickly approached. After a while, Sulen noticed it. "What's that?" Sulen asked, pointing at the rapidly approaching light. "Could be a comet or a half-plane." Hathaway glanced and said, "Maybe if we're lucky, it's a half-plane?" Sulen said with a smile. Hathaway rolled her eyes. "Even if we encounter a half-plane, we won't be able to catch it if we're not prepared." Just as the two of them were talking, the beam of light quickly approached them. When it got closer, Sulen finally saw what the light was. It really was a half-plane. It was different from the planet that Sulen and the others lived on. This was a gigantic half-plane. The outer layer was a gray iris that looked like a translucent eggshell. Inside was a complete world. This half-plane didn't have the structure of a planet, but looked more like a continental shelf. This was a half-plane that was born in the astral plane, if no one disturbed it. After decades, or even centuries, with the endless energy of the astral plane as a supply, this half-plane would grow land, rocks, mountains, seas, air, plants, and so on. In the end, it would evolve into a half-plane that could support intelligent life. If one was lucky enough, the demi-plane could even grow into a prime material plane. However, the probability was too low. Many demi-planes would slowly die in the process of growth. Some demi-planes would stop growing after reaching a certain size. Only a small number of demi-planes would continue to grow into prime material planes. This gigantic half-plane flew by not far from the two of them. Like a comet, it flew by in front of their eyes and then quickly disappeared from sullen sight. However, this half-plane didn't leave nothing behind. It left a large amount of silver dust in its wake. Sulin and Hathaway immediately teleported over and continued to collect there. The space of the astral plane was almost endless. It was an almost infinite space. If you kept going up in the astral plane, you would encounter a layer of crystal wall. Around the crystal wall, you could see countless divine kingdoms. Those divine kingdoms looked like stars from the outside. The projections of these divine kingdoms would also appear in the night sky of the material plane. Of course, only the divine kingdoms of gods with faith in this plane would be projected. If you saw stars falling from the sky in the material plane, it was very likely that a god had fallen. In addition to these, there were also some space-time storms and space-time turbulences. Some space-time turbulences could affect a very large area. Being caught in a space-time turbulence was equivalent to being attacked by dimensional slash at all times. Even legendary wizards would die if they were caught in it. In the endless time, countless people had died in the astral plane. There were also many people who were lost in the astral plane. Although the astral plane was said to be connected to all the planes, it was too vast. Even if you entered, you might not be able to find the passage to other planes. Without a half-plane, wizard tower, or floating city to rely on, once you were caught in the space-time turbulence, you would be like an ordinary person being washed away by a flood. Therefore, the level requirement of an astral plane explorer was above level 30, and an astral plane traveler was level 35. As for the top astral plane traveler, the level requirement was level 40. Only the strong of this level could travel in the astral plane. When traveling in the astral plane, one had to be careful of several creatures. The most dangerous one was the evil gods, but these evil gods usually lived in the lower planes and rarely came to the astral plane. Next were the abominations and ancient evil creatures. There were many corpses of gods in the astral world, and many abominations were born from these corpses. They were full of hatred for all life from the moment they were born. They were powerful and very dangerous. Then there were the Githyanki's, the indigenous people living in the astral plane. They were kind of humanoid life. They were aggressive and quite warlike, and there were a lot of them. The chances of encountering evil gods or ancient evil creatures were very low. Most of the monsters were sealed by the ancient gods of order. The Githyanki's were born with powerful psionic spells. This race was enslaved by the spirit-sucking monsters a long time ago. The spirit-sucking monsters established a huge empire in the astral plane. However, it was later overthrown by the Githyanki's. The Githyanki's and the spirit-sucking monsters were mortal enemies. They fought to the death when they met. Now, there were very few spirit-sucking monsters in the astral plane. The Grey Dwarfs had the same experience. Many of the Grey Dwarfs had their minds distorted because of the spirit-sucking monsters' enslavement. However, they eventually gained powerful psionic power and got rid of the spirit-sucking monsters' enslavement. From this point of view, the spirit-sucking monsters could also help their slaves evolve psionic power. It was said that during the Arcane Empire, many arcanists deliberately captured a lot of spirit-sucking monsters to conduct this experiment. The Githyanki's had good magic technology. They would build huge astral warships or astral fortresses in the astral plane. This race seemed to have obtained some technology from the Arcane Empire, but the technology they obtained was not perfect. The combat power of those astral fortresses was not as strong as imagined. Sulin quickly collected the astral plane's matter along the silver smoke left by the half-bit wall. The smoke would gradually dissipate over time, so he had to hurry. However, just as Sulin was collecting along the trail, a strong suction came from another place and was constantly absorbing the astral plane's matter. After a while, the surrounding astral plane's matter was swept away. The crystal bottle in Sulin's hand could not compete at all. Seeing this phenomenon, Sulin's figure flashed and was ready to check it out. However, as soon as he turned his head, he saw a whale-like creature smacking its mouth and flying to another silver smoke area. Is this an astral whale? Sulin looked at the behemoth in surprise. Chapter 516. In the dark void, specks of starlight twinkled, and in the distance silvery white smoke was like ribbons, looking magnificent. A huge monster shook its head, and then its huge mouth, which was big enough to swallow a small mountain, quickly sucked the surrounding astral matter into its mouth. In just a few breaths, the surrounding astral matter was all swallowed up. Astral whale. Hathaway looked at the huge monster in the distance and exclaimed, "It seems that our luck is really good. Not only did we encounter a half-bit wall, but we also encountered an astral whale. Let's go somewhere else," Sulin said, looking at the astral whale in front of him. The astral whale was very big, and its skin was rough and thick, but it was gentle and would not take the initiative to attack. Very few people would attack them because these guys were too big and difficult to kill. It was said that the astral whale was the descendant of Leviathan. Leviathan was a terrifying abomination that lived in the same era as the ancient gods of order. However, with the end of the era of the ancient gods of order, Leviathan also disappeared. Some myths said that Leviathan was killed by the gods, and there were also documents that recorded that it was sealed in a corner of the multiverse. In comparison, Sulin believed in myths more. The myths of this world were not fabricated. Many of the myths recorded things that had happened before. After leaving this area, Sulin and Hathaway continued to collect astral matter until the crystal bottles in their hands were full. They then left the astral world. Hathaway activated the space waymark of the teleportation circle. With a flash of light, she had determined the location of the wizard tower. Bit wall teleportation. With a flash of light, Sulin and Hathaway were enveloped by this flash of light. The next second, the two figures disappeared from the astral world. Northern Wilderness, North Wind Tower, astrology platform. A flash of light appeared, and Sulin and Hathaway's souls fell like meteors, flying to their bodies in the wizard tower. For a moment, light and shadow intertwined. When Sulin opened his eyes again, he was already back in the wizard tower. Milky Way closed the energy channel. Hathaway finished casting, and the runic array under her feet quickly dimmed. Planar teleportation consumed a lot of mana. If she wanted to explore the astral plane in the future or travel to the astral plane, she would need to establish a stable astral gate. Let's take a look at our harvest this time. After closing the astral gate, Hathaway said with a greedy look, "For you." Sulin smiled and handed the crystal bottle to Hathaway. Many of the following tasks would require the use of astral sand. Hathaway took the crystal bottle and looked at it. Ah, so many materials. How long will it take to refine them? You asked for it. Sulin chuckled. No, I can't be the only one refining it. I still have a lot of things to do. Hathaway seemed to have thought of something, and she shook her head. In any case, the technique required to purify the astral sand isn't too advanced. Let's divide it evenly between everyone. With this astral sand, the arcane crystal can also be used for the final stage of the experiment. In that case, the materials for making the diamond golem are almost complete. We can consider making the diamond golem now. With the diamond golem, the Golem Legion will be officially established. But the diamond golem technique is still lacking. Whatever, I'll just try a few more times. Hathaway looked at the astral dust in the bottle and couldn't help but smile. Soon, Sulin and Hathaway called Karina, Grace, Alex, Locke, and Andre over and distributed some astral dust for them to refine. After the distribution, Sulin also brought some astral dust to the seclusion room. The astral dust itself was not outstanding in all aspects, but after refining the astral sand, all aspects of its performance would be improved. After the astral sand was integrated with other materials, its hardness and toughness would be greatly improved, and it would also have a good magical property. After adding the astral sand, the arcane crystal could almost meet the technical requirements for making the diamond golem. In addition to these, there were many other materials that also required astral sand. For example, some astral sand was added to magical steel during the forging process to finally produce Titan steel. It was very strong in both hardness and magical conductivity, and also had good ductility and high plasticity. It would be an important material for many constructs in the future. Titan steel was a bluish-silver metal that was used in large quantities in the process of making arcane guards and spell breakers. A crystal bottle contains 10 cubic meters of astral dust. If you want to smelt astral sand with this, you'll need to use elemental fire to refine it. 20 cubic meters of astral dust can be smelted into about 20 kilograms of astral sand, which will be enough for a while. It seems I'll have to make time to collect astral dust in the future. Sulin and Hathaway did not find any astral sand in the astral plane that had taken shape. The two of them collected the astral dust scattered in the astral plane. This dust contained a lot of impurities, but these impurities were not all useless. They could still be refined into other things, such as astral crystals. This was a kind of dark blue crystal-like thing that had very good magical conductivity and was an important material for making many enchanted constructs. In the laboratory, Sulin opened the elemental channel, activated the runic matrix inside, and summoned the elemental fire. A swaying dark blue flame appeared above the runic matrix. Then, Sulin took out the crystal bottle. With a flash of light, wisps of silver smoke slowly flowed out of the bottle. Under the influence of an invisible force, the smoke and dust quickly came to the elemental fire and burned. The smoke and dust in the crystal bottle flowed out continuously like a trickle. As the elemental fire burned continuously, drops of silver liquid appeared in front of them. With a flash of light, the silver liquid instantly flew to the outside of the runic matrix and condensed into silver particles that were smaller than sesame seeds. This was astral sand. The purification of astral sand was not difficult. What needed to be paid attention to was the temperature of the elemental fire and the smelting time. After 2 days, Sulin finally smelted all the astral dust in his hand into astral sand. Sulin finally weighed it and found that it weighed about 5 kilograms. After giving the refined astral sand to Hathaway, Sulin prepared to go to San Filto City. He had been very busy during this time and had not been to San Filto City for more than a month. As a king, Sulin was not in the capital for most of a year, which could be said to be very incompetent. During this time, Phyllis was in charge of the work in Florence. When Sulin came here through the teleportation matrix, it was already nighttime. Phyllis and Sulin had not seen each other for a while. This time, part of the time was to deal with the affairs of the Kingdom of Florence, and the other part was to gradually get to know Phyllis and Sandy. After all, they were newlyweds, and they could not always be separated. Thinking of this, Sulin's heart was burning. After all, when an eel starved to the end, there would always be abalone. Sulin came to the palace and walked directly to Phyllis's bedroom. Without any delay, Sulin soon arrived at Phyllis's palace. When he entered the palace, Phyllis and Sandy were chatting. Seeing Sulin suddenly come, they were very surprised. When they were about to say something, Sulin had already carried them up. Then, the surrounding maids immediately retreated outside the palace. The entire bedroom was sealed, and no one was allowed to come close. Then, the sound of rain breaking banana leaves came from the palace. Between the valleys, the bottom of the flowers is slippery, and the spring water flows hard under the ice. A poem began to be recited, and Phyllis and Sandy followed along to learn. After the silver vase breaking, the water splashing, and the cavalry charging out, the poem finally came to an end and entered a harmonious state. After cleaning up the battlefield, Sulin asked the maids to bring some food. Is everything going well in San Filto City during this time? Did anything happen? Not bad. Those nobles are very obedient. The city renovation plan you made has been progressing steadily, Phyllis said while panting. She had the blood of the red dragon, so her physical strength was very good. Among Sullen's women, she was only second to Chris and Alex. How about Harvest City? Did anything happen during this time? Sulin asked while chewing the barbecue. Phyllis rolled her eyes and said, You just killed a lot of people there and exiled so many nobles. How long has it been? Now those nobles are all as obedient as babies. Why would they dare to cause trouble? Those nobles are all greedy by nature, and they don't want to make progress. They also hindered my reforms, rebelled against the country, and some even joined evil cults. Killing all of them is too easy for them, Sulin said without a care. If those people don't teach them a lesson, they won't know how to behave. It is indeed a bit outrageous. Phyllis had almost recovered. She got up and put on a bathrobe to wash her body in the hot spring. She was sweating all over and felt very uncomfortable. I just sent a batch of new graduates from San Filto Academy to Harvest City. Harvest City is almost on the right track now, Phyllis said as she got up to take a bath. Sulin reached out and took off the towel. Long legs, a slim waist, and a jade bowl in front of her chest. She was very beautiful. Let's take a bath together. No, I can't take a bath with you. Phyllis knew Sullen's personality very well. She didn't even think about it and rejected him. However, she was no match for Sulin. A spear moved like a dragon. Overlord spear thrust, followed by Seven Snakes spear coiling spear. Phyllis's red dragon warlock's flame breath was also blocked. Sulin stretched out his arms and picked up Xanthi, who had not recovered yet. The three of them went to the hot spring nearby to take a bath. The hot spring in the palace was very beautiful. Steam filled the air, making it look like a paradise on earth. Chapter 517. Hundreds of millions of soldiers were killed in one night of battle. Su Luan was checking Sandy's body. Don't get me wrong, he was checking her body and blood. Although it looked like most humans were normal humans without any mixed blood, this was not the case in the world. After dozens of generations, there might be mixed blood from other races. However, after so many times of mixing, the proportion was very low. Most of the heroes in the ancient times were mixed blood. There were many races in this world. After a long history, almost all of them had mixed blood. According to the wizard's research, many humans had a very weak trace of dragon blood in their bodies, which might have been mixed into their bloodline in the ancient times. For example, the northern barbarians had a very weak trace of giant blood in their bloodline. However, this bloodline was too weak. Generally speaking, as long as there was more than 90% human blood in their body, they were considered pure humans. Sulin was checking the bloodline in Sandy's body. Among all of his women, only Sandy was still a normal human. This was not good. Normal humans would age too quickly, and they would not last long. Sulin liked the old, but he also liked the new. Therefore, in order to increase the lifespan and durability of Sandy, he decided to increase her power. The best way to increase power was to become a bloodline warlock. She did not need to study hard. Once awakened, she would have great power. Of course, if she wanted to go further, she would need to study hard and learn more. Sulin had just checked Sandy's potential. Her bones were a bit thin, which was very good for a girl's body. However, it was not good for a warrior. Therefore, Sandy was not suitable to be a warrior or other close combat professions. Sulin checked her power of the will with a crystal ball. Sandy's power of the will was very normal, barely reaching the bottom line of a wizard. It would be difficult for her to become an official wizard. After thinking for a while, Sulin decided to let Sandy become a warlock. After becoming a warlock, her body would be improved, and she would awaken spells. She could try to become a wizard in the future. However, Sulin had not decided which bloodline to give her. There were many types of sorcerers, but the most powerful ones were the dragon blood sorcerers and the divine blood sorcerers. They had the blood of dragons and the blood of gods, respectively. Although their spellcasting abilities were weaker than wizards, their combat power was not much worse. Sulin couldn't get a god spirit blood pulse. After all, most of the divine-favored sorcerers were descendants of gods. He could try a dragon blood pulse, though. Suluin's mount, the little female dragon, was a red dragon. However, the consequences of extracting the bloodline were also quite serious. The little female dragon's strength would be greatly reduced. Sulin wouldn't go so far as to attack the little female dragon. Furthermore, if the bloodline was fused with a weak bloodline in the body, there was a chance that the bloodline would be activated and the concentration of the bloodline would increase. What Sulin didn't expect was that, after a series of tests, Sandy actually had some fairy blood in her body. Fairies were a species that was almost extinct on this continent. Fairies were creatures of nature. There were many types of fairies, such as water fairies, flower fairies, big fairies, and many more. Fairies had pointy ears, green or golden hair, and beautiful facial features. They were born with magic, loved peace, and were good at illusions and nature spells. They were not good at fighting, so there were very few of them. However, for various reasons, many of these fairies were captured. For example, flower fairies. They were also called flower fairies or little fairies. They looked like humans, but they had a pair of transparent wings on their back. They were only about 15 centimeters tall, and they could take care of the plants. Many wizards had captured flower fairies in the past, and flower fairies could be used to make fairy dust. Fairy dust was used in many experiments, and many people had captured flower fairies for profit. Tree fairies were similar to fairies, but they were shorter than fairies. They were about 1.5 meters tall, and they also had a pair of translucent wings. They lived in the forest, and they were good at nature spells and illusions. They were also good at growing plants, and they were good at herbology. The blood in Sandy's body should be the blood of the green fairy, but it was too weak. It was only about 3% of the blood in her body. It was basically impossible to awaken it with such a low concentration. It was also almost impossible to find a fairy and extract her blood. There had been no traces of fairies on this continent for thousands of years. Maybe there were fairies living in some remote and dangerous areas, but it was very difficult to find them. All right, nature oak. Sulin suddenly thought of the nature oak in the mystery realm. Tree fairies and nature oak trees could live together. At the same time, just like fairies, nature oak trees could activate fairy blood. Although Sandy's fairy blood was very thin, it could still be activated through nature oak trees. As long as she activated her fairy bloodline and became a fairy sorcerer, Sulin had many ways to improve Xanthi's fairy bloodline. The simplest way was divinity. By giving Xianxia a trace of divinity, she could increase the density of her fairy bloodline. It would take time for nature oak trees to activate Sandy's tree fairy blood. The main reason was that nature oak was still too young and had not fully grown. Although Sulin had given it 2 nature god crystals to evolve into an ancient tree, it still needed time. If nature oak successfully evolved into an ancient tree, then it would only need to cast an initiation spell to awaken the fairy blood in her body. Now, Sulin could only let Sandy learn wizard knowledge and meditation techniques while living around nature oak trees. This was how to activate the bloodline. In fact, if Sulin took a bit of divinity from his body and put it into Sandy's body, it could also awaken her bloodline. However, Sulin's divinity was just enough for him to become a demigod. There were many things that could enhance fairy blood, so Sulin was not worried about Sandy's bloodline being weak. The nature god crystals he gave to nature oak trees last time could also work, and they were very effective. He could only give them to her in the future. Sulin stayed in San Filto City for a week to finish up all the work he had to do during this time. Then, he brought Sandy back to Northern Town City. As soon as they arrived, Sulin went to Northern Wind Academy and helped Sandy with her enrollment. At the same time, he gave her access to the Mystery Realm and the Wizard Tower. At night, Sandy needed to return to the Mystery Realm to live. Sulin purposely built a treehouse next to nature oak trees for her to live in. The nature energy from nature oak trees would constantly nourish her body. In the end, it would activate the fairy blood in her body. After making arrangements for Sandy, Sulin left the Mystery Realm. As soon as he arrived at the Wizard Tower, he heard Hathaway's voice calling for him. When Sulin came to the astrology platform, Hathaway excitedly rushed to him. "Look, the arcane crystal is made. Now we can try to make a diamond golem," Hathaway said excitedly as she hugged Sulin. She held a palm-sized crystal in her hand and asked Sulin for praise. Did the hardness and magic resistance meet the requirements? Sulin took the crystal and checked it. "You could try," Hathaway said. Sulin put more force into his palm. He was now stronger than a dragon. Such a strong force did not cause any obvious cracks on the arcane crystal. Of course, it would be different if he attacked with a weapon. "Not bad," Sulin said as he played with the arcane crystal. "So, can we make a diamond golem now?" "We can try. We have some information about the diamond golem. Although it's not perfect, I've already repaired it. We can repair it as we make it," Hathaway said. By the way, the diamond golem needs a legendary soul crystal as its soul core. This must be prepared. A legendary soul crystal? I've already prepared it. Sulin took out a legendary soul crystal from his storage space. In fact, Sulin had an advanced legendary soul crystal. The quality of this soul crystal was very high. Sulin planned to use it to make a stronger construct. The soul core of the diamond golem was enough to use a legendary soul crystal. After the diamond golem is made, we could try to make mithril golems, adamantine golems, arcane guards, and magic breakers. Hathaway said excitedly. "We don't have that many soul crystals." Sulin shrugged. Ordinary soul crystals were not difficult to get, but legendary soul crystals were very precious. The places with the most soul crystals were the bottomless abyss and Bator. Demons had more soul crystals, but the quality of the soul crystals in the hands of devils was much higher. If you wanted to get a large number of soul crystals, both the bottomless abyss and Bator could satisfy you, but you had to be able to come back alive. The challenge level of the bottomless abyss and Bator was level 16. This meant that only those above level 16 could try to enter these two planes. The environment in the bottomless abyss was very harsh. Volcanoes, heat, poisonous smoke, magma, dryness, negative energy, and so on. Ordinary humans could not survive at all. Only those above level 16 could move around here. "It seems that we need to make an astral gate to travel between planes," Hathaway said as she got up from Sulin's arms. "The souls of those demons can also be made into soul crystals. Also, they have divine power." Sulin blinked. It was obvious that Sulin had his eyes on those demons. They were at least at the legendary level. By the way, the Church of the Soul Snatchers has a way to summon demons. We can let them try. Sulin suddenly thought. The Church of the Soul Snatchers had dealt with demons too many times. He could rely on these cultists to summon demons. Chapter 518. Sulin had arranged for the members of the Church of the Soul Snatchers to stay in Harvest City. Phyllis had sent many of her men there, including a few high-ranking members of the Church of the Soul Snatchers. Since Sulin wanted to deal with the demons, it was necessary for him to learn more about the situation from these high-ranking members of the Church of the Soul Snatchers. "Sir, the members of the Church of the Soul Snatchers have arrived. Are you ready to meet them now?" A servant asked respectfully in the study. Sulin nodded and put down the documents. "Let them in. Please wait a moment." The servant bowed and took 2 steps back before leaving. Soon, 2 middle-aged men were brought in by the guards. "Your Majesty, they are here." "Understood. You may leave." Sulin nodded at the guard. After the door to the study closed, Sulin looked at the two higher-ups of the Church of the Soul Snatchers. Both of them were in their 40s, and their hair was neatly combed. Their eyes were deep and lustrous, and they had a scholarly aura. They looked like scholars. No one would have thought that these two were actually cultists, and cultists who dared to scheme against abyssal demons and demon gods. Now that you have acknowledged Hathaway as your master, I will not pursue the matter from before. But without my orders, you are not to perform any sacrificial rituals for demons and demons, Sulin said in a low voice. Yes, your majesty. The two men did not hesitate. After all, Phyllis had already told them to do so. By the way, other than the method you used last time, do you have any other way to summon a demon? Sulin asked. You mean we don't have to perform a blood sacrifice to summon a demon? The tall, skinny middle-aged man asked. Yes. Sulin nodded. We do, but we need something else as a sacrifice. The man glanced at Sulin and said embarrassedly, ordinary intermediate demons have to pay intermediate soul crystals, while higher demons have to pay advanced soul crystals. Also, we don't know which demon will be summoned. We need to see which demon responds to the summoning circle to summon it. This kind of summoning has a time limit. When the time is up, they will return to the abyss. As expected, Sulin was a little disappointed. These people used to be in the blood sacrifice business. They had never studied normal summoning spells. However, this was within his expectations. Next, Sulin asked about the Church of Soul Snatchers' methods of worshipping demons and evil gods. Then, he waved his hand and dismissed them. Sulin did not find a simpler way to summon demons. The price of using blood sacrifice was too high, and he did not intend to use this method. He could only put this problem aside for the time being. Maybe I can do it again, like how I trained the kobolds? Sulin thought to himself. I wonder if those demons are picky. If they don't like the flesh and soul of the kobolds, then this sacrifice would have been for nothing. After thinking about it for a long time, Sulin finally decided to give it a try on a small scale. It was better to leave it to the spirit snatchers. After all, they were professionals. If he could not rely on blood sacrifice to summon demons, he would have to go to the abyss himself if he wanted to obtain a large number of soul crystals. Sulin was very curious about the abyss. After all, although it was a dangerous place, it was also rich in resources. Many legendary wizards and other legendary powerhouses would travel to the abyss. The first layer of the abyss was the 10,000 abyss plane. It was the closest to the material plane and bordered the hell of Bador. Since ancient times, the war here had never stopped. Every once in a while, the demons would launch a bloody battle to attack the demon fortress. Many legendary demons have been honed in these bloody battles. Sulin was now an advanced legendary. It was not difficult to go to the abyss. As long as he did not provoke the demon lords, he would not be in any danger. After hesitating for a while, Sulin decided to go to the abyss. After all, he was preparing to build the steel golem production line. He needed a large number of high-grade soul crystals. If he wanted to obtain a large number of soul crystals, the abyss was the easiest place. In fact, soul crystals were the currency in interplane transactions. Small transactions would use gold and jewels, but large transactions would usually use soul crystals. There were many planar merchants in the multiverse. These merchants formed caravans and traded with each other in various planes. The basic currency they used was soul crystals. Of course, if they didn't have soul crystals, they could also use other precious materials to exchange for them. For example, high-quality magic gems, earth crystals, natural divine crystals, and other precious materials. The most valuable thing was divinity. Yes, divinity could also be traded, but basically they would only buy and not sell. Although there were many dimensional merchants, it wasn't easy to meet one. After all, there were too many dimensions in the astral plane. If it wasn't for the fact that your dimension was very prosperous and had a glorious arcane civilization, dimensional merchants were very rare. After all, it was easier to get good things by trading with these prosperous planes. Of course, if they encountered a more primitive plane, these plane merchants would be happy to trade with those people. This primitive plane had not been developed, and it was very likely to produce some precious materials. They would often pay a small price to obtain a large number of precious materials. The arcane civilization of the plain Sulan was and could only be said to be average, and there were very few plain merchants coming to patronize. After patrolling around the secret realm and finding no problems, Sulin went to the Wizard Tower to look for Hathaway. He still had to be careful when going to the bottomless abyss. He planned to ask Hathaway to help him teleport there and set the return waymark at the same time. It was better to be careful when going to the bottomless abyss for the first time. You're going to the bottomless abyss. Hathaway looked at Sulin in surprise. Yes, Sulin nodded, then leaned on the sofa next to him. There are demons everywhere. It's very dangerous, Hathaway reminded him. I've already learned about the bottomless abyss before coming here. I know what's going on there. Sulin said seriously, many legendary masters will travel to the bottomless abyss. I'm now a high-level legend, so it's not very dangerous for me. Besides, if it's really dangerous, I'll teleport back directly. Okay, I'll help you teleport there. Hathaway shook her head helplessly. She knew that it was difficult to change Sulin's decision. She could only help him prepare. Keep a low profile when you go to the bottomless abyss. There are no rules there. The bigger fist is the law, Hathaway reminded him. Sulin got up and walked over. He stretched out his arm and hugged Hathaway directly. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Then I'll set up the teleportation circle for you. Hathaway kissed Sulin on the cheek, then got up and began to prepare. Entering the bottomless abyss required the use of plane teleportation, which was very simple for Hathaway. Before this, the two had already entered the astral plane and the fire elemental plane. Setting up this kind of plane teleportation was completed very quickly. Sulin stood on a runic array, and Hathaway made some adjustments again before saying, Get ready, we'll start. Okay, Sulin nodded. Remember to keep a low profile. If there's a problem, immediately teleport back. Don't try to be brave, Hathaway reminded again. Don't worry, I won't take the risk. I can't bear to part with you guys, Sulin said with a smile. Hathaway rolled her eyes at him. Sweet talker. Okay, I'll try to operate it first, Hathaway said as she opened the energy channel. The runic array slowly lit up. After seeing that the teleportation circle was working properly, Heather gestured to Sulin. Get ready. Activate. A dazzling light rose up. The light from the teleportation circle shot into the sky. A wave of spatial fluctuation came. The next second, the teleportation light disappeared with Sulin's figure in an instant from the wizard tower. Dark clouds rolled in the dim yellow sky. The ground was full of stones, and the air was filled with a strong smell of sulfur. Some ferocious-looking plants grew sparsely around. Barrenness, drought, and chaos represented everything here. There were very few living things here, and animals were even rarer. Occasionally, a mouse would run out of those ferocious vines and quickly disappear. The animals here had been demonized. Even the mice had dark red eyes and sharp fangs. They were very aggressive. A dretch was hiding in the weeds. Its prey was an abyss lizard. Food was very scarce in this desolate land, so it had to be careful. The lizard did not realize that danger was coming. It lay motionless on the rock. Its yellow scales were its best camouflage. Its two eyes were constantly looking around. It was looking for prey. At this moment, on the other side of the mound, a dretch was quietly approaching. Soon, when it was less than a meter away, the dretch suddenly rushed over and grabbed the lizard that was trying to escape. The dretch was very excited. It grabbed a stone and smashed the lizard to death. It began to eat. At this time, a light suddenly fell from the sky, and then a figure appeared in this desolate world. This is the abyss? It's really bad. Sulin looked around and said, seeing the appearance of a human, the dretch was slightly stunned. In its inherited memory, this creature seemed to be called human. Their flesh and soul were very delicious, and they were very weak. The dretch quickly swallowed the lizard, grabbed a rusty blade next to it, and rushed towards the human. The welcome ceremony of the abyss is a bit special. Seeing the dretch rushing over, Sulin smirked and waved his hand gently. A A green wind blade instantly formed, then flew over. Blood splashed everywhere. The dretch was directly cut in half by the wind blade. Chapter 519. The Plane of 10,000 Abyss was the first layer of the abyss. The area here was very vast, and the environment was harsh. Because of the frequent bloody battles, there were many cannon fodder here. Demons were not as orderly as demons. The Abyss Legion was chaotic. Every Abyss Legion would have a large number of cannon fodder. The dretches always liked to swarm around. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. They would only take the initiative to attack when they had an absolute advantage in numbers. They were afraid of strong enemies, but they liked to bully weak enemies. Finally, under the cruel law of survival of the fittest in the abyss, they gradually grew into cannon fodder that could set foot on the battlefield. Usually, dretches existed as coolies. Occasionally, they would be driven to the battlefield by high-grade demons to consume the enemy's magic. There were many dretches in the abyss, but less than 1% of them could evolve from dretches to quasits. As for the probability of evolving to a higher-grade flame demon, it was even lower. Under normal circumstances, there might not be one high-grade demon in 10,000 dretches. In the abyss, only high-grade demons could be considered to have escaped the stage of cannon fodder. No one knew exactly how many levels there were in the bottomless abyss, but every level had different characteristics. For example, there was a bone-chilling ice field, a neat swamp filled with poison, a salt pool with rising mist, a land of lava with magma volcanoes, a strange wasteland with fierce north winds, and so on. The characteristics of these planes were all bestowed by the demon lords and evil gods. The abyss was unfriendly to everyone. It was very difficult to survive here. This place was filled with slaughter. Even the newly born soul worms were devouring each other. Only in this way could they get enough energy to transform into low-grade demons. However, evolving into a demon was just the beginning of their life as cannon fodder. Although the law of survival of demons was bloody and cruel, their speed of evolution was very fast. As long as they killed opponents of similar strength, they could absorb their souls to strengthen themselves. In theory, it would only take a few months for a soul worm to evolve into a high-grade demon. Sulin teleported to a relatively remote location in the plane of 10,000 Abyss. There were no high-grade demons around. There were only a few dretches wandering around. Su Luan cast the invisibility spell and the flying spell and chose a direction to move forward. After flying for about 2 hours, Sulin saw a boundless lake in the distance. Just as he was about to approach the lake, a powerful soul wave appeared there. Sulin immediately stopped. This is the mother of worms. In the lake, a gigantic creature slowly floated up. At the same time, a demon egg was sent to the shore by the lake. Thousands of demon eggs began to hatch as soon as they touched the beach. In the blink of an eye, soul worms broke out of their shells. Seeing this, Sulin immediately understood that he had come to the abyssal blood pool, the birthplace of the abyssal demons. After knowing that this was a blood pool, Sulin did not continue to approach. The mother of worms was a special demigod in the abyss. They were the guardians of the blood pool in the abyss, similar to the existence of the demon lord. The abyssal blood pool was the territory of the mother of worms. Here, it controlled everything around it. In the abyssal blood pool, there was even some order. Demons could not attack the soul worms. At the same time, all demons or other creatures were not allowed to approach the abyssal blood pool. Once violated, they would be attacked by the mother of worms. In the abyssal blood pool, the mother of worms could easily kill a powerful Baylor under the blessing of the power of the rules. Even the demon lord was not willing to fight the mother of worms here. The law of the jungle was the law here. Being weak was the original sin here. After seeing the abyssal blood pool, Sulin did not continue to move forward. Instead, he changed direction. The plane of 10,000 Abyss could be said to be a mix of good and bad. Here, you could meet many humans, orcs, and elves from the material plane. At the same time, you could also meet creatures from other planes. It was not surprising to meet a plane merchant here. Trading here used souls, so killing and extracting souls was a legitimate job to make money. There were also towns in the plane of 10,000 Abyss. These towns were basically built by the demon lords. There was a set of rules in the towns. These rules were built by the demon lords. After moving forward for more than an hour, Sulin finally saw a town. However, he did not approach it directly. Instead, he hid and observed. Although he had checked the information about the Abyss before coming, it was better to see the actual situation in person. This was a dilapidated town. There were not many buildings in the town. Sulin waited outside the town for a while. A six-armed Naga walked out of the town. After confirming that there were no other demons, Sulin's figure flashed and followed. The six-armed Naga was a high-ranking demon in the Abyss. It had 6 arms and used 6 long swords. These six-armed Nagas were very strong. The weapons they used were much heavier than the swords used by human knights. When they attacked, the 6 swords were very fierce. After the six-armed Naga was some distance away from the town, Sulin began to prepare. He took out the storm halberd from his storage space. With a flash of lightning, he suddenly appeared above the six-armed Naga's head. The storm halberd slashed down with a fierce wind. Clang! With a loud sound, the six-armed Naga, who sensed the danger, blocked Sulin's attack. However, the power of the storm halberd forced it back. Its arms became numb and trembled. Sulin did not hold back. His figure flashed and rushed up again. The six-armed Naga, who was only a high-ranking demon, could not resist the full attack of an advanced legendary. In just one exchange, it was defeated by Sulin. Control Demon. With a flash of light, the six-armed Naga in front of him immediately became sluggish. After seeing that the six-armed Naga was under control, Sulin began to ask it about the specific situation of the plane of 10,000 Abyss. In the following time, through this six-armed Naga, Sulin finally had a clearer understanding of the plane of 10,000 Abyss. The lord of the plane of 10,000 Abyss was a powerful succubus warlock named Red Shroud. Sulin was confused about this race and did not understand why it was called this. The largest city in the plane of 10,000 Abyss was the Broken Zone. It was also the largest trading area. Basically, all the people and other creatures that came to the plane of 10,000 Abyss would come here to trade. Sulin had the Naga tell him everything it knew and then had it draw a map. However, the six-armed Naga's drawing skills were limited. The map was very abstract and could only be used as a reference. After all the information was obtained, the six-armed Naga lost its value. Sulin's storm halberd gently slid and beheaded the six-armed Naga. Soul assimilation. A gem flew up. The six-armed Naga's soul was instantly bound by a chain and then absorbed by the gem. The originally colorless and transparent gem also turned purple. A high-grade soul crystal. Sulin reached out and played with it for a while. There are indeed a lot of souls in the Abyss. With the information given to him by the six-armed Naga, Sulin began to go to the Broken Zone. Along the way, it was a barren land with no sign of human habitation, not even a blade of grass growing, and a deep red sun scorching the earth. Some demons wandered in 2s and 3s. When Sulin found a high-grade demon, he would secretly sneak over. When they were not paying attention, he would launch a sneak attack. Those high-grade demons were not his match at all. Along the way, Sulin had more than a dozen high-grade soul crystals on him. The Broken Zone was built near a huge pit in the Abyss. Around the Broken Zone was a collapsed tower. The rocks next to it were bright red with blood. The blood-red walls were traces of bloody battles in the Abyss. Even now, the remains of high-grade demons were inlaid on the walls. The largest building here was the underground tomb, which had a large number of undead creatures. Assassination in the Abyss was completely legal. As long as the guards did not discover it, it was not considered murder. Many adventurers who had just arrived here were here. In the underground tomb, there were also many shadow liches. They usually lurked in the underground tomb. Only the Lord here could command them. At the same time, This was a good place to dispose of corpses. A large number of corpses were sent here every day. Those shadow liches had created a large number of ghouls here. It was very dangerous. Su Lin entered the town. As soon as he entered, he felt many malicious gazes fall on him. Su Lin coldly snorted. A flash of lightning flashed in his eyes. Those people and demons who had been staring at Su Lin suddenly felt their eyes ache. They knew that they had met an expert and hurriedly looked away. There was no such thing as hiding one's strength here. The humans and demons did not hide their auras. After observing the town for a while, Su Lin walked toward a market. As soon as he entered the market, he saw many demons. The demons here were all merchants. Of course, as soon as they left the town, these demons would become bandits. In addition to these demons, Su Lin also saw some orcs, gray dwarves, and many succubi. The succubi here were quite exposed. They barely covered 3 vital parts. The Rift Plain had the most succubi, except for the territory of the succubi queen. The main reason was that the lord here was also a succubi. One had to be careful when trading here. The merchants would cheat, and the transaction had to be settled in person. Once they left, they could only blame it on their bad luck if they were cheated. Of course, if they were discovered during the transaction, the consequences would be very serious. Even now, the corpses of those who dared to court death were still hanging outside the market to be air-dried. Sullen's eyes kept scanning the surrounding succubi. He had to admit that the succubi were really beautiful and full of temptation. After noticing Sullen's eyes, they kept throwing flirtatious glances at him. It seemed that if Su Lin curled his finger, they would pounce on him. Chapter 520. The slaughterhouse was the largest trading market in the entire abyssal region. There was nothing that couldn't be traded here. As soon as Su Lin entered, he saw some abyssal beastmen hawking their wares. Although these abyssal beastmen's clothes were ragged, their ferocious aura hadn't weakened in the slightest. In addition to the beastman slaves in this market, Su Lin also discovered a stall selling food. But from the looks of it, it seemed to be a kind of humanoid life form. Some demons nearby were secretly sizing him up with cunning and evil eyes. They seemed to be judging the strength of this human, wondering if they could eat this human in the wilderness. The demon lord's orders were only effective in the town. Outside the town, no one would care even if the sky and earth were turned upside down. The ugly and terrifying Anababas were looking at Su Lin with their turbid eyes. They were playing with the white bone beads in their hands. If one looked closely, they would discover that these white bone beads were actually human skulls shrunk a dozen times. After seeing Su Lin, a trace of greed flashed in the Anababa's eyes. One must know that humans were a popular commodity in the abyss. Souls were a popular commodity, and the flesh on the body was a rare delicacy. Su Lin could clearly feel the malicious gazes all around him, but he didn't let it go. He came to the abyss this time for the soul crystals, and he was very covetous of the souls of demons and demons. Besides himself, Su Lin also discovered many humans here. Most of these humans had sturdy bodies and ferocious faces. Their bodies were surrounded by a fierce aura, and he could even smell the smell of blood on them. At a glance, he knew that they weren't to be trifled with. These humans were basically notorious villains of the prime material plane. They were basically wanted by the church and various kingdoms. In order to escape, they took the risk to enter the abyss. These people's bloody and chaotic ways were very suitable for the abyss. Here, they would quickly be assimilated by the abyss's pollution and eventually turn into a half-demon, half-human form. These people could no longer leave the abyss. Even if they died, their souls would fall into the blood pool, decompose, and reassemble, and finally become a soul worm. What attracted Sullen's attention the most was a group of people covered in gray cloaks. These people were not as sturdy as demons. They looked a little tall and thin, and they were surrounded by an evil aura. These people were night witches, herders of the abyss. They collected the wandering soul worms and then sold these souls to demons or demons. At this time, a soul was placed casually next to the night witches, not far away. They were obviously going to sell it. How much is this soul? Suluin came to the Night Witch's stall and asked, "Two soul crystals." The Knight's voice was like two rough boards squeezed back and forth. "That's sullen zest," he said, and then walked. At this time, a succubus walked up to Sulin. Her eyes were hot and full of provocation. When she came in front of Sulin, she brazenly rubbed her foul weapon against his arm. Then, she winked at Sulin and left. Sulin saw through these succubi very clearly. She thought she hid it well, but in fact, the evil in the depths of her eyes had been exposed long ago. As a high-level succubus, she would absorb the other party's strength and even life force during mating. Often, some newbies would be sucked dry by these succubi. When you go out, don't think that the girls take the initiative to greet you because you are handsome or rich. They're just lusting after your body. Boys should remember to protect themselves when they go out. They should firmly resist those temptations. Otherwise, they would lose everything. It was a small matter if they ran out of ammunition and food. Be careful not to be sucked dry. All the gazes in the surroundings were filled with malice. According to the laws of the material plane, it wouldn't be enough for all of these guys to die 10 times over. If they used a detect evil spell, they would probably all turn red and purple. Sulin strolled around the market. He had to admit that there were many products in the market. Even he was a little jealous of many of them. Unfortunately, he did not have the money to buy them. Sulin glanced around with some regret and left the slaughterhouse. Just as he left, a dozen little tails appeared behind him. Sulin was well aware of these tails. He had just shown himself in the slaughterhouse because of these guys. Otherwise, where would he find high-level soul crystals? Low-level soul crystals were easy to find in the abyss, but high-level ones could only be obtained from high-level demons. There weren't many high-level demons in the wild. Sulin was too lazy to spend a lot of time looking for them in the wild. Now, he had just strolled around, and there were at least a dozen high-level demons following him. Sulin pretended to be cautious and sneaked out of Desolate Town. After making sure that those guys were following him, he left the town and walked towards the wasteland. After leaving the town, Sulin immediately quickened his pace and walked towards the depths of the wasteland. It didn't take long for the tails behind him to catch up. The dilapidated and desolate wasteland exuded a faint smell of sulfur. A gust of wind blew, and a rancid smell came from the air. Several rats with blood-red eyes madly attacked Sulin. However, when they were 4 or 5 meters away from him, a lightning flashed, and the abyss rat turned into a lump of charcoal. A burnt smell came from the wasteland. Sulin stopped and turned his head to look not far away. Footsteps echoed, and a figure appeared in front of Sulin. It was an evil demon. "Just you?" Sulin frowned slightly. The evil demon didn't have the intention to speak at all. Its figure flashed and instantly appeared beside Sulin. The sharp sword in its hand directly slashed at his neck. It seemed that it wanted to kill him with one blow, but it obviously found the wrong opponent. The moment it appeared, Sulin's storm war halberd instantly struck. Dazzling lightning exploded in an instant. Bang! There was a loud noise. This evil demon that was distorted by the abyss was thin and wrinkled. Under Sulin's exaggerated strength, it was smashed to the ground together with its weapon. Endless lightning instantly wrapped around it. After realizing that something was wrong, the evil demon subconsciously wanted to escape but was paralyzed on the spot. Then, a cold light flashed and endless darkness descended. The evil demon's ugly head flew up, and smelly blood sprayed on the ground. This evil demon was killed by Sulin in one blow. Soul extraction. Soul capture. Sulin's body flashed, and in the next second, the evil demon's gray soul was forcibly pulled out by him. Then, a magic gem appeared. The evil demon's soul was directly sealed in the gem without any resistance. The purple soul crystal fell into Sulin's hand. Not bad, a high-level soul crystal. Sulin played with it for a while and casually put it in his storage space. This time, he went fishing in Desolate Town and lured a lot of bait. Now that the fish had taken the bait, it was time to reap the rewards. "Who is it?" Su Luan suddenly grabbed something behind him, and a palm completely composed of the power of thunder and lightning appeared in an instant. Then he clenched his fist. The big thunder and lightning hand seemed to have caught something, and then a Glabrizu figure was pulled out of the distorted space. Glabrizu. This was a high-level demon from the Abyss. This was one of the few demons in the Abyss with intelligence. They had violet skin and were proficient in charm. Their combat power was slightly inferior to the Balers. These guys often served as mid-level officials in the demon army in the Abyss. Although they were demons, they were different from the chaotic demons. They were one of the few demons that could form a formation. Although Glabrizu also had merchants, they would usually act as bandits. These merchants in the Abyss did not have a clean background. In Desolate Town, they were always doing business. In the wild, once they met someone, as long as they felt that the other party was not as strong as them, they would decisively attack. This Glabrizu clearly had bad intentions towards Su Lin. While Su Lin was fighting with the evil demon, it prepared to sneak and attack. However, it did not expect Su Lin to be so strong that the evil demon was defeated in one blow. At this time, it was caught by Su Lin before it could get close. The lightning hand instantly grabbed it. Strong lightning continuously entered the Glabrizu's body and paralyzed it. The Glabrizu could not even struggle. At this time, even the stupid demon knew that it had provoked a powerful enemy this time. Sullen's hand tightened. The Glabrizu in front of him did not even have time to speak before it was squeezed into a ball of meat. Endless lightning flashed, and the Glabrizu's body instantly turned into a pile of charcoal. There was a bloody smell in the air. Soul extraction. Confinement. 2 flashes of light flashed. The Glabrizu's soul was skillfully extracted by Su Lin and then sealed in a magic gem. A high-level soul crystal was obtained. Sure enough, fishing is the best way. In just a few minutes, he had obtained 2 high-level soul crystals. Su Lin was very satisfied with this efficiency. Next, Su Lin did not wait for the demons to attack. He had already made his move. It was hard to guarantee that the demons would notice. If they discovered Sullen's strength and ran away, it would not be easy to catch them. Sullen's body flashed. In the next second, he appeared near an old guy wearing a tattered robe. Lightning shrouded him. The storm battle halberd instantly broke the energy shield on the surface of his body. Perhaps it had triggered an accident, but the old guy's body flashed continuously. However, as soon as the light appeared, it dissipated. Su Luan immediately cast an anti-magic spell. These guys who had not yet reached the legendary realm could not cast any spells at all. With a flash of lightning, the shabby robe was directly shattered into countless pieces, and the withered and ugly head was directly cut off. Then 2 flashes of light rose, and a purple soul crystal quickly appeared in his hand. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.